Chapter 1909. The mission to recapture the stronghold was officially over. The surviving 5 all obtained a pretty good harvest. Just the mission reward was 20,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a large number of primeval heavenly pills was a large sum even for the core disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons. After leaving Flame Dragon City, Xiao Chen, Wei Hongfei, and Murong Yen felt like a lifetime had passed. Before coming here, no one would have thought that a single mission would cause so many chain reactions. 2 of his clansmen had left them forever, dying in the midst of a mission. Furthermore, they had not expected Xiao Chen to explode with such terrifying power. Originally, they had looked down on Xiao Chen, thinking that he was a burden. Xiao Chen, it looks like you will be a very strong competitor in the competition between the 7 outer palaces, Wei Hongfei said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen in his golden dragon robes. In the competition between the 7 outer palaces, the heaven-class core disciples of the various outer palaces would compete for the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City. The few of them were of the same opinion. With Xiao Chen's strength, he should be able to easily become a heaven-class core disciple. However, my cultivation is still too low. The heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces are all extremely horrifying. Even the Heaven Dragon Palace is no exception. It has always been better to have nothing than to have something substandard. You have only joined the Heaven Dragon Palace for a short period of time. Wei Hongfei did not blindly flatter Xiao Chen. He continued objectively, it should not be difficult to become a heaven-class core disciple. However, obtaining the right to enter Ancestor Dragon City is still too difficult. Actually, these words were true. The strength that Xiao Chen displayed was far from sufficient to enter Ancestor Dragon City. But this time, what Xiao Chen showed was mainly a kind of potential, a kind of feeling that made people's eyes light up. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. He wasn't arrogant enough to think so. Right now, Xiao Chen could already sweep through the core disciples of the 7 outer palaces. As for the heaven-class core disciples, it would be even harder to say. Just the way Hongfei before him gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he would not be easy to deal with. He was very strong. I hope to see you in the competition between the 7 outer palaces. It is not easy to become a heaven-class core disciple in the Golden Dragon Palace, Xiao Chen said softly. Wei Hongfei smiled, and confidence flashed on his face. You will definitely be able to see me. Goodbye. The group took their leave. Soon, only Xiao Chen and Murong Yen remained. Murong Yen said, "This fellow is right. If we want to enter Ancestor Dragon City, we have to work hard. Remember to come to the Red Dragon Palace in the Red Dragon Palace in the future. If you have the chance." Murong Yen clapped Xiao Chen's shoulder and soared into the sky. The path ahead was boundless. Xiao Chen was still far from entering the Ancestral Dragon Palace. Right now, he was thinking about the harvest of these 4 missions. Xiao Chen had obtained 10,000 primeval heavenly pills from killing Mu Yun, 8,000 primeval heavenly pills from the Blazing Sun Berserk Ape, 12,000 primeval heavenly pills from the demonic Cloud Mountain 18 Great Bandits, and 20,000 primeval heavenly pills from snatching back the Gathering Point. Just the mission reward amounted to 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. To Xiao Chen, that was barely enough. He had not let down the effort he had put into this mission, as well as the danger of death. Especially the 4th mission. Now that he thought about it, he was lucky. The 2 dead clansmen were a little unfortunate. Apart from the mission reward, Xiao Chen also obtained a crystal box containing the wealth that the Demon Cloud Mountain bandits had accumulated over the years. The Golden Dragon Palace, Qin Outyan's dragon-patterned battlesuit, and demonic venerate Mu Yun's storage ring. There was also the mysterious box that General Feng had given him. He had gained a lot from this trip. After Xiao Chen returned, there was no need to think. He would immediately break through to late-stage Star Venerate and cultivate the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, Xiao Chen would improve Firmament's rage further. With resources in hand, he had the confidence to do anything. What did General Feng give me? Do you want to take it apart and take a look? We'll take a look when we get back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Let's take a look at this battlesuit first. Xiao Chen took out the dragon-patterned battlesuit and put it on with a thought. Xiao Chen recalled that when Qin Outyan activated the battlesuit, a lot of dragon chi surrounded it. The patterns on the battlesuit all lit up. In the end, Xiao Chen tested it and discovered somewhat embarrassedly that he could not activate the battlesuit. Only dragon race cultivators with the golden divine dragon bloodline could activate it. Could this be a Dao tool passed down in the clan? After Xiao Chen thought about it, he felt that this was possible. If that were the case, the requirements would be even stricter. Only the golden dragon bloodline's Qin clan could use it. Had Xiao Chen known, he would have snatched a few rings with different attributes. However, at that time, Xiao Chen thought that the owner of such an inherited Dao tool was either rich or of high status. There would definitely be an expert guarding in secret. Xiao Chen could not remain for long, so he left after snatching one battlesuit. Now, it looked like he suffered a great loss. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put away the battlesuit, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it when he returned. Then, he started to ponder the demonic Cloud Mountain Bandit's crystal box. It was tightly packed and covered in formation patterns, containing the Dao. If he was not careful, it might explode. Xiao Chen was not skilled in refining or formations. He frowned slightly, not knowing how to deal with it. The Heaven Dragon Palace is equal to a peak rank 6 sect. There should be someone skilled in this. At that time, I'll go and seek out the Law Enforcement Hall's Vice Hall Master Li. Xiao Chen did not worry about the crystal box. There would definitely be a way to deal with it when he returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. 7 days later, as Xiao Chen traveled at full speed, he finally returned to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen had completed 4 missions over the past 2 months. He had spent about 40 days going back and forth. There were still 20 days left for him to prepare for the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. That was sufficient. I'll go to the Law Enforcement Hall first. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, turning into a flash of electric light in the vast and boundless Heaven Dragon Palace. After 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at the Law Enforcement Hall. After reporting, he quickly received a reply. Vice Hall Master Li personally came out to welcome Xiao Chen. He walked over with a big smile and said, "Brother Xiao. Ha ha ha. This old man knew that you would return on time. Indeed, you are not bad. You are much earlier than I expected. Did you complete the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li asked in a low voice as he walked over quietly. After all, Xiao Chen had to complete 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time. Vice Hall Master Li felt anxious for Xiao Chen. "If you did not complete it, I can help you think of a way. There is no need to worry about the sex punishment." Vice Hall Master Li was very forthright. He thought highly of Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen said the word, he could help him resolve the problem. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Li. Naturally, I completed the mission perfectly. With this mission reward, the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition 20 days later will definitely be mine." Excellent. Vice Hall Master Li felt slightly stunned when he heard that. Then he praised, "You truly deserve to be the person that this old man thinks highly of. Come, I'll accompany you to the mission hall." Damn it! This old man has long found that damned administrator an eyesore. I'll show him that this old man's judgment is absolutely correct. I was thinking the same thing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, under Vice Hall Master Li's lead, they secretly arrived at the mission hall. When the administrator of the mission hall saw Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Isn't this the core disciple Xiao Chen? Why are you back so early? Have you completed the mission?" Vice Hall Master Li, "It is not that I am not giving you face. It is only right and proper to accept punishment for mission failure. The more failures, the heavier the punishment. Even I cannot change the sect rules." The administrator had a deep impression of Xiao Chen. Back then, Xiao Chen had taken 4 rank 1 missions in one go, putting him in a difficult position for a while. When the administrator saw that Xiao Chen had returned early with Vice Hall Master Li, he felt that he had failed the mission. The administrator wanted to ask Vice Hall Master Li to plead on his behalf and deceive him to avoid punishment. The administrator smiled coldly in his heart. "Who asked you not to listen to my advice back then, making things difficult for me? You also have times when you beg me." Xiao Chen and Vice Hall Master Li exchanged looks. Then Vice Hall Master Li guffawed and said, "Who told you that they were not completed? Listen up. He has completed all 4 rank 1 missions." Xiao Chen even received a reward from the Flame Dragon Legion's commander. The expression of the mission hall administrator changed drastically despite himself. That's impossible. How could he have completed 4 rank 1 missions in such a short time? Give me the mission card and the proof of completing the missions as well. That's impossible. Xiao Chen calmly took out the heads of demonic venerate Mu Yun and the 18 great bandits, the blazing sun berserk apes beast core, and the mission card that General Feng had approved. As Xiao Chen verified the heads one by one, he confirmed that they were all real. The mission hall administrator's expression turned somewhat unsightly. When he heard the final mission card, General Feng's praise for Xiao Chen, the administrator's expression turned as unsightly as it could be. His expression was as ugly as it could be, and he still couldn't believe it. Vice Hall Master Li felt delighted. He smiled and said, "Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over my brother's reward." That's not right. Completing 4 major rank 1 missions at the same time is a rare occurrence. No matter what, there should be some bonus reward, right? This is a bit against the rules, Hall Master Li, the deacon of the mission hall stuttered. Vice Hall Master Li snorted coldly. Just do what I tell you to do. Do you think I don't know that after the rank 1 mission is completed? You idlers will also receive rewards from the Dragon Gate. Just give me 20%. Don't be so long-winded. The deacon of the mission hall felt bitter in his heart. He knew why Vice Hall Master Li had come here personally. He wasn't here to plead on behalf of Xiao Chen at all. It was because he had acted like a villain last time that he had angered the other party. This time, he was here for revenge. The Blood Dragon Guards are a bunch of bastards. The mission hall administrator cursed in his heart as he was forced to do as he was told. Chapter 1910. Vice Hall Master Li was a straightforward and righteous person. He directly increased Xiao Chen's reward by another 20%. 50,000 primeval heavenly pills. An increase of 20% meant 60,000 primeval heavenly pills. Obtaining an additional 10,000 primeval heavenly pills for no reason felt very good. After leaving the mission hall, Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude and stated the reason for his visit. Big Brother Li, this is the crystal treasure chest I obtained from annihilating the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits. It is probably the wealth that the demonic Cloud Mountain bandits have accumulated over the years. Vice Hall Master Li received the crystal treasure chest and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an exquisite little thing. This old man actually can't figure it out in such a short time. After fiddling with the box for a while, before Xiao Chen could say anything, Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "You want me to find a grandmaster to help you open this box?" "That's right. No matter what's in the box, I'm willing to give 20% of it to Brother Li." Vice Hall Master Li laughed heartily and said, "There's no point in talking about this. The demonic Cloud Mountain bandits aren't even worthy of my attention. I think highly of you because you have a high chance of becoming a heaven dragon in Ancestor Dragon City." Heaven dragon? I often hear these 2 words. What exactly is a heavenly dragon? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, "The heaven dragon is a kind of transformation, a kind of leap. Breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, washing away all the impurities and becoming a legend. The heaven dragon is a legendary existence that surpasses the divine dragons. It is extremely terrifying. You might not understand what I'm saying. Do you see the statue of the heaven dragon standing on the peak of the mountain that looks like it's soaring through the clouds? It's right there." Vice Hall Master Li said as he pointed at a statue standing on a mountain peak in the distance. Looking in the direction of his finger, Xiao Chen saw the statue. It was a statue of a giant dragon that could be felt from far away. The entire statue was incomparably long, occupying the peak of the mountain. The mountain was tens of thousands of zhang tall, and its peak was vast and surrounded by clouds and mist. The clouds moved with the wind, and the statue hidden inside seemed to be alive. The Heaven Dragon bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the dragon race that cannot be inherited. In the Great Desolate Era, the Heaven Dragon actually existed, but its bloodline could not be passed down. In theory, a divine dragon could also mutate into a heaven dragon, but it had never happened before. Without experiencing the hardships of the lowest level, it's impossible to complete this sublimation and become a heaven dragon. Vice Hall Master Li said leisurely. There was a hint of yearning in his words. The heaven dragon could only be a legend. Are there any warriors with the heaven dragon bloodline in the dragon clan now? Xiao Chen asked. Nope. The probability of a heaven dragon appearing was too low. Once it appeared, the dragon clan would definitely prosper. Actually what? I shouldn't be saying this to you, but it doesn't matter. This old man doesn't have that many scruples. 25 years ago, my Heaven Dragon Palace gave birth to a genuine Heaven Dragon. However, this person only appeared for a brief moment before his Taoist rhyme disappeared. Dead. Indeed, he died. When I was very young, I found him somewhat strange. Indeed, it was not strange. To think that the first thing he did after becoming a Heaven Dragon was to challenge the current Dragon Emperor. If that is not seeking death, what is? Vice Hall Master Li seemed to know that person. When he mentioned that person, his tone contained heavy sorrow. Even though Vice Hall Master Li purposely hid it, Xiao Chen could still sense it. Speaking of which, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist that you chose. What? This startled Xiao Chen. His normally calm heart could not help rippling. He recalled that the martial technique pavilion disciple who led him there back then did not say this. Vice Hall Master Li smiled and said, he was the one who created the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by him. However, because of what happened 25 years ago, the dragon race sealed up his deeds. Not everyone knows about it. Hence, sometimes, everything is preordained by the heavens. You were the one who chose that secret manual. Xiao Chen thought to himself, I am a blue dragon, a bona fide divine dragon bloodline. It is probably impossible for me to become a heaven dragon. I will have to disappoint Vice Hall Master Li. After saying goodbye to Vice Hall Master Li, Xiao Chen walked down the peak alone. Xiao Chen was still thinking about his conversation with Vice Hall Master Li. To think that the Supreme Dragon Fist was created by the Heaven Dragon who fought with the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had not expected it. It was no wonder Zhang Xian felt that this fist art was disgraceful and unorthodox at first glance. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was honored? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 desolate lands. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was honored? Luck was not on your side, and your life was as thin as paper. What was supreme? In the world, only I was honored. The incantation for the Supreme Dragon Fist echoed in Xiao Chen's mind. His thoughts drifted somewhat. It looked like Xiao Chen had to practice this fist technique properly. The fact that it was created by the Heaven Dragon was definitely true. Vice Hall Master Li had also said that the Divine Dragon bloodline could give birth to a Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen might have a chance. He wondered if there would be any difference between the transformation of the Blue Dragon bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline and the transformation of an ordinary bloodline into the Heaven Dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen! Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, a startled cry startled him to his senses. When Xiao Chen raised his head to look at the newcomer, he felt slightly stunned. After a while, he showed an expression of understanding. Zhang Yunxian. Before Xiao Chen came out of closed-door cultivation, Zhang Yunxian had forced him to make a move and ended up being beaten up like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had just returned, and he ran into Zhang Yunxian again. Xiao Chen, how bold of you! The law enforcement hall grounded you, and you actually sneaked out. When Zhang Yunxian saw Xiao Chen, he also felt stunned. After he saw clearly, he could not help smiling coldly in his heart. What a great Xiao Chen! Is it not enough for the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson? You even dare to sneak out after being grounded? Quickly go and call the Blood Dragon guards over. I'll delay him. After violating the sect rules and being punished, he still dares to sneak out. Xiao Chen, no one can save you today. Zhang Yunxian smiled coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly left with his friends to inform the Blood Dragon guards. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that he had indeed been placed in confinement. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that he had been imprisoned. Back then, Vice Hall Master Li had said that Zhang Yunxian would give him a random punishment and not show himself for now. Xiao Chen had forgotten. However, does it matter? It does not. Xiao Chen raised his hand and punched at Zhang Yunxian. After the tempering of a few missions, Zhang Yunxian was no longer as weak as before. Xiao Chen's cultivation had stabilized, and his horizons had widened. He had accumulated a lot of experience. When Xiao Chen punched, the attack was sharp. The fist wind contained 30 cauldron force and a boundlessly sharp saber move. Xiao Chen raised his feet slightly, and 2 Dao discs appeared behind him. Winds blew and clouds surged. This time, Zhang Yunxian was on guard, guarding against Xiao Chen. When he saw Xiao Chen make a move, he smiled and said, "I was waiting for you to make a move." However, when the fist wind approached, a vast might pressed down. The sharp fist wind immediately stifled Zhang Yunxian. Zhang Yunxian immediately regretted his actions. He could not receive this punch at all. He had to dodge the instant he made his move. However, the fist wind had already arrived, and he could not retreat. Bang! The punch sent Zhang Yunxian flying amid a loud sound. After he landed, he moved back continuously. Bang! 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 Using Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen's entire body flickered with electric light. Saber winds danced, and fist lights flew endlessly. Xiao Chen threw punch after punch. With every punch, blood leaked out of Zhang Yunxuan's mouth. After 10 punches, Zhang Yunxian could no longer hold back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. Pah! Just as Zhang Yunxian was about to get up, Xiao Chen stomped heavily on him. "Senior brother Zhang, the Blood Dragon Guards are here. The Blood Dragon Guards are here." At the crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. Zhang Yunxian, who was under Xiao Chen's foot, could not help laughing loudly. "Xiao Chen, your death date is here. Let's see how you deal with the upcoming Heaven-class core disciple selection after being captured by the Blood Dragon Guards." Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his gaze fell on the 4 Blood Dragon Guards in the air, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When the 4 Blood Dragon Guards saw Xiao Chen, they all showed startled expressions. Before they came, they had not heard that the person who broke the sect rules was Xiao Chen. This was especially so when they felt Xiao Chen's gaze. They felt a chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Blood Dragon Guards landed on the ground and walked over to Xiao Chen and Zhang Yunxian. It's him. He left the confinement room and violated the rules of the sect. Today, he even injured a fellow disciple, adding to his crimes. When Zhang Yunxian saw the Blood Dragon Guards walk over, the smile on his face widened. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, "Senior Martial Brother, you've worked hard. Leave this person to us." Not at all. Zhang Yunxian chuckled. However, he immediately felt that something was amiss. Those words were not directed at him. A core disciple, Zhang Yunxian, deliberately attacked a fellow disciple, Xiao Chen. He has a bad influence and is now being taken away according to the sect rules. Without saying a word, the 4 Blood Dragon Guards each struck out with a palm strike, knocking Zhang Yunxian unconscious. Then they worked together to raise him. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Senior brother Xiao, goodbye." The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Why did nothing happen to Xiao Chen, but senior brother Zhang was taken away? What a joke! How could the Blood Dragon Guards dare to offend Xiao Chen now? Everyone knew that he had Vice Hall Master Li backing him. They would be lucky if they didn't beat them up instead. Chapter 1911. As Xiao Chen watched coldly as the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, he remained expressionless. However, he thought to himself, serves him right. Zhang Yunxian repeatedly sought trouble for me. If this were outside, I would not let him off so easily. The disciples who came with Zhang Yunxian startled to their senses after being stunned. Then, they ran over to block the Blood Dragon Guards. Blood Dragon Guards. You are mistaken. He. Xiao Chen is the main culprit. My senior brother is just blocking him. You have to look carefully. Those disciples said in dissatisfaction as they pointed at Xiao Chen. The Blood Dragon Guards are handling matters. It is not your place to interrupt. Scram. The leader of the Blood Dragon Guards felt impatient and directly attacked. Scarlet flames immediately burned in his eyes. When the Blood Dragon Guard threw a palm strike, vast veritable essence energy mixed with dragon might surged out. Then that person shouted coldly, "If you still don't scram, we will capture you all as well. How dare you obstruct the Blood Dragon Guards? You are really bold." Seeing the Blood Dragon Guard's ferocious appearance, the disciples immediately trembled in fear, not daring to say anything. Their image of bullying the kind and fearing the evil was immediately exposed. The many disciples watching from the summit could not help laughing loudly when they saw this scene. The core disciples following Zhang Yunxian were usually arrogant and despotic. However, no one dared to do anything to him because he had Yi Chenyun as his backer. Even if they were bullied, they could only endure it. Now that the Blood Dragon Guards captured Zhang Yunxian, they felt incredibly happy in their hearts. As for Xiao Chen, the spectators could tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. No matter what the rumors were, Xiao Chen had never used his status as a core disciple to suppress the other disciples. Xiao Chen had not taken the other disciples' cultivation resources, either. He did not have any disputes with them at all. There was a balance in everyone's heart. They could distinguish between good and bad. At the very least, no one spoke up for Zhang Yunxian at this moment. No one stepped forward to accuse Xiao Chen, either. Of course, Zhang Yunxuan's lackeys were an exception. Seeing that the Blood Dragon Guards had gone far away, the lackeys did not dare to voice their anger. Instead, they vented their anger on Xiao Chen. Just you wait. Now that senior brother Yi has broken through to middle stage Holy Venerate, he will definitely seek justice for senior brother Zhang. However, when they saw Xiao Chen raise his eyebrows as if he was about to attack again, the group of people ran away quickly. He did not dare to stay for long, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to make a move. He sure runs fast. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He ignored this group of clowns and summoned out the demon blood vulture. He flew straight to his cave abode. Senior brother E, something big has happened. The group of people rushed to Yi Qianyun's residence in a fluster. Even before they arrived, they were already making a ruckus. Yi Qianyun, who was in closed-door cultivation, frowned slightly. When this group of people approached, he shouted, "Speak properly. Don't act like you lost your soul." Yes. Senior brother Zhang Yunxian was beaten up by Xiao Chen in the mission office. What? Yi Qianyun immediately felt enraged. This Xiao Chen is really going against the heavens. Does he not know that Zhang Yunxian is one of my people? Xiao Chen repeatedly did not give me face, humiliating Zhang Yunxian in front of everyone. How is Yi Qianyun going to establish himself among the core disciples in the future? Something's not right. Yi Qianyun stood up. Then, he thought, isn't Xiao Chen in confinement at this time? Yi Qianyun had forgotten about this person long ago. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen violated the sect rules and was placed in confinement. He would definitely miss the heaven-class core disciple selection. If Xiao Chen could not become a heaven-class core disciple, then Xiao Chen would be as good as crippled, no longer a threat. Why did Xiao Chen suddenly appear again? Yi Qianyun said coldly, "Speak. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Senior brother Yi, it's like this. After hearing this group of people's narration, Yi Qianyun's expression turned grave. His thoughts were quick, and he quickly guessed what happened. The Blood Dragon Guards completely ignored Xiao Chen. This meant that Xiao Chen's confinement was just a pretense. This was normal. A talent with potential like Xiao Chen would always attract the appreciation of major characters. Senior brother, what should we do now? Yi Qianyun said coldly, don't cause too much trouble during this period. When I become a heaven-class core disciple, Xiao Chen's good days will come to an end. Scram. Yi Qianyun felt uneasy. How could he care about Zhang Yunxuan's life or death? Now that a major character had taken a liking to him, the threat that Xiao Chen posed increased several-fold. After the group left, Yi Qianyun said sullenly, I have to show Elder Yun some respect as well. There is only one heaven-class core disciple slot. Nothing can happen to it. At the same time, Qin Yan, Xiao Jinyu, Feng Tianyi, and the other core disciples with extremely strong accumulations, who were disciples of heaven-class elders, also received news of Xiao Chen's strong return to the Heaven Dragon Palace. Back then, as a disciple of a large clan, they had cleared the 3 stages together with Xiao Chen and become core disciples. Initially, they did not care about a mixed blood dragon. However now, they had no choice but to take him seriously. However, these people were also very confident in their own strength. After arriving at the Heaven Dragon Palace for about half a year, they had brought out their accumulations to the fullest. Their respective accumulations were fully brought out, and under the guidance of a master teacher, they improved rapidly. These people did not believe that they would lose to others. Like Yi Qianyun, they all had absolute confidence. They believed that they would definitely become a heaven-class core disciple. However, in the end, there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. At Xiao Jinyu's residence, clouds covered the sky, and strong winds howled. The sword intent was like frost, dyeing the surrounding 5,000 kilometers white. The surrounding mountains were covered in pure white mist, making them look like white snow. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that it was not white fog, frost, or snow. It was the sword intent. It was the sword. This was an extremely pure sword intent. With a thought, it turned into white frost, covering the mountains and lakes. A strong wind howled. When one listened carefully, one could hear the sound of metal horses and weapons clashing. That was the sound of the sword Dao. In the courtyard of the residence, pear blossoms filled the courtyard. Xiao Jinyu circled in the air before slowly descending. His heart moved, but his sword did not move. The pear blossoms flew and piled up. When he landed, he was buried in a pear blossom grave. Clang! Xiao Jinyu tossed the sword in his hand, and it stabbed into the ground by 1 centimeter. It buzzed endlessly, and the sword intent raged like a storm. However, that pear blossom grave did not move at all, looking like a real grave. Xiao Chen! Xiao Jinyu snorted coldly, and the white-clad Xiao Chen appeared before him. During the past month, Xiao Jinyu had cultivated bitterly day and night, Elder Tianyun's words echoing in his mind. If you cannot defeat Xiao Chen and embarrass this old man, you can forget about remaining in this Heaven Dragon Palace. Damn it! Damn it! The echoing words grew increasingly louder in Xiao Jinyu's ears. He could not help roaring to the sky. Dang! 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 The sword stabbed into the grave directly shattered. Then, a horrifying sword intent howled out. Rumble! The broken sword shard stabbed into the surrounding peaks, instantly chopping them in half. Xiao Jinyu said coldly, "You cannot exist in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Only I can become a heaven-class core disciple. You are not worthy." The strong hatred caused Xiao Jinyu's sword chi to surge endlessly, raging and howling as he wished. Not bad. Whoosh! Elder Tianyun suddenly appeared in the residence and praised Xiao Jinyu softly. Xiao Jinyu's expression changed slightly, and a hard-to-detect hatred flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and said, "Master, only with emotions can one erupt. The more hatred you have, the more ruthless you are. I know that your ambition is not in this Heaven Dragon Palace but the vaster Ancestor Dragon City. However, if you cannot even take the first step and fall at Xiao Chen's feet, your life will be over." Elder Tianyun said coldly without any expression. "Disciple does not dare to. No matter what accomplishments I achieve in the future, I will not dare to forget Master's kindness." Humph! What use do I have for your kindness? If you become a heaven-class core disciple and enter Ancestor Dragon City, the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon will naturally reward me. Remember, just don't embarrass me. In the future, if you really reach a high position, what does that have to do with me? This old man has lived long enough. I fight for the present, not the future. Elder Tianyun said sullenly, "You have to ruthlessly defeat Xiao Chen. Otherwise, I will personally chase you out of the Heaven Dragon Palace." Xiao Jinyu's expression twisted slightly. "Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! It's Xiao Chen again. Why do you feel that I am definitely not as good as Xiao Chen? He is just an insignificant mixed-blood dragon. Yet, you keep using him to provoke me. How hateful!" Seeing that Elder Tianyun clearly did not trust him, Xiao Jinyu's hatred for Xiao Chen and Elder Tianyun deepened. "Prepare well. There is still 1 more month. You need to make a breakthrough in the Sword Great Dao." Elder Tianyun waved his hand and vanished. Chapter 19:12. When Xiao Chen returned to Cold Moon Cave, he did not know that he had become a thorn in the side of Xiao Jinyu and the others. However, given Xiao Chen's character, it did not matter even if he knew. Those who did not incur the jealousy of others were mediocre. As long as one's heart was fearless, it did not matter. Xiao Chen was very open-minded, not thinking about these frustrating thoughts at all. There was no hatred or fear in Xiao Chen's heart, only an indomitable, proud, and unyielding heart. Xiao Chen clearly understood his heart and his goal. Then, he put in the effort and did not give up. Just that was enough. Inside his residence, Xiao Chen took out the brocade box that General Feng gave him. He could finally open it and take a look. What could it be? General Feng gave Murong Yan an abyssal flame seed. It happened to be compatible with Murong Yan's attribute, complementing his heart and body. Since it was given to Xiao Chen, it could only be good and not bad. Furthermore, it would be compatible with Murong Yan, not some useless treasure. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen opened the brocade box. Boom! The instant Xiao Chen opened it, a dazzling light immediately blinded him. It was white and gray, and he felt some pain. Tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Xiao Chen could not help mocking himself in his heart. Interesting. I have not even seen what it is, and I am already moved to tears. No wonder General Feng told me not to open it first. With such a piercing light, it would be hard not to envy Wei Hongfei and the others. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, the blurry, flickering scene slowly turned clear. The brocade box contained a stalk of grass and a piece of jade. The light came from the two. The main thing that came from the jade was the jade. The grass originally did not give off any light. However, after being in contact with the jade for a long time, it gave off some light. The jade was an unpolished piece of jade. Aside from the resplendent light, there was nothing strange about it. It looked very plain, white and clear, like a drop of dew that bloomed with the morning sun. There was a burning flame hidden in the water. Something strange. The jade is like water, but there is a flame hidden in the water? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and magnified the flame in the jade by 100, no 1,000 times. Only then did he discover to his horror that the flame was actually a thunder flame. It was this thunder flame that had stabbed him just now. Good heavens! Just how pure and dense must it be to be able to injure me with just a little bit? How can it compare to my great Tao of thunder? With a thought from Xiao Chen, the Tao disc representing the thunder great Tao appeared behind him. The Tao ring condensed into a point. The lightning was resplendent, and Xiao Chen placed it on his palm. The lightning flame was hidden in the jade, but it gave off a bit of light. However, compared to his own condensed grand Tao, it was overshadowed. How could this be? Xiao Chen trembled slightly. He almost lost control of the great Tao of thunder, causing it to spill out and explode. Xiao Chen quickly focused his mind and slowly infused the thunder great Tao into his body to prevent an explosion from destroying his courtyard. Jade was not an ordinary object. It was like water or mist. However, this peerless unpolished jade was merely used to hide the aura of the thunder flame. What General Feng gave Xiao Chen was that thunder flame, not this unpolished jade. It was indeed a good fit. General Feng saw that Xiao Chen possessed the great Tao of thunder, so he gave him this item. This way, my thunder great Tao can be improved further. Indeed, it complements each other. It is indescribably wondrous and suits my heart. Xiao Chen looked at that stalk of grass. It was green and extremely simple, just like an ordinary grass that grew in a crack in a rock, in a corner or on the ground. However, when placed together with that bit of thunder flame, it would definitely not be ordinary. What could it be? The first thing that came to Xiao Chen's mind was something like the sword monarch grass, a grass watered by sword intent. The grass before Xiao Chen might be a grass watered by saber intent. However, it was of a much higher grade than the sword monarch grass. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Holy Land was filled with sword monarch grass. At that time, Xiao Chen felt that it was a great pity. How great would it be if it were saber monarch grass? If he directly absorbed it, his saber intent would reach peak small perfection and his saber great Tao would advance further. Right now, would this stalk of grass fulfill his wish? I'll know after trying. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the grass. Cassie! The vast saber intent shattered his spiritual sense in less than 1,000th of a second. All Xiao Chen saw was a blurry saber light in his mind. It was as vast as the sea, disappearing in a flash. Xiao Chen immediately felt a splitting headache. His sea of consciousness felt like it was about to be sliced in half. He stumbled and nearly dropped the brocade box. Fortunately, the scene that appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared in a flash. It came and went quickly. When Xiao Chen recovered, he revealed joy on his face. His eyes glowed as he laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, it suits my heart. Even a stalk of grass has its own pride. It cannot be underestimated by others or pry into it. General Feng, Xiao Chen thanks you. Of the two treasures, one targeted his thunder Tao and the other targeted his saber great Tao. No wonder he could not open it in person. Wei Hongfei and Murong Yen were still fine. At most, they would feel envious and jealous. However, it was hard to say for the other two. If these treasures were leaked, who knew what kind of trouble it would bring to him? Xiao Chen, who who already had the heaven-class core disciple spot in his grasp, could not help feeling even more confident now. I'll advance to late-stage star venerate first and absorb all these primeval heavenly pills. Xiaofan suppressed his restless heart. He knew that it was not the time to absorb these two treasures yet. It would be a waste to do so now. When he reached the peak in both aspects, he would absorb these two treasures and experience a qualitative leap. Even with important treasures in hand, he could not act rashly and summon a heart demon. Caution! Caution! This was the principle. After arriving at the cultivation room of the residence, Xiaofan sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. Then, he gently waved his right hand. 1,000 primeval heavenly pills appeared in the surroundings, floating in the secret room. Such a scene was extremely extravagant, dazzling to the eyes. These were primeval heavenly pills, something much more precious than superior-grade spirit jades. Time to break through. Xiaofan did not feel any pity or fear of wastage. He opened his mouth like a huge whale in the deep sea, swallowing all these primeval heavenly pills like you the shrimp. Boom! 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 Intense tremors came from Xiaofan's physical body, making him excited. Dragon roars rang out endlessly, shaking heaven and earth, surging in Xiaofan's body. Every cell in Xiaofan's physical body thirsted for the vast spiritual energy that the primeval heavenly pills turned into, greedily absorbing it. Xiaofan's aura soared explosively, rising continuously. When he finished absorbing all 1,000 primeval heavenly pills, a certain bottleneck in Xiaofan's body broke. It was like a dam instantly collapsing, surging energy crushing it. After successfully breaking through, Xiaofan advanced to late-stage star venerate. The bottleneck between middle-stage star venerate and late-stage star venerate no longer existed. However, Xiaofan wanted to temper himself in the middle stage, accumulating accumulations. Looking at it now, the effects were pretty good. After breaking through, Xiaofan's aura increased several-fold. The veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core, which was already filled to the brim, immediately became sparse. The space within the primal core was like a nation with countless more territories added. The sky above the soul pool was densely packed with stars. When Xiaofan opened his eyes, starlight burst out. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by soul energy was strangely simple, like returning to its natural state, laying the final foundation for the next realm. Without circulating any cultivation technique, Xiaofan relied only on these 1,000 primeval heavenly pills to forcefully break through. It was tyrannical and efficient. There are still several tens of thousands of primeval heavenly pills left. After this, I will have to work slowly and not succeed in one go. Xiaofan did not lose himself because of the sudden breakthrough. He closed his eyes again. With a wave of his hand, he placed the many primeval heavenly pills in the spirit-gathering formation below. Xiaofan circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer, continuously absorbing the primeval heavenly pills. Immediately, electric light flickered in the room, and thunder roared endlessly. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of lightning appeared in this quiet room, nourishing Xiaofan, who was in the center of the formation. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Xiaofan used up 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Such a horrifying absorption forced Xiaofan to stop temporarily. Although Xiaofan's physical body had a horrifying requirement after cultivating a demonic Tao cultivation technique, he still needed more primeval heavenly pills. Even if he swallowed 50,000 primeval heavenly pills in one go, his body might not explode and die. However, Xiaofan maintained restraint and did not go that far. Xiaofan had a balance in his heart. There were some bottom lines that he could not touch. Once he did, it would be hard to turn back. The consumption of 20,000 primeval heavenly pills thoroughly stabilized his late-stage star venerate cultivation. He was now a small perfection late-stage star venerate, not far from great perfection. Senior Brother Xiao, I'm here on Hall Master Li's orders. Please open the door and meet me. Just at this moment, a voice came from outside the residence's formation. Chapter 1913. He came on Vice Hall Master Li's orders? It looks like the seal on the crystal chest has been removed and can be opened. Whoosh! Xiaofan turned into a flash of lightning, passing through the many formations and appearing outside the residence. This person was an inner palace disciple in his 20s. When he saw Xiaofan appear, he was slightly startled. Then, an expression of worship appeared in his eyes. Xiao Chen glanced at the inner palace disciple and found this expression strange. Senior brother, this is the crystal chest that Vice Hall Master Li asked me to bring to you. He said that you can open it now, but it has not been touched. He also asked me to remind you that there might be restrictions in there, so you need to be more cautious. The inner palace disciple said respectfully as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received the crystal chest. Vice Hall Master Li was very thorough, fearing that Xiao Chen was inexperienced. However, Vice Hall Master Li worried for nothing. Xiao Chen had already experienced such matters many times and was very experienced. Oh right. Vice Hall Master Li also asked me to tell you not to lower your guard in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition. He received news that there is only one slot this time. Those who are capable of competing for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are all cultivating like crazy. Among them, Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and the other disciples who have taken a Heaven Class Elder as their master have become even stronger. Seeing that Xiao Chen was somewhat excited, this inner palace disciple's voice trembled somewhat. One slot. The Heaven Dragon Palace was different from the other palaces. It had many core disciples, more than 10,000. Getting these 10,000 people to compete for one Heaven Class Core Disciple slot was simply too cruel. No wonder Wei Hongfei said that the people who could become Heaven Class Core Disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Help me thank Big Brother Li. I will definitely do my best in the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition and not disappoint him." Haha. I also believe that Senior Brother Xiao will succeed. Everyone in the Heaven Dragon Palace knows about this. Senior Brother Xiao Chen killed demonic venerate Mu Yun in the violent flame desert. Then, he killed Rakshasa Tion's clone in the first layer of the abyssal underworld with one saber strike and saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion by himself. Word of this has spread throughout the 7 palaces. Brother Xiao has brought glory to our Heaven Dragon Palace. He ruthlessly suppressed the might of those divine Dragon Palace disciples. The inner palace disciple was excited and said a lot in one breath. He was extremely excited. The inner palace disciple said a lot in one breath, feeling excited. Furthermore, mixed blood dragons always had a low status. The 6-colored divine dragons looked down on them. Even true dragons with slightly better bloodlines looked down on them. Suddenly, Xiao Chen appeared and surpassed the disciples of the other divine dragon palaces in 2 missions. This was indeed inspiring. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder he felt that the inner palace disciples looked at him strangely when he came out. The news spread really fast. There are also some veteran core disciples whose strength cannot be underestimated. That Yi Qianyun has already broken through to the mid-stage Holy Venerate realm. Into of Mu. Masters the Chen Xiao Chen. He is into of sect. Is of Yun Chen of Master. Of Chen. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Many thanks. You are too polite, too polite." Upon receiving Xiao Chen's thanks, the inner palace disciple rejoiced. "I'll take my leave first." Honestly speaking, after opening General Feng's brocade box and receiving 2 great gifts, Xiao Chen felt very happy. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain great bandits could have any pleasant surprises in the crystal treasure chest. Xiao Chen did not have any expectations for the items in the crystal treasure chest. He did not believe that these demonic Cloud Mountain bandits could have any pleasant surprises. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen casually put away the crystal treasure chest, not opening it for now. Xiao Chen had just absorbed 10,000 primeval heavenly pills, so he was not in a rush to continue cultivating. So, he called out the demon blood vulture and arrived at the lake in his residence. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. The surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. Willow trees shaded the shore. White fog surrounded the tall mountains in the distance, and the sky looked blue. When Xiao Chen arrived, he immediately felt a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, which made his heart calm down. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well walk around. Xiao Chen stood at the shore and emptied his mind. He did not think about the fight for the Heaven Class Core Disciple position or advancing his cultivation. Xiao Chen just walked around casually, aimlessly, moving as he pleased. Suddenly, Xiao Chen took a casual glance and was stunned. The mirror-like surface of the lake suddenly reflected a dragon image. The dragon image was clear and very realistic. Suddenly, Xiao Chen could not tell if it was real or fake. It was like a dragon really hid in the lake. Xiaofan looked up into the distance. It turned out to be the projection of the Heaven Dragon statue on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace. The wind blew, and the Heaven Dragon statue revealed its true appearance, reflected in the lake. I did not discover such a wondrous scene in the past. It is truly mysterious. Xiaofan muttered to himself. Soon, this wondrous scene vanished. The clouds hid the Heaven Dragon statue in the distance again. However, the reflection in the water looked like a heaven dragon swimming gently, not stirring up any ripples as it vanished silently. Heaven Dragon! Heaven Dragon! As Xiaofan looked at the smooth and tranquil water, he felt disappointed and frustrated for some reason. It was like the Heaven Dragon had really slipped away before his eyes. The Heaven Dragon was an existence above the divine dragons. In the hearts of every mixed-blood dragon, it held a lofty, godlike position. Speaking of which, only the lowliest mixed-blood dragons could break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, becoming a heaven dragon. Once a mixed-blood dragon comprehended the Tao and became a heaven dragon, it would immediately surpass the six-color divine dragons, becoming a transcendent existence. Every mixed-blood dragon probably had similar fantasies in their hearts. They hoped to one day become a heaven dragon. At this moment, the heaven dragon's figure was deeply engraved in Xiaofan's heart. If Xiaofan became a heaven dragon, he would be even more confident of fighting for the Dragon Emperor position in the future. Let's go and take a look. With a thought, Xiaofan turned into a flash of lightning and merged into the clouds. After a while, that extremely distant main peak appeared before Xiaofan. The interesting thing was that when Xiaofan got closer, he could not see the full appearance of the Heaven Dragon statue. The scene that Xiaofan saw became even more blurry, unable to see clearly. Furthermore, he could sense layers of restrictions around the main peak and layers of dragon might. The restrictions blocked him outside, not allowing him to get close. I'm a core disciple. Could it be that I can't get close to the main peak? Xiaofan knew that there was a problem with his identity. The vast Heaven Dragon Palace was filled with restrictions. However, he had a core disciple identity token. Many places were unobstructed and unrestricted. Never mind. Now that he was in the mood, how could he return disappointed? So, Xiaofan decided to force his way in. Boom! Xiaofan turned into a saber with an unparalleled sharpness, allowing Xiaofan to endure the vast dragon might and barge through 3 layers of restrictions. The immense pressure made Xiaofan feel extremely uncomfortable. All the bones in his body creaked from the pressure. Divine Dragon War Body. With a shout, Xiaofan materialized the Divine Dragon War Body. The dragon might merged with every cell in his body. A suit of armor made of dragon might formed on the surface of his body. Bang! 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 Just like that, Xiaofan cleared another 3 stages and continued heading for the peak. Xiaofan did not know that when he cleared the first stage, there were already countless hidden old men cultivating on the main peak. Those old men opened their eyes and noticed Xiaofan. However, after seeing his identity, no one bothered with him. The many old men smiled and stroked their beards as they watched Xiaofan barge through the stages with much difficulty. To them, this was not strange at all. Every year, there would be newly advanced core disciples who came rashly. The dragon might of the Heaven Dragon statue attracted them and forced their way through the stages. Here comes an unfamiliar face. I wonder how many stages he can clear. It looks like he does not know the rules. Aside from the sect elders, only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Only Heaven-class core disciples can cultivate in there. Old Lu, let's make a bet. Let's see how many layers he can clear. How about 100 subdivine crystals? Haha. This old man will join in as well. I bet that he will back off at the 50th layer. His physical body cultivation is pretty good. He should be able to break through the 80th layer. It is not just his physical body cultivation. His saber intent is incredible as well. I bet 90 layers. There were even some old men who started discussing in secret, betting on how many layers of restrictions Xiaofan could clear. There was a total of 308 layers of restrictions on the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. Normally, the power of the restrictions was not fully activated. Only when an enemy attacked would the power of the layers of formations be activated. Otherwise, Xiaofan would be thrown out of the first stage. After making it to the 10th layer, Xiao Chen's sharp spiritual sense suddenly discovered that although the main peak's aura was one and majestic, the dragon might seem to be sentient. However, the dragon might seem to have a mind of its own, wandering around and not merging with the main peak's aura. This strange feeling was extremely difficult to detect. However, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was extremely sharp. Furthermore, he was very meticulous, so he still discovered it. That seems to be the case. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Since that is the case, I can dodge the dragon might as long as my movement technique is fast enough. Given this, the pressure on me will be significantly reduced. Xiao Chen immediately took action. He scattered most of the veritable essence energy he used to protect his body and executed Thunder Dragon steps at full power. Xiao Chen's figure immediately flickered like lightning, moving extremely fast. He skillfully passed through the many restrictions. Oh no! He is going to break through the 100th layer. Jokes aside, once Xiao Chen broke through the 100th layer, he would be able to break through the outer barrier and land on the main peak, even though he would not be able to reach the peak. In the past thousands of years, there had never been a core disciple who landed on the main peak. Chapter 1914. After passing over 100 layers of restrictions, Xiao Chen suddenly felt his body become much lighter, and he could roam freely. It turned out that he had broken through all the restrictions on the outer layer. Further ahead was the restriction on the inner layer. He reckoned that there should be a core restriction on top. It seems like we can go down now. Xiao Chen relied on trickery to break through to the 100th layer. He admitted that he couldn't break through the inner layer's restriction, so he simply fell down. Looking down, Zhang Xian saw 3 people cultivating with their eyes closed on a platform. 2 men and 1 woman. They blended in with the surrounding mountains and rivers, their auras becoming one, parts of each other. Behind the platform was a cliff that was 10,000 zhang tall. Above them was a faintly discernible dragon head hidden in the clouds and mist. Spiritual qi cascaded down from the dragon head like a waterfall. As it splashed down, it formed a dense stream of spiritual energy that meandered down the mountain. Under such a background, the platform seemed like an immortal realm, like a dreamland, ethereal, and refreshing. Xiao. The 3 people cultivating on the platform opened their eyes at the same time. Their sharp auras seemed solid as they looked at the descending Xiao Chen. The magnificent momentum was vast and boundless. The 3 lines of sight were vast and mighty. Break! Xiao Chen gathered his dragon might and sent out a palm strike. Dragon roars could be heard from his body. The palm wind surged out violently, breaking through the 3 auras and bringing Xiao Chen down. Xiao Chen pushed off the air and landed firmly on the edge of the platform, on an old tree by the cliff. As Xiao Chen sized up these 2 men and 1 woman, he thought to himself, these 3 should be the current heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Exian, Li Luo, Zhu Yun. A heaven-class core disciple truly lived up to his reputation. With just one glance, he exuded a vast might and an unparalleled sharpness. With just one glance, Xiao Chen looked up at the tall cliff behind the platform, where the heavenly dragon's head reared up. Looking at it from afar and up close gave people a different feeling. Compared to the divine dragon's dragon might, the heaven dragon's dragon might was ethereal and ancient. It had a righteous qi that was compatible with the heavens. Xiao Chen focused his gaze and comprehended it carefully. A mysterious feeling lingered in his heart. What is heaven? The heavenly Tao is heartless, the Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is heartless, the heavenly Tao is not old. The life and death of mortals, the flourishing and withering of plants, the destruction of dynasties, the birth of empires, what did it have to do with the heavens? What is a heaven dragon? Emotionless. Heartless. Desireless. No, that's not right. If it's heartless and heartless, it's not the heaven dragon, it's the devil dragon. Inexplicably, Xiao Chen came to many realizations, but these realizations were constantly denied. Thousands of thoughts hung in his mind. Tens of thousands of strands of annoyance dazzled his eyes. All of a sudden, the clouds dispersed, revealing the heaven dragon's head. As if dissatisfied with someone spying on it, a vast dragon might descended. Boom! Xiao Chen fell down on the spot, but Xiao Chen still didn't wake up. He was still immersed in that wonderful enlightenment. He didn't know. You overestimate yourself. You are just a mixed blood dragon, and you dare to look directly at the heaven dragon? The blue-clad heaven-class core disciple of the 3 said indifferently and then ignored him. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The other two recovered their calm after being stunned for a while. Heaven-class core disciples already cultivated their mental states to a sufficiently strong level. Ordinary changes would not cause too much of a reaction. Since a core disciple barged into the main peak, the sect elders would naturally deal with it. However, just at this moment something strange happened. A golden light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he fell into the deep abyss. A vast dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body, and the top half of the mountain trembled slightly. Xiao Chen's body exuded a dragon might that he had never felt before, giving off an ethereal and divine feeling. What was a heaven dragon? It was not heartless or heartless. Instead, it required one to be bold and broad-minded, to be able to accept this boundless heaven. However big the heaven was, one's heart had to be as big as the heaven. One had to accept the heaven and not completely merge with it. That way, one would end up walking the path of no return, heartless and heartless. One had to merge with the heaven and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. What's going on? Suddenly, Xiao Chen discovered that his body was falling. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and soared into the clouds. In the end, he ran into great resistance. There was a natural aura on the main peak. Dragon transformation. Xiao Chen shouted in his heart, and he turned into a lightning dragon. The solemn and divine dragon might scattered the resistance. After a while, he flew back up. Whoosh! The shocking roar of the heaven dragon startled the three heaven-class core disciples awake. The instant they stood up, they saw a lightning dragon charge over. The dragon swung its head, and before the three could react, it was already above their heads. A strong wind blew, and the three's long hair fluttered. They quickly turned around and rushed over. The lightning dragon stuck close to the spiritual energy waterfall and floated up. It gave off an aura that was compatible with the might of a heaven dragon. The second layer of restrictions actually did not work on it, and it continued to soar up. When the three heaven-class core disciples saw this, they were greatly startled. Their mental states fluctuated greatly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiao Chen's physical body floated up and landed on the gigantic head of the heaven dragon statue. This was the summit of the heaven dragon. When Xiao Chen looked around, he could see the entire heaven dragon mountain range, as well as the palaces and cities dotting the mountain range. The buildings, the densely packed outer palace disciples, and the spirit beasts flying in the mountains were all incredibly insignificant in his eyes. Xiao Chen's mind immediately broadened. He felt a sense of disdain for the world, a tyrannical air of being the only sovereign. By relying on the momentum of the heaven dragon, Xiao Chen's horizons reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, an unprecedented lofty feeling welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. He vaguely felt like his heart encompassed the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen did not know that many peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace had appeared on the dragon behind him. Xiao Chen prepared to make a move and chase them away. Just at this moment, a figure silently drifted down from the sky. It was the third palace master. The third palace master slowly descended and gently pressed his hand down, indicating for the crowd not to act rashly and disturb Xiao Chen. The third palace master's eyes glowed as he saw through the mysteries of heaven. He could tell that Xiao Chen had entered some kind of profound state. Hence, the 100-odd peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace retreated quietly and scattered around the colossal Heaven Dragon statue, focusing only on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not know this. His mind was immersed in this wonderful scene. His lofty sentiments surged, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. The sky changed color slightly. The vast and mighty group of dragons roamed the world, entering the sky and the sea. Who was sovereign? The group of dragons was leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world was unfair, and the evil dragon ruled. Who was sovereign? Luck was not on my side, and my life was as fragile as paper. Who was sovereign? In the world, only I am sovereign. For some reason, the energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist started circulating on its own at this moment. Xiao Chen smiled. Then, he used the boundless lofty sentiments in his heart to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist at the top of the Heaven Dragon statue. First move, Leaderless Dragons. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out everywhere as he punched, and his entire body trembled. Boundless veritable essence energy merged with the dragon might, turning into strands of dragon chi that wandered in the sky and turned into thousands of divine dragons. The thousands of dragon chi turned into true dragons flying above the heaven dragon statue's main peak. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of the millions of people in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Second move. Summoning dragons. Xiaofan shouted, and the berserk dragons immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might supported Xiaofan, causing his aura to soar. Xiaofan's body erupted with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. Third move. Heaven Dragon without regrets. The boundless aura turned into lofty sentiments, gathering in Xiaofan's punch. When he punched, it was like a regretless heaven dragon. It carried an aura of determination and sacrifice, shaking the entire main peak. The heaven dragon under Xiaofan's feet seemed to sense it and came to life, roaring ferociously. Dang! 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 The ancient bells in the many palaces of the Heaven Dragon Palace rang at this moment. The bell tolled, and dragon roars reverberated endlessly. Fourth move, raging at the unfair heaven. The lofty sentiments turned into rage, shaking the sky and making the world change color. The rage in Xiaofan's heart made the sky restless. Boom! 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 Countless lightning bolts descended, striking at Xiaofan. Xiaofan attacked in anger. His fist light soared into the sky, shattering all the lightning bolts that came at him. Fifth move, Master of the World. As Xiaofan circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist, he punched and materialized a war banner burning with flames. He held the war banner in his hand and gently placed it on the ground. Boom! The dragon trembled ferociously, shaking the vast Heaven Dragon Palace. As Xiaofan stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue, he entered a wondrous state. His mind was clear, and all sorts of questions that were hard to understand were answered. Xiaofan executed the Supreme Dragon Fist smoothly, moving clouds and flowing water, looking very soul-stirring. Every scene shocked the peak experts of the Heaven Dragon Palace behind. When Xiaofan finished executing the fist technique, he felt very satisfied. His blood surged as he roared, "What is supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme." Immediately, a huge dragon image came out of Xiaofan's body and soared into the sky. The dragon eyes looked down on the entire Heaven Dragon City. Delightful! Xiaofan laughed loudly and looked around. However, he discovered no one. For some reason, none of the elders on the main peak appeared. Xiaofan had been thinking about how to explain himself, but he could not be bothered to think. He turned into a flash of lightning and fled far away. Whoosh! 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 After Xiaofan left, more than 100 figures appeared and gathered on the dragon head, watching as Xiaofan left. The third palace master stood at the front. After thinking for a long time, he said gravely, "As the palace master, I announce that no one is allowed to say a word about today's matter. If anyone asks, just say that I practiced the fist technique on the Heaven Dragon Peak." Yes. Third Palace Master. Chapter 1915. Normally, few people appeared on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. Outsiders could not have known that Xiaofan had been practicing the fist technique earlier. The third palace master gave a rare stern order. Clearly, he wanted to protect Xiaofan. The third palace master gave a deep look in the direction that Xiaofan had taken. Then, he left with a complicated expression. When the many peak experts guarding the main peak on the Heaven Dragon statue saw the third palace master leave, they immediately started discussing the third palace master. Incredible! That white-clad youth actually comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. He might really become a Heaven Dragon in the future. It's hard to say. It is not like one can become a Heaven Dragon just by comprehending the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. There have been failures in the past. However, he managed to comprehend a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries with just one look. That is the most shocking thing. Otherwise, why would the third palace master seal off news of him? Clearly, he wants to protect him. All of you, you're all wrong. It is because of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This fist technique was created by a bona fide Heaven Dragon. Most importantly, the Heavenly Dragon eventually chose to go against the Golden Dragon Emperor. The Heavenly Dragon was too vicious. The third palace master is afraid that the Golden Dragon bloodline will find out about this fellow. That's right. Back then, the Golden Dragon bloodline said that they wanted to destroy all the secret manuals that he left behind. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before he managed to preserve the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Golden Dragon bloodline felt that no one could practice it, so they agreed to keep it. If the Golden Dragon bloodline found out that someone practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, it would be bad. Humph. What do you mean by bad? Could it be that they want to control what cultivation techniques the people of our Heaven Dragon Palace practice? The shock that Xiao Chen caused was too great. This resulted in this group of sovereign personage experts discussing it intensely. Compared to the peak experts of the main peak, the outer palaces, inner palaces, and core disciples outside the main peak were even more shocked. Everyone in the huge Heaven Dragon Hall saw the shocking scene at the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Compared to the group of elders on the Heaven Dragon statue who had seen the whole situation, they were far away. Everything he saw was even more magnificent, shocking, and inconceivable. If one were to say that the Heaven Dragon statue had come back to life, there would probably be people who would believe it. When the phenomenon disappeared, many disciples went crazy and asked around for information. He wanted to know what was going on and what had happened. Unfortunately, the third palace master had already sealed off the news. No matter how they tried, they could not find out the details of the matter. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, a palace was hidden in the clouds. The three palace masters had gathered because of Xiao Chen. The first palace master sat on his throne in the clouds. After hearing the third palace master's explanation, his expression turned grave. In that case, he succeeded in practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist? In my opinion, although he seems a little shaky, he has indeed brought out the state of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the third palace master said honestly and objectively. The second palace master said softly, "Big brother, it looks like your decision back then was rather wise." However, the first palace master frowned heavily. He did not show any smile on his face as he said indifferently, "Back then when this fist technique appeared, I participated in it as well. I could not bear to seal it up like this. Who would have thought that someone would really succeed in practicing it?" Humph. Big brother, what are you worried about? Haven't the 6 holy palaces squeezed our Heaven Dragon Palace dry enough? If he succeeded in practicing it, he would just practice a fist technique. Could it be that he wants to kill someone? In any case, I will definitely interfere in this matter. Even if he is not my disciple, I will not let anyone use this as an excuse to seek trouble for him. The third palace master showed a sullen expression, expressing his stance. The first palace master and the second palace master exchanged looks. They knew their third brother's temper. He would not go back on his decision. Speaking of which, it was just a fist technique. There was no need to worry too much. If this happened in the other palaces, the upper echelon would definitely be incredibly excited. They might even report this to Ancestor Dragon City. However, when it came to the Heaven Dragon Palace, they had to be so cautious. This was rather laughable. After some thought, the first palace master said, "This fist technique will probably be exposed soon in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection. However, there is still some time. That should be enough. I'll make a trip to Ancestor Dragon City. Third brother, since I was the one who left this fist technique, I naturally will not ignore it." The second palace master smiled and said, "Third brother is right. It is a good thing that such a talent appeared in my Heaven Dragon Palace. Big brother, just treat this trip as good news. Those old seniors of the mixed blood dragon bloodline will probably be happy." However, the third palace master could not bring himself to smile in his heart. How could this be good news? Big brother clearly wants to shoulder the responsibility for this trip. Big brother will definitely blame the third palace master for not supervising properly, allowing the Supreme Dragon Fist to remain and taking responsibility in advance. This will not affect Xiao Chen, ensuring that he can continue practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Who knows what kind of difficulties he will face? With this thought, the third palace master could not help feeling sour in his heart. The first palace master looked at the third palace master before shifting his gaze to the second palace master. "I'll leave the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection to you, second brother. Also, make preparations for the competition between the 7 outer palaces." Right. When Xiao Chen returned to Cold Moon Cave and saw the startled disciples, he felt that the commotion was rather big. However, he had indeed felt something when he stood on the head of the Heaven Dragon statue. That kind of lofty aspiration and enthusiasm from standing on top of the Heaven Dragon statue for the first time had been fleeting. If Xiao Chen did not grasp it, it would be hard to reappear in the future. Heaven Dragon. Compared to completing the Supreme Dragon Fist in one go, Xiao Chen cared more about grasping a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. In the past, the Heaven Dragon was just an ordinary word to Xiao Chen. He only knew the name but did not understand its meaning. Now, not only did he understand, but he even took that crucial step. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen could only dream about becoming a Heaven Dragon. Now, he truly had that trace of possibility. I can set aside the Supreme Dragon Fist for now. However, I have to properly grasp this trace of the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. If Xiao Chen knew that the 3 Palace Masters gathered because of the Supreme Dragon Fist and that the first Palace Master even wanted to go to Ancestor Dragon City to ask for forgiveness, he would probably make a different decision. Xiao Chen guessed that the first Palace Master would make a different decision. For 3 days, Xiao Chen comprehended that trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, storing it in his heart and planting a small seed for himself. Regardless of whether Xiao Chen could become a Heaven Dragon in the future, at the very least, his current dragon might was different from the others. Compared to the ordinary incredibly tyrannical dragon might, it had an ethereal and otherworldly air, giving off an unfathomable feeling. During combat, it could achieve many unexpected effects. There are only 20 days left until the Heaven-class core disciple selection. I have to allocate the time properly. Right now, Xiao Chen was very confident in the Heaven-class core disciple selection. 20 days was a limited time. There was no need to rush the remaining primeval heavenly pills. He could absorb them all in these short 20 days. It would be more appropriate to refine the 2 gifts that General Feng left for him. With the resources in hand, Xiao Chen could improve his cultivation at any time. After all, he had already broken through to late-stage Star Venerate. To Xiao Chen, there was not much difference between small perfection and great perfection. There was still some time before he could advance to peak consummation. He definitely could not achieve that in 20 days. Xiao Chen spread his hand, and a blade of grass and an unpolished piece of thunder flame appeared in his palm. The unpolished piece of jade still gave off a resplendent light. However, Xiao Chen was already used to it. Now that he was prepared, it would not hurt Xiao Chen's eyes again. It was just like the top of the Heaven Dragon. The second time he went there, he would not be as shocked as the first time. The Thunder Dao and the Saber Dao. Xiao Chen would have to consider which one to choose. The Thunder Dao. I have been stuck at peak small perfection for too long with the Saber Great Dao. I will definitely make a breakthrough. I have only comprehended the Thunder Dao for a short time. It is hard to say whether I can reach great perfection or not. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen decided to absorb the Thunder Flame containing the boundless Great Dao energy first. Whether the Thunder Great Dao could reach great perfection or not depended on this. Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and sat down cross-legged. With a thought, a purple Dao disc slowly spread out behind him. Then, it condensed into a spot that gave off a resplendent light. Xiao Chen pointed, and cracks appeared in the unpolished piece of jade. After a while, the unpolished piece of jade cracked, and the thunder flame could no longer be suppressed, breaking free. The entire courtyard looked extremely resplendent under the light of this thunder flame. Xiao Chen endured the pressure and let the thunder flame enter his forehead. Boom! Instantly, the spot of great Dao thunderlight behind him grew resplendent, increasing at a visible pace. Chapter 1916. By the time Xiao Chen had completely absorbed the thunder flame had already been completely absorbed. The spot of light formed by the thunder great Dao behind Xiao Chen suddenly soared up, reaching a height of 3 meters. Lightning Dao. Greater mastery. 3 meters was 3 meters. In Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Chen's great Dao might radiated out continuously. Cold Moon Cave, which was half the size of a city, was completely enveloped by Xiao Chen's thunder Dao might. Thunder clouds covered the sky. Xiao Chen felt that his control over the thunder Dao had become even more proficient. Xiao. With a thought, Xiao Chen turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped around the Cold Moon Cave. Looking over, one could see a flash of lightning shuttling back and forth in the cave. Then, it became faster and faster, creating many afterimages. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with electricity. Combine! In an instant, the electric light quickly disappeared, and Xiao Chen's figure appeared, floating in mid-air. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. His Thunder Dao had reached great perfection. All his lightning-attributed martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and magic skills had advanced to a new level. The light of freedom was just like that. Freedom was like light, following one's heart. With a single thought, he could turn into a bolt of lightning and leap out. The agility of his movement technique increased greatly, causing Xiao Chen to get carried away, immersing himself in this kind of fast running. After landing firmly, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard. Xiao Chen wondered if his Thunder Dao advanced further. Could the tyrant saber advance further? Xiao Chen recalled that back then, he had successfully comprehended the Thunder Dao and activated the tyrant saber's second form. Purple flames covered Xiao Chen's entire body, giving off a dreamy purple light. Its might reached the peak of an inherited Dao tool. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and grasped the saber hilt. He continuously infused the Thunder Dao into it. Boom! Boom! The surging thunderclouds were like a surging river, constantly surging. Wisps of lightning streaked across the sky, causing the sky to turn extremely terrifying. Imperceptibly, wisps of aura landed on Xiao Chen's body, causing Xiao Chen's aura to become increasingly domineering. There seemed to be an even more terrifying existence in the terrifying thunderclouds. As Xiao Chen infused the way of thunder into it, a mysterious door seemed to open in the thunderclouds. Soon. Xiao Chen sensed that the tyrant saber's inherited secret technique was about to be revealed. Xiao Chen roared, and the Thunder Dao berserk poured into his saber. Boom! In an instant, Xiao Chen's black hair danced in the wind. His delicate face looked as if it had been decorated with a paintbrush, becoming tough and masculine. A scarlet flame flared up on the purple saber. The thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and a door opened mysteriously. However, as soon as the flames appeared, they burned fiercely. Then they were extinguished. The saber turned purple, and the mysterious gate in the sky closed. Still lacking a little. Clang! Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and said with some regret. He vaguely knew what this inherited secret technique was. It was a soul. The previous masters of the tyrant saber all died a violent death. Their souls were probably infused into this saber. Why did this saber not have an item spirit? The souls of the previous masters of the tyrant saber continuously merged into it. This saber no longer needed an item spirit. Or rather, the souls formed by the previous masters were the item spirit of this saber. Although it was still lacking a little, there was hope. In the end, it was a good thing. If you find your next saber, please name it Moonseeker. For some reason, the words that Ao Jiao asked someone to say before she left appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Actually, the one I love the most will always be the Lunar Shadow. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then, he took out the box that sealed the Lunar Shadow saber and slowly opened it. The Lunar Shadow, which had been folded in half, lay quietly in the box. The Lunar Shadow, which had accompanied Xiao Chen for many years, looked much weaker now. It could not even be considered a Dao tool. However, the emotions that Xiao Chen poured into this saber surpassed that of a soul tool. Seeing this object, one would think of the person. The Lunar Shadow saber represented Xiao Chen's past, his experiences in the Kunlun realm. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ruyue, Ao Jiao, or those unforgettable existences in the Kunlun realm, they were all related to this saber. Xiao Chen took out the remaining half of the saber and gently caressed it. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The expression on Xiao Chen's face changed as he let his thoughts wander. When Xiao Chen finished putting away the Lunar Shadow saber, he sighed and took out the grass. For the remaining time, Xiao Chen needed to focus on the saber Great Dao. At the same time, Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the others all made good use of their time to cultivate. To think that there was only one heaven-class core disciple slot. They found this somewhat unacceptable. In the face of such immense pressure, everyone put in 100 times the effort to cultivate. Everyone only had one thought, and that was to obtain that spot. Very good. You finally mastered the great Dao of the sword. Elder Tian Yun said in satisfaction as he looked at Xiao Jinyu, who was covered in sword wounds in front of him. Xiao Jinyu panted continuously. His entire body ached, but his heart filled with excitement. I succeeded. Xiao Chen had been working hard since he arrived at this Heaven Dragon Palace. For close to half a year, he had endured immense torture from Elder Tian Yun every day. Xiao Chen's great Dao of the sword finally made a breakthrough, successfully reaching great perfection. Elder Tian Yun said, I'll teach you a sword art. Together with your great perfection sword Great Dao, the Heaven-class core disciple slot will definitely be yours. Many thanks, Master. There's no need to thank me. You relied on your own hard work to get where you are today. You relied on the hatred in your heart. This sword technique I'll teach you is called the Serene Cloud Sword Art. It will definitely bring out the hatred in your heart to its fullest, materializing all the might of the sword Great Tao. Elder Tian Yun waved his hand, and a secret manual landed in Xiao Jinyu's hands. Serene Cloud Sword Art? Xiao Jinyu flipped through it. Soon, he revealed an excited expression. This was actually a peak earth rank sword technique. No wonder Elder Tian Yun said that it could bring out the might of Xiao Chen's sword Great Tao to its fullest. Aside from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques and cultivation techniques comprehended from primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, the grades of cultivation techniques in the world were divided into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and mortal. Each grade was further divided into superior, medial, and inferior grade. Heaven grade cultivation techniques could only be found and not sought. They were simply too rare. Even if Xiao Chen found one, it might not be suitable for him, so he could cultivate it directly. In the Cloud Sea realm, even a sovereign personage normally cultivated a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Elder Tian Yun gave Xiao Chen this Serene Cloud Sword Art. Clearly, he had high expectations of him. This disciple will definitely not let you down. I will definitely obtain a heaven-class core disciple slot. As for that Xiao Chen, I will make him regret what he said at the dueling plaza back then. Xiao Jinyu shouted after closing the sword art. Elder Tian Yun felt extremely satisfied with Xiao Jinyu's state. He nodded and said, "Good. Right now, be it your confidence, aura or strength, you are already close to the peak. When you finish practicing the sword art, no one among the core disciples will be a match for you." "Master, this disciple has a question." "Speak." Who exactly caused the mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon a few days ago? Xiao Jinyu had also felt that majestic mysterious phenomenon back then. He had been shocked on the spot and felt very suspicious. Unfortunately, this matter had already been sealed. Even Elder Tian Yun did not know the truth. He said, "It was the 3rd Palace Master. This matter has nothing to do with you for now. If you can become a heaven-class core disciple, you will have the opportunity to go to the main peak to cultivate and experience the might of the Heaven Dragon for yourself." The 3rd Palace Master? Xiao Jinyu sighed in his heart. No wonder. It turns out that the 3rd Palace Master caused the mysterious phenomenon. Sooner or later, I will stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. Then, I will make the entire Heaven Dragon Palace pay attention to me. While Xiao Jinyu made a breakthrough, the other core disciples from the noble clans like Qin Yan and Feng Tianyi did not stop there, either. All of them had trump cards and felt very confident. These people all possessed the true dragon bloodline and did not lack resources or talent. When they came to this Heaven Dragon Palace, they were like fish in water. All of them managed to enter the tutelage of a heaven-class core disciple. Under the guidance of a great teacher, they improved rapidly. Before the heaven-class core disciple competition arrived, no one knew who was the strongest. Unlike them, Yi Qianyu knew that he could not compare to these rich clan disciples in terms of resources and connections. However, Yi Qianyu was not stupid, either. He did everything he could to get his lackeys to suppress the other inner palace disciples, squeezing out their resources. Yi Qianyu did his best to raise his middle-stage holy venerate cultivation to great perfection. At the same time, he paid a visit to an expert in his sect. After some promises, he obtained a cultivation technique that could maximize one's advantage in cultivation, the Lord Dragon Art. With a thought, Xiao Chen could materialize his holy venerate will for a moment. With a thought, he could turn his holy venerate will into a dragon-shaped venerate, sweeping through the place. Those with weaker cultivations would not even be able to touch Yi Qianyun's face before they were suppressed. Clearly, Yi Qianyun put in a lot of effort to cultivate this Lord Dragon Art to deal with Xiao Chen. You are just a late-stage star venerate. Let's see how you are going to compete with me. Yi Qianyun revealed a sinister smile. Perhaps Xiao Chen's potential would be greater than his in the future. However, he would not give Xiao Chen too much time in this heaven-class core disciple competition. Yi Qianyun only hoped to trample on Xiao Chen today and become a heaven-class core disciple. Once Yi Qianyun became a heaven-class core disciple, he could enter Ancestor Dragon City in the future. Yi Qianyun was confident that he could trample on Xiao Chen forever, widening the gap between him and Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to turn things around. The heaven-class core disciple position was an opportunity. Be it Xiao Chen or Xiao Jinyu's group, Yi Qianyun had to trample on them all. Only Yi Qianyun was qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple. I have endured for so many years. I absolutely will not let your group of disciples, who just entered the Heaven Dragon Palace for half a year, succeed. Chapter 1917. At the Heaven Dragon Palace's Dueling Plaza. On this day, when the sun rose, the surroundings were already crowded with people. The number of disciples from the inner and outer halls was uncountable. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the fighting arena. Back then, Xiao Chen and a group of large clan disciples took the core disciple test together at this place. Today, the Heaven Class Core Disciple Competition would also take place here. The Heaven Class Core Disciple Competition was a major event for the Heaven Dragon Palace. Be it the core disciples in closed-door cultivation or wandering outside, they would not let go of this opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, the next one would be 3 years later. Even if they knew that they could not compete for a spot, if they performed well, they would still be able to obtain extraordinary rewards. More importantly, they would be able to account for themselves with a clear conscience. If they did not even have the courage to participate and were afraid of getting injured, they could forget about being a core disciple. Aside from watching the excitement, the outer and inner palace disciples wanted to see what they could learn from the core disciples. Normally, there were only about 1,000 core disciples in the entire sect. However, today, all the core disciples, whether in closed-door cultivation or traveling outside on missions, would be present. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the Heaven Class Core Disciple competition as 1 in 10,000. The intensity of the competition would definitely require everyone to bring out their full potential. They would definitely be able to observe many consummate techniques that were rarely seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, many strong auras came. Many core disciples escorted Yi Qianyun up from the foot of the mountain. There were hundreds of people following behind him, like stars surrounding the moon. After several years of hard work, Yi Qianyun had managed to form a small faction among the core disciples, with him as the leader. Normally, these followers used Yi Qianyun's name to suppress the other disciples. Yi Qianyun reaped the benefits and was happy to see them succeed. By relying on the chain of benefits, he firmly tied this group of people together, with Yi Qianyun at the center. As long as Yi Qianyun's strength continued to increase, they would be able to gain even more benefits by following him. They would rise or fall together. There were many similar factions among the core disciples. The Heaven Dragon Palace elders did not object to this. As long as they did not go overboard, they would even encourage the core disciples to do so. This resulted in the competition among the core disciples becoming increasingly intense. He wanted to let those disciples who didn't have a chance to learn about the cruelty of the world in advance, and from there, they would have to compete even more fiercely. Yi Qianyun was a famous person. He had become famous many years ago. Before he advanced to Holy Venerate, he could already fight across realms. Now that Xiao Chen was a great perfection middle stage Holy Venerate, he was a popular candidate for the Heaven Class Core Disciple position. Yi Qianyun is here. This lineup is as big as ever. As expected of a veteran core disciple, he has so many supporters. Strange, why don't I see Zhang Yunxian beside him? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about that Zhang Yunxian? I heard that he ran into trouble and got locked up in the Blood Dragon Guard's dungeon. Yi Qianyun tried to fish them out several times but failed. Hee, this idea is really unlucky. Although the many inner palace disciples and outer palace disciples who knew of Yi Qianyun acknowledged his strength, they did not like him. If this person really obtained a spot in the Heaven Class Core Disciple selection, many people would be upset. Right at this time, another 2 groups of people came. The leaders were respectively Fang Tianyi and Qin Yan. These 2 were disciples of large clans, possessing true dragon bloodlines and outstanding talent. They had taken Heaven Class elders as their masters. In less than half a year, these 2 each gained their own territory. The number of people around them was no less than Yi Qianyun's. It looked like these 2 also knew about the core disciple competition. It was not just a competition between individuals. It also depended on how many supporters one had. Otherwise, when one went out and got into a conflict, it would be hard to avoid being outnumbered. When Yi Qianyun saw the 2 appear, he frowned slightly, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In less than half a year, these 2's improvements already made him feel threatened. Senior brother Yi, this is a Heaven Class Core Disciple competition, not a group fight. What is the meaning of bringing such a large group of people over? Could it be that you think that you can become a heaven-class core disciple with more people? Feng Tianyi looked at the large group of people behind Yi Qianyun and mocked with a smile. Qin Yan smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps senior brother Yi thinks differently from us. After all, you are already a veteran core disciple. If you do not advance to heaven-class core disciple soon, you will not have any more chances. It is hard to avoid doing something out of line." "Ha ha ha. I understand. I understand." Feng Tianyi and Qin Yan echoed each other, angering the group of people behind Yi Qianyun. On the other hand, Yi Qianyun's expression did not change. He said indifferently, "They are just proud of themselves for a moment. They are just good at talking. There is no need to bother with them." As time passed, more and more core disciples appeared in the dueling plaza. However, this dueling plaza was extremely vast, large enough to accommodate 100,000 people. Hence, it did not seem crowded. Furthermore, this was without activating the spatial formation. If the spatial formation was activated, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. Whoosh! At this moment, a black-clothed, cold-looking young man with a long sword in his hand gradually appeared. This youth looked thin and skinny. He was not old, but he had a weather-beaten face. A strange aura surrounded this youth, prompting others to retreat automatically, not wanting to stand with him. "It's Zhang Yi. Senior brother Zhang." Someone among the inner palace disciples exclaimed in shock when he recognized this person. "It really is senior brother Zhang. Didn't they say that something unexpected happened to him when he went to the snow domain to carry out a mission? I heard that he already qualified to become a heaven-class core disciple the previous time. However, something unexpected happened. Many people thought that he died. Senior brother Zhang is actually still alive?" When the black-clad man who suddenly appeared was recognized, he immediately caused a huge commotion. The newly promoted disciples felt confused. The expressions of the many older generation core disciples changed slightly. This was especially so for Yi Qianyun, who felt incredibly shocked. To think that he is still alive. Back then, Yi Qianyun had risen up among the core disciples precisely because of Zhang Ye's accident, gaining his current position. Yi Qianyun simply did not expect this person to appear again. Yi Qianyun had many doubts. However, since Yi Qianyun appeared here, that meant that he had already obtained the sex approval and was qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position. "Junior brother Yi, you have improved in the 3 years since we last met." Zhang Yi suddenly turned his head back and looked at Yi Qianyun. Then, he smiled coldly. Yi Qianyun's heart trembled as a chill assaulted him. He took a long time to dispel the fear in his heart. Then he said calmly, "Senior brother Zhang, it has been a long time. So what if you are back? I am no longer who I was 3 years ago. Even if you are back, the heaven-class core disciple position is still mine. Senior brother Zhang." Whoosh! Just at this moment, several strong auras appeared in the dueling plaza. No one expected so many experts to be hidden among the core disciples. If not for Zhang Ye's appearance, these people would not have exposed themselves. These people were rather old and had only one chance. If they failed this time, they would not be qualified to compete for the heaven-class core disciple position in this life. Hence, these people usually kept a low profile, unlike Yi Qianyun. Immediately, the newly promoted core disciples, like Qin Yan and Feng Tianyi, could not help raising their opinion of this Zhang Yi. Zhang Ye's sudden appearance not only incited discussion among the many core disciples but also drew out a group of strong, low-profile, veteran core disciples. This made the situation even more confusing. Whoosh! 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 A wisp of sword intent and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky at almost the exact same time as each other. Clang! Xiao Jinyu landed on the plaza and looked around coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the figure materialized of lightning across from him. This figure wore white robes, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His delicate face showed no expression. This was the white-robed Xiao Chen, the famous white-robed Xiao Chen of the Dragon's Gate's 7 outer palaces. Although the two appeared at the same time, everyone's gazes were fixed on Xiao Chen, just like Xiao Jinyu's. Whoosh! 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 Countless people stared at Xiao Chen, wanting to see the legendary white-clad bladesman who destroyed Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike and saved the Flame Dragon Legion by himself. At this gathering of dragons, be it Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, Zhang Yi, or the other low-profile core disciples, They all had the same image in their eyes. At this moment, all of them had the same image in their eyes. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Chen received such treatment. Chapter 1918. This kind of treatment was clearly not what Xiao Chen wanted. The more attention he received, the more he would be targeted. Even if he wasn't afraid of being targeted, it would be better if he didn't expose some of his trump cards. Whoosh! When Elder Tian Yun and the other heaven-class elders appeared in the dueling plaza, the place immediately fell silent. Elder Tian Yun swept his gaze across the entire place. Everyone immediately felt a huge pressure, including Xiao Chen. Even after cultivating for 5 months and improving rapidly, Xiao Chen still felt that he was far from Elder Tian Yun. He could not match Elder Tian Yun. The rules for the Heaven-class Core Disciple competition are different every year. I believe you all want to know what the rules are this year? Seeing that everyone was silent and focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth and said. Clearly, the rules could not be revealed in advance. Even these Heaven-class elders would not know. Otherwise, if he knew the rules and had targeted training, it would obviously be extremely beneficial to him. The rules for this year's competition are very simple. The last person standing in the dueling plaza will be this year's Heaven-class Core Disciple. As for the others, even if they didn't qualify, for every person you knock into the air, you will obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill personally refined by the 3rd Palace Master. Hua! After Elder Tian Yun read out the rules, an uproar broke out. Everyone was stunned for a moment, their minds somewhat blank. Actually, it was not just them. These Heaven-class elders were also confused. However, the rules were set by the 3 Hall Masters long ago. They could not object to it. Rumble! While Xiao Chen was shocked, the Heaven-class elders worked together and moved the entire dueling plaza into the air. At the same time, the formation was activated, and in an instant, a giant arena was formed in the sky. Snowflakes flew into the air on the dueling plaza. The temperature plummeted, and the environment changed drastically. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are helping me, the heavens are helping me. Yi Chen Yun was the first to react. He reared his head back and laughed maniacally, unable to suppress his excitement. The rules were simply too advantageous to Yi Chen Yun's group. Although there were many peaks of various sizes in the dueling plaza, they clearly could not compare to Yi Chen Yun's group. Protect senior brother Yi. The core disciples in front and behind him immediately surrounded him, protecting him in the center. After the expressions of Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the others changed slightly, they hurriedly gathered the disciples of their factions together. It's not that simple. The Heaven-class elders smiled faintly and attacked at the same time. Space and time in the dueling plaza became chaotic. After a moment of dizziness, everyone's position changed. Everyone's position was disrupted. Before Yi Chen Yun and the others could gather their strength, the chaotic battle began. Boom boom boom. If one killed one person, one could obtain 100 primeval heavenly pills and 1 blood transformation pill. This was actually quite tempting. The white snow drifted on the ground, and there was an icy smell of blood. The situation was chaotic, and there was no way to stop it. In every corner, there were figures fighting. It was a complete mess. Sometimes when the 2 of them were fighting, someone would suddenly rush out and launch a sneak attack from the side, and the unlucky one would be killed. However, a special formation had been activated in the dueling plaza, and it was said to be killed. In reality, he had been forcefully teleported out right before he was killed. Every time you kill someone, no matter what method you use, it will be recorded by the formation, and there will be no mistakes. In this icy and snowy weather, ice-attributed martial artists undoubtedly had a huge advantage. Amid the chaos, Xiao Chen did not panic at all. If he could avoid fighting, he would avoid it. If he could not avoid it, he would kill in one strike, ending the battle quickly. Xiao Chen knew very well that while these rules looked absurd and chaotic, in reality, only the strong would remain. The more chaotic it was, the more it would show off the strength of the strong. The weak would not get lucky. Right now, this was just the beginning. Preserving strength was the most important thing. If he could make everyone ignore his existence, that would be for the best. Suddenly, a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen. He turned around and retreated. An ice-attributed swordsman sneak-attacked him. Xiao Chen's face turned cold, and he instantly executed the sharp spirit finger. Then, He gently caught the other party's sword with 2 fingers. How can this be? The newcomer was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen easily caught the sneak attack that he had prepared for a long time, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a sneak attack. Scram! Xiao Chen flicked his finger, and that person vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back. Boom! Right after Xiao Chen dealt with this person, a shock wave surged over from the side. Someone's killing move had reached him. Those who could become core disciples were at least holy venerates. A killing move executed at full power would definitely be extremely horrifying. The shock waves could not be underestimated, either. Xiao Chen turned into a flash of lightning and quickly dodged. When he appeared again, he happened to appear beside 2 core disciples fighting. When those 2 saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, they were stunned at first. Then they decisively stopped and charged at Xiao Chen at the same time, showing great teamwork. Whoosh! Standing on a lightning dragon, Xiao Chen easily dodged the 2's attacks and punched with both fists. Boom! The surging vital qi knocked the 2 back at the same time. Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen had just stopped when a cold shout rang out. He turned around and saw a gray-robed youth. Snowflakes danced around him like butterflies. An expert. This was an expert who comprehended the Snow Great Tao. Excitement appeared in the gray-robed youth's eyes. He said seriously, "Let me try and see how capable the legendary person who chopped Rakshasa Tion's clone with 1 saber strike is." Xiao Chen said calmly, "You will regret this." Haha. This heavy snow is my greatest help. Come, let me see how you will make me regret this. The gray-robed youth stepped forward and laughed loudly. Then, he executed the Snow Great Tao, and his body immediately merged with the flying snow. His physical body turned corporeal, and his hair turned white. Even his spiritual sense could not detect the other party's existence. What an exquisite movement technique! With this heavy snow, it was simply a divine technique. No wonder the other party dared to look for Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen was still a little short. However, he could not fool Xiao Chen. In the next moment, Xiao Chen turned into a sharp saber, using his body as a saber. Combined with Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen burst forward, so fast that no one could detect him. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The inner and outer palace disciples watching from the periphery of the dueling plaza felt their hearts tremble. The gray-robed youth showed a pained expression. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as Xiao Chen knocked him into the air. He was directly eliminated. How strong! The many spectating disciples could not help sighing to themselves. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained 2 great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. The earlier scene looked simple, but in reality, it contained 2 kinds of great Tao, the Thunder Tao and the Saber Tao. In a situation where others could not make out Xiao Chen's strength, he easily knocked a veteran core disciple into the air. After this successful strike, no one dared to approach Xiao Chen, creating a large empty space. However, after the chaos, the place slowly regained its order. Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, Feng Tianyi, and the others put in a lot of effort and finally gathered the disciples of their factions. Even Zhang Yi managed to form a team with a group of veteran core disciples that was not too many but extremely horrifying. After a while, Xiao Chen was horrified to discover that the empty space around him was growing larger and larger. Then, Xiao Chen looked back and discovered that a group of people had surrounded him at some point in time. Heavy snow drifted down, and a chill assaulted him. However, what was even colder than the snow was the way Yi Qianyun and the others looked at him. "You truly live up to your reputation," Yi Qianyun said with a smile. "Xiao Chen, no matter how strong you are today, heavens will destine you to be eliminated. No one has any objections, right? Let's attack together and eliminate him first." No objections. There was a kind of tacit understanding. There was no need for words or discussion. It formed naturally. Such a large encirclement was formed by everyone unintentionally. It was still the same saying, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Only Xiao Chen received such treatment. Chapter 1919. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw more than 10 groups of various sizes surrounding him. Among them, there were 2 strongest. One was Yi Qianyun. His group had the most core disciples, close to 100 people. The second was Zhang Yi. His group did not have many people, but they were all strong veteran core disciples. There were also people like Xiao Jinyu, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi, who had advanced to core disciple status at the same time as Xiao Chen. They had developed very quickly in the past half a year. If they had enough time, it would only be a matter of time before they surpassed Yi Chenyun. Aside from these people, many core disciples startled awake from the chaos saw this scene and were startled. This startled them. In a fluster, they found their own factions to enter, increasing the number of people surrounding Xiao Chen. A rough count gave at least 1,000 people. Most of the core disciples had been eliminated in the first wave of chaos. For some reason, Elder Tian Yun waved his hand, not getting the other heaven-class elders to continue disrupting Xiao Chen's group. Elder Tian Yun this? After the other elders asked for instructions, Elder Tian Yun said indifferently, just wait and see. If the palace master does not send any instructions, we do not need to act on our own. Yes. The second palace master and third palace master had indeed instructed them to disrupt Xiao Chen's group only once. However, that was because they had not expected such a situation. The two palace masters stood side by side on the Heaven Dragon's main peak. When they saw the scene in the distance, they felt slightly stunned. The second palace master wanted to say something to get the heaven-class elders to disrupt the factions gathered in the dueling plaza again. Just as the second palace master was about to speak, the third palace master thought of something and stopped him. There's no need. After thinking about it, it might not be a good thing for him to become a heaven-class core disciple so quickly. We might as well suppress him for 3 years. The second palace master thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Given Xiao Chen's potential, he could afford to wait 3 years. 3 years later, his potential would completely erupt. At that time, when he entered Ancestor Dragon City, his accomplishments would be even greater. The most important thing was that he could use these 3 years to slow down on the matter of the Supreme Dragon Fist. This would ensure Xiao Chen's safety. The various factions in the dueling plaza carefully watched Xiao Chen. At the same time, they worried that their formation would be disrupted again. Who knew, even after waiting for a long time, the elders had no intention of disrupting the formation. A smile slowly appeared on Yi Chenyun's face. He said seriously, Xiao Chen, it looks like the elders do not wish for a mixed-blood dragon to become a heaven-class core disciple. Jump down yourself, lest we make a move and embarrass you. The leaders of the other factions showed playful expressions. Whether Yi Chenyun's words were true or false, they did not care. At the very least, the heaven-class elders had not broken their formation yet. It was worth pondering over the hidden meaning behind it. You don't want me to become a heaven-class core disciple? Xiao Chen did not know if it was true or not. Although his expression did not change, he felt slightly angry in his heart. He looked at Yi Chenyun coldly and said, I will stand here. Let's see how you will make me jump. Xiao Chen. Chen's S, Xiao Yun said. Chen's 2, Palace Chen's, Xiao Chen's, E, felt. Everyone knew how powerful Xiao Chen was. They spread out their holy venerate wills and merged them into one, looking like a vast mountain range that instantly encased Xiao Chen. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would have feared this holy venerate will. After all, the difference in cultivation was too great. However, now that Xiao Chen comprehended a trace of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, his dragon might gained an ethereal air. Xiao Chen merged his dragon might with his star venerate will and floated in the air. The early stage holy venerate wills of the 10 did not affect him much. What's wrong? It's not very effective? The 10 holy venerates charging over at the same time were somewhat stupefied when they discovered Xiao Chen suppressed by the holy venerate will. They felt like Xiao Chen was like the wind. He clearly did not move, but he drifted around, not affected much. Dang! Xiao Chen grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and the scabbard with his left. Then, he pulled hard with his left hand. The scabbard turned into a beam of dim light and shot out. Before the leader could see clearly, a horrifying saber intent pierced through his chest. Then, the leader turned into a beam of light and was forcibly sent out by the formation. The other 9 turned their heads to look. They only saw the disappearing tail light of their leader, which shocked them. When the 9 turned their heads back, they only saw a flash of saber light. Blood spurted out of their necks as they were forcefully sent out. Clang! Xiao Chen turned around gently, and the tyrant's saber happened to be stabbed into the scabbard, which remained in the air, giving off a melodious saber hum. Xiao Chen's movements were as smooth as flowing water. Those who were slightly weaker could not even see how Xiao Chen drew his saber. He was dressed in white and had a saber in his hand. It seemed like the saber in his hand had never been unsheathed. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Chenyun and smiled faintly. Yi Chenyun, your follower is too weak. Whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen was clearly just smiling faintly. However, this smile startled the people beside Yi Chenyun into taking several steps back. Yi Chenyun was somewhat embarrassed to discover that the people behind him were 100 meters away from him. What fast speed! His Thunder Dao has reached great perfection. The eyes of several people lit up. When they saw the power of Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike, they felt startled in their hearts. It was indeed a great perfection Thunder Dao. Otherwise, those 10 core disciples would not have been unable to block even one move. Xiao Chen was too fast. Damn it! Xiao Jinyu cursed in his heart. To think that this fellow actually cultivated the Thunder Great Dao to great perfection. Fortunately, it was just the Thunder Great Dao. Compared to Xiao Jinyu's Sword Great Dao, it was still somewhat noticeable. Attack together. Don't give him a chance. We need to eliminate him first. Otherwise, we will not stand a chance. This saber strike exposed Xiao Chen's strength, strengthening these people's resolve to work together to eliminate Xiao Chen. Xiao Jinyu shouted. Then, he led the disciples behind him and charged at Xiao Chen in unison. Attack then. Even Zhang Ye's cold expression changed. This veteran core disciple demonic genius also felt threatened by Xiao Chen. Dong, dong, dong. Everyone moved. In that instant, the remaining 1,000-odd elite core disciples charged at Xiao Chen. You really do not want me to become a heaven-class core disciple. You all are too much. Under such circumstances, those elders actually did not disrupt the formation. Xiao Chen's heart had already died. Xiao Chen raged in his heart. If you don't let me succeed, I will succeed for you all to see. I have to obtain the heaven-class core disciple slot. Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Fortunately, these 1,000-odd people were not united, giving Xiao Chen some opportunity. The Supreme Dragon Fist was most suitable for fighting one against many. When Xiao Chen executed Leaderless Dragons, dragon roars immediately rang out from his body. In that instant, more than 1,000 dragon-shaped strands of energy shot out. Bang! 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 Zhang Yi, Xiao Jinyu, and the other outstanding talents immediately shattered some of the dragon-shaped energy. However, most of them flew about chaotically, catching the many core disciples off guard. The 1,000-odd core disciples had an unparalleled aura. The overwhelming first wave of attacks actually ended up blocked by Xiao Chen. When the many spectating cultivators saw this scene, they could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. However, how would they break the second wave? Still, the 100-odd core disciples and outstanding talents did not get flustered. They shattered the dragon-shaped energy and continued charging at Xiao Chen. Dance of Remnant Snow. Zhang Yi drew the sword in his hand. His sword was actually a broken sword. After Xiao Chen executed his killing move, the snow filling the air turned into a sword dance that seemed incomplete but actually contained hidden mysteries. Then, it swept towards Xiao Chen with a horrifying aura. Serene Cloud Sword Art. Xiao Jinyu turned into a beam of dim light as his sword swept through the air, materializing jade-green sword images filling the air. They merged completely with his sword Great Dao, leaving no openings. Yi Chenyun snorted coldly and said, Venerate Dragon Art. Yi Chenyun's horrifying Holy Venerate will turn solid and materialized an ancient heaven dragon traveler holding a heaven dragon dagger axe. Then with a horrifying aura, he thrust it at Xiao Chen. Rock Dragon Burst. Layers of heavenly shadows. The 100-odd core disciples that shattered the dragon-shaped energy did not hesitate to launch their killing moves. The overwhelming attacks immediately densely packed together, covering the sky and land. When Xiao Chen looked around, he had no way to escape. All sorts of terrifying and peerless mysterious phenomena and towering auras were released. All of these attacks came crashing down. Xiao Chen estimated that he would die on the spot. Even the formation would not be able to save him in time before he was blasted into bits. Damn it! I cannot die! Summoning the dragons. Xiao Chen punched again. The berserk dragons in the sky immediately quietened down. Boundless dragon might infused into Xiao Chen's body, causing his aura to soar. Xiao Chen burst out with a tyrannical air that made the dragons submit to him. That is not enough. Another punch. Xiaofan paled slightly. He gritted his teeth and circulated his energy for the Supreme Dragon Fist. Then, he followed the lofty aspirations and tyrannical air in his heart and punched again. Supreme Dragon Fist, Master of the World. When Xiaofan punched, a blazing war banner materialized. This war banner was incredibly heavy. Heavy might and pressure crossed the obstruction of time and space and landed on the war banner, making the flames burn even fiercer. No one dared to catch it. Together with the aura of summoning the dragons, Xiaofan stretched out his hand to catch the war banner. Then he paused. Xiaofan placed the war banner under his feet with some difficulty. Boom! The ground trembled, and the vast dueling plaza shook. Before the berserk aura, Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples' attacks and killing moves were stunned. Heaven Dragon's Rage. Xiaofan shouted and punched. His heart filled with rage as he sent the blazing war banner flying. The war banner instantly shattered all sorts of mysterious phenomena and sword moves. Zhang Yi and the other 100-odd core disciples vomited a mouthful of blood as the war banner knocked them into the air. Such a scene shocked everyone, rendering them speechless. How can an evil dragon rule the Tao? However, it was not over yet. Xiaofan's rage had yet to subside, and the flame of battle in his heart had yet to extinguish. He held on to his last breath and punched again. Boom! 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 This punch detonated the thousands of strands of dragon qi in the air. The core disciples fighting with the dragon qi were all knocked back. Everyone looked around. Aside from Xiaofan, there was no one left standing in the dueling plaza. How can one be honored? I am honored. Chapter 1920. Supreme Dragon Fist. Supreme Dragon Fist. Zhang Yi held his chest as blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. He ignored it completely, only staring at Xiaofan. Without a doubt, Zhang Yi was certain that Xiaofan had executed the Supreme Dragon Fist earlier. Why was Zhang Yi so sure of the Supreme Dragon Fist, which was known as the Heaven Dragon Palace's forbidden technique? It was because he had practiced it before. However, after cultivating it for 2 years, he could not make any progress and could only give up. Zhang Yi, who had studied this fist technique for 2 years, was very clear on how horrifying the might of this fist technique, which the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon had ordered to be destroyed. Once Xiaofan succeeded in practicing it, he could only use one word to describe it: unparalleled. This was an unparalleled fist technique. It would be dazzling and dazzling, lasting for eternity. No matter how much time passed or how much time passed, the fist technique would give off a piercing light again. It's him. The one who practiced at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day was him. It's him. He was the one who was practicing at the top of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner hall disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after recovering from their shock. The many inner palace disciples around the dueling plaza exclaimed in unison after they recovered from their shock. The mysterious phenomenon at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace that day reappeared at the dueling plaza. The unparalleled lofty sentiments and tyrannical air of supremacy were nearly identical. There could not be such a coincidence in the world. Everyone would not forget what happened 20 days ago so quickly. Not to mention, he would never forget the phenomenon from that day. That blurry yet clear, seemingly contradictory existence at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had long since been imprinted in their hearts. At this moment, the white-clad youth stubbornly standing in the dueling plaza was completely different from the figure in their memories. They were a perfect match. White-robed Xiaofan. White-robed Xiaofan. White-robed Xiaofan. After a while, an orderly cheer came from the dueling plaza. All the inner palace and outer palace disciples shouted Xiaofan's name like crazy. Thunderous voices echoed in all directions. A rare scene appeared in the Heaven Dragon Palace. On top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain, the third Hallmaster and the second Hallmaster were stunned. Actually, they had seen a similar scene many years ago. What happened in the past was just like what was happening in front of him. History was always shockingly similar. Forget it. The third palace master closed his eyes and sighed in his heart. He already knew Xiaofan's choice. At the same time, the snowy environment in the dueling plaza suddenly changed into a downpour of rain, lightning, and thunder. Yi Qianyun wiped the rain off his face and stood up as he cursed, "Damn it!" The people who could still fight stood up one after another. In the heavy rain, They looked at Xiao Chen with somewhat grave expressions, their expressions complicated. They had obviously seen the scene 20 days ago, but they had never imagined that it would be Xiao Chen. The figure on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain had left a deep impression on them. Should he give up? Everyone was asking themselves in their hearts as they allowed the heavy rain to pour down on them, completely ignoring it. Should he give up? The dragon race had always admired the strong. Even the mixed-blood dragons had their pride deep in their hearts. No matter how one denied it, no matter how much mockery one received, one would always have one's own bottom line in the depths of one's heart. I give up. Suddenly, a core disciple behind Yi Chen-yun gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and spread out his arms. Then, he moved further away in the heavy rain, slowly leaving the dueling plaza. Unfair. Xiao Chen's strength had already convinced them. Furthermore, after learning that Xiao Chen was the person who stood on top of the Heaven Dragon Mountain that day, the one who made his mind waver, the core disciple found it simply unfair. This core disciple could not accept it in his heart if he continued to surround and attack Xiao Chen. Since ancient times, from top to bottom, the dragon race worshipped the strong. The strong were fearless and fearless. I give up. I give up. I give up. Immediately, the various core disciples pushed off with their feet and became like phantoms, disappearing into the heavy rain. Heavy rain poured down, washing away the dust in the dueling plaza and washing away the hearts of everyone present. Immediately, most of the 1,000-odd people in the dueling plaza left in the blink of an eye. There were still less than 100 people left. Such a scene had never appeared before. Even those heaven-class elders were stunned when they saw this. White-robed Xiao Chen. White-robed Xiao Chen. However, in the eyes of the spectators, the inner and outer palace disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace felt inspired. Their exclamations became even louder. I withdraw. I withdraw as well. Slowly, the 100 people standing in the dueling plaza, the veteran core disciples with outstanding strength, all thought for a while. Indeed, they were not as strong as Xiao Chen. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Then, they left with a trace of loneliness and carefreeness. Soon, aside from Xiao Chen, only the previous top core disciple, Zhang Yi, the current top core disciple, Yi Chen-yun, and the 3 new core disciples, Xiao Jinyu, Feng Tianyi, and Qin Yan, remained in the dueling plaza. There was only a total of 6 people. The 6 all had their own obsessions and desires. For this day, they had put in a lot of effort. Even if they knew that they would lose, they would not give up. Receive 3 moves from me before we talk. Feng Tianyi snorted coldly and threw a palm strike at the ground. Boom! The rainwater on the ground turned into thousands of waves that shot out. In the next moment, Feng Tianyi appeared in the air. Then he said, First move, Traceless Heaven. When Feng Tianyi's palm strike landed, he sent out a flawless palm wind, as vast as the sky. It was like this palm strike created a real sky. It contained heaven's might, boundlessly vast. Bang! A fistlight shot out, and Xiao Chen clashed head-on with this palm strike. He took 3 steps back, moving 1 kilometer with each step. Heartless Heaven! Feng Tianyi roared ferociously and sent out an even mightier, more radical, and more horrifying palm strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strong wind tore through the heavy rain and struck Xiao Chen's face. In the next breath, Feng Tianyi charged over to Xiao Chen. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen made his move, using the scabbard to block the other party's palm wind. Bang! The heavy rain trembled and turned into powder. A temporary gap appeared around the two. Just as the torrential rain was about to fill this vacuum, the 2 of them each made a move at lightning speed. The instant the heavy rain filled the gap, blood spurted out and merged with the heavy rain, quickly vanishing. The rain was still falling, and the saber was still there. However, only Xiao Chen remained. Feng Tianyi touched his neck in horror. The formation had sent him out. He had been eliminated. Clang! Clang! The sound of 2 weapons being drawn rang out. Qin Yan and Zhang Yi could not help attacking at the same time, charging at Xiao Chen. The tyrant's saber was drawn, and a saber light appeared. Xiao Chen fought an intense battle with the 2 in the rain. 2 swords, 1 saber, 3 people fighting in the rain, seeking a result. At some point in time, the surroundings turned silent. Everyone was immersed in this exciting battle. It had to be said that both Zhang Yi and Qin Yan were experts at using the sword. When the two worked together, their might increased. However, when facing Xiao Chen, they could not suppress him. For some reason, they could not suppress him. Be it sword techniques, movement techniques, or states, they could not do anything. One man and one saber in the heavy rain would definitely have a way to deal with it. Instead, the two entered the beautiful dream that Xiao Chen fabricated. Why was it like this? Zhang Yi and Qin Yan used the swords in their hands to materialize states and create sword moves to suppress Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cultivation improved further. He used the saber in his hand to detonate the flaws in his opponent's mind. Then, he looked for an opportunity to kill in one move. With dreams as a saber. When the opportunity arrived, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to detonate it. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and an illusory purple saber chi burst out of the two's chests. Wuxia. The two vomited a mouthful of blood as the formation forcefully sent them out. The rain continued to fall. However, the blood flowing out of Xiao Chen's wounds did not stop. The rain could not wash it off completely. Still not retreating? Xiao Chen looked around and smiled faintly when he discovered that Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun were still there. He did not hold back at all, spreading out the two Dao discs behind him one after another. The two Dao discs condensed into one point. Then, they suddenly soared to 3 meters tall. How can it be like this? Xiao Jinyu, who was hugging his sword, was stunned. He thought that he had a trump card of the sword Great Dao and firmly grasped victory. Who knew? Xiao Chen immediately displayed 2 great perfection Dao might. Xiao Jinyu's expression turned sluggish, and his mind went blank. He no longer had the strength to hold on to his sword. It fell heavily to the ground with a clang. Wuxia. The instant the sword landed, the 2 great perfection Dao might layered over each other, knocking Xiao Jinyu and Yi Qianyun back at the same time. Chapter 1921. Yi Qianyun and Xiao Jinyu immediately got knocked into the air by Xiao Chen. They did not even get a chance to bring out the trump cards that they had prepared. This blow was simply too great. Be it Yi Qianyun or Xiao Jinyu, they both held huge trump cards in their hands. Yi Qianyun had a holy venerate will. After it fully materialized, its might doubled. Xiao Jinyu had an even sharper great perfection sword Dao Dao might. Unfortunately, they ran into Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen was already fatigued, the moment he revealed 2 kinds of Dao might, the two immediately gave up, losing all courage to resist. The two looked around. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else in the vast dueling plaza. Only the heavy rain and Xiao Chen remained. Cheers rang out in the entire Heaven Dragon Palace, all of them chanting white-robed Xiao Chen's name. Times create heroes. The Heaven Dragon Palace had not produced an expert for a very long time already. The Heaven Dragon Palace needed such a demonic genius, outstanding talent to stand out and redeem the name of the Heaven Dragon Palace. To redeem the name of all the mixed blood dragon bloodlines, the people who lived at the bottom of the empire. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw the Heavenly Dragon Palace disciples shouting his name excitedly with excited expressions. A trace of warmth appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. For the first time, he had a strong favorable impression of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the dragon race disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. After Xiao Chen executed the Supreme Dragon Fist and blocked all the attacks, he suffered significant injuries. His soul energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy were nearly drained. However, these people did not take the opportunity to launch a second wave of counterattacks. Unless Xiao Chen activated his great desolate Aeon bloodline, he would die for sure. However, these people did not do so. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they silently chose to give up. All for the sake of achieving the qualifications to obtain a Heaven-class core disciple spot. During the entire battle, no matter how intense it was, no one activated their dragon race bloodlines. If one could activate one's bloodline, others could as well. As long as it was not a life-and-death battle, there was simply no need. No matter what, one had to admit that even the lowest-level mixed-blood dragon bloodlines had their pride. The pride of a dragon was forever hidden in everyone's hearts. Boom! The Heaven-class elders attacked at the same time, and the dueling plaza returned to normal. Elder Tian Yun looked at the only person left, Xiao Chen. He revealed an expression of dissatisfaction. 5 months ago, he had the opportunity to take Xiao Chen as a disciple. However, because of the other party's bloodline, Xiao Chen chose Xiao Jinyu, who had a true dragon bloodline. At that time, Xiao Chen, who was unconvinced, did not endure it. He laughed mockingly and said that he had misjudged Xiao Chen. 5 months later, Xiao Chen used the Supreme Dragon Fist to personally verify his words before Xiao Chen. It wasn't fake. He, Elder Tian Yun, had misjudged. Although Elder Tian Yun felt somewhat embarrassed, he still carried out his responsibility. He said seriously, "The results for the Heaven Class Core Disciple slot are out. Congratulations, Xiao Chen. You are the new Heaven Class Core Disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." After saying that, he took out a war flag with a Heaven Dragon on it from a brocade box held by a servant behind him and handed it to Xiao Chen. "Drip your blood on this Heaven Dragon war flag." Xiao Chen did as he was told. He took the war flag and dripped his blood on it. Boom! The might of the Heaven Dragon surged out of the war flag. A dragon image containing Xiao Chen's essence blood rushed to the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace and entered the Heaven Dragon statue. After entering the Heavenly Dragon statue, from now on, he could enter the Heavenly Dragon main peak at will. Whoosh! At this moment, the war flag also transformed, becoming 2 meters long. With a gentle wave, the Heaven Dragon war flag fluttered in the wind. The Heaven Dragon embroidered on the war flag seemed to come to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi. Congratulations to the 5 of you for obtaining the reserve qualifications for Heaven Class Core Disciples. You can enter the main peak of the Heaven Dragon Palace to cultivate together. After further tests, you will have the opportunity to obtain the status of a Heaven Class Core Disciple. Elder Tian Yun passed on the second Palace Master's instructions as he looked at the other 5. Such a pleasant surprise elicited joy on the faces of the other 5. Although it was only reserve qualifications, it was far inferior to Xiao Chen's official quota. Xiao Chen did not even have the Heaven Dragon war flag. However, at the very least there was still a chance. "Come with me." Elder Tian Yun glanced at Xiao Chen and the others. Then he led the 6 to the back. The other Heaven Class elders stepped forward and dismissed the spectating Heaven Dragon Palace disciples. The Heaven Class Core Disciple selection came to an end here. At the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace, the second Palace Master and the third Palace Master showed somewhat complicated expressions. Supreme Dragon Fist. It truly lives up to being a forbidden art. Even this cannot trap him, the second Palace Master said softly with a sigh. The third Palace Master said softly, "That is because the disciples of our Heaven Dragon Palace are willing to give him this opportunity. Compared to Xiao Chen, who successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist, I am even more delighted. The pride of our Heaven Dragon Palace disciples still exists. Even though the Empire suppressed them, their spines did not bend. That mixed-blood dragon bloodline will definitely have a future. I will personally refine the primeval heavenly pills of all the disciples who gave up." The second Palace Master was startled. "Third brother, can you handle that? Do you really have to waste all your time on this?" The third Palace Master said coldly, "I'm happy. I'll leave the newcomers to you. I'll go back first." As the second Palace Master watched the third Palace Master leave, he smiled bitterly. Third brother is still as willful as before, his temper never changing. "He's coming." The second Palace Master looked around and saw Elder Tian Yun leading Xiao Chen's group of 6 to the main peak. "I should get busy as well." On a tall platform densely covered with palaces on the Heaven Dragon's main peak, the second Palace Master appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. "Greetings, second Palace Master." When Elder Tian Yun saw the second Palace Master, he respectfully greeted the second Palace Master. Zhang Yi and the others immediately felt startled. This black-clad old man who suddenly appeared before them was actually one of the 3 most mysterious Palace Masters of the Heaven Dragon Palace. Zhang Yi and the others quickly bowed together with Elder Tian Yun. The second Palace Master smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to stand on ceremony. This old man's name is Zhu Yang. Others address me as Old Eccentric Zhu Yang. Those who can become Heaven Class Core Disciples and are qualified to be substitutes are the pillars of my Heaven Dragon Palace. There is no need to stand on ceremony with me." "Yes, second Palace Master. According to the rules, only newly advanced Heaven Class Core Disciples can make a request of me. Substitutes are not qualified. However, I'll make an exception today. All of you can make a request that is not overboard." Palace Master Zhu Yang did not waste any words, directly giving everyone a pleasant surprise. Being able to make a request to this person who might already be a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor was simply too tempting. The group entered deep thought. Clearly, they were thinking about what kind of request they should make. Fearing that someone else would beat them to it, Yi Chen-yun stepped forward and said, "Second Palace Master, this junior would like to obtain a medicinal pill or natural treasure that can bring out the potential of my bloodline." That works too. No matter what, a great desolate Ian bloodline was a boundless treasure to any cultivator. Compared to ordinary people, a great desolate Ian bloodline held a huge advantage. The more potential one could bring out, the better. If one could transform 10% of one's bloodline power, one would gain great benefits. However, one could not rely on oneself to transform one's bloodline power. One could only rely on external items. Furthermore, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. The natural treasures needed would also be of higher quality. Sure. Palace Master Zhu Yong smiled faintly. Then, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to Yi Chen-yun. This is a peak-grade blood transformation pill that the third Palace Master specially made using 10 natural treasures that can transform one's bloodline. Only the third Palace Master knows the alchemic recipe. The other divine dragon palaces will use a large amount of resources to exchange for it every year. Thank you, Senior Zhu Yong. Yi Chen-yun joyfully received the jade bottle and carefully put it away. Qin Yan immediately said, "Second Palace Master, I would like a peak-grade blood transformation pill as well." Palace Master Zhu Yong smiled faintly and said, "You are too late. Make another request then." Such a reply drove Qin Yan crazy. However, Yi Chen-yun secretly rejoiced in his heart. The others no longer hesitated. They all made their requests, and Palace Master Zhu Yong easily satisfied them. It seemed like the requests that they racked their brains for were trivial in Palace Master Zhu Yang's eyes. Elder Tian Yun watched from the side, silently making demands. These people's horizons are still too low. Only Xiao Chen remained. Palace Master Zhu Yong handed him a jade bottle and said, "This is your reward for becoming a formal disciple. It is a special peak-grade blood transformation pill. You can also make another request." Who knew? Xiao Chen did not accept it. He looked at Palace Master Zhu Yong and said, "I can forego the medicinal pill. However, second Palace Master, I would like to meet someone." What? Qin Yan, Zhang Yi, and the others were stunned. What the hell is this request? This is too willful. Chapter 1922. Who do you want to see? Second Palace Master Zhu Yong asked as he looked interestedly at Xiao Chen. Naturally, the person Xiao Chen wanted to see the most was Lu Ruyue. However, this was not the request that Xiao Chen wanted to make. Lu Ruyue was in Ancestor Dragon City and already knew the exact news. Furthermore, Xiao Chen was getting closer to that step. It was only a matter of time before they met. There was no need to waste this opportunity. Xiao Chen looked around. Then, Palace Master Zhu Yong said something to Elder Tian Yun, and Elder Tian Yun led Zhang Yi and the others away. Now, only Xiao Chen and Palace Master Zhu Yong were left. After Xiao Chen verified that there was no one else, he said, "I want to meet the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist, the senior who fought with the Dragon Emperor 25 years ago." "Who told you all this?" Palace Master Zhu Yang's face suddenly sank, and his gaze instantly turned incredibly sharp. It was like many sharp invisible arrows piercing towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately felt immense pressure. His legs trembled involuntarily, and he found it extremely difficult to stand. It seemed like he had asked a taboo existence. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. He asked calmly, "Does it have anything to do with my request?" Palace Master Zhu Yong looked at Xiao Chen for a long time. His expression remained sharp as he continued to put pressure on Xiao Chen. When Palace Master Zhu Yong saw that Xiao Chen did not react strangely under the heavy pressure, he slowly withdrew his aura. Then he sighed softly. "It does not matter. However, he is already dead. I cannot fulfill your request." Dead? Xiao Chen felt that it was impossible. He was a bona fide heaven dragon. He only challenged the Dragon Emperor and could not be executed. After becoming a heaven dragon, he held a special position and enjoyed an extremely high reputation. Executing him would be too great a threat. Palace Master Zhu Yong smiled and said, "I know that you want to become a heaven dragon. Furthermore, you have cultivated the Supreme Dragon Fist. Your request is not excessive and very reasonable. However, I cannot do it. I cannot let you meet a dead person. Take the medicinal pill. Make another request. If you can't think of anything for now, you can keep it for now. Xiao Chen received the peak-grade blood transformation pill and muttered, "Then I'll keep it first. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." "All right, you may leave. Your soul blood seal has already been inserted into the core formation of the Heaven Dragon Peak. From now on, you can freely cultivate here." Palace Master Zhu Yang smiled faintly. When he saw Xiao Chen turn around, he raised his head and muttered to himself, "There should be a full moon tonight. The summit of the Heaven Dragon is probably the best place to admire the moon." The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the night breeze was cool. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. In the middle of the night, Xiao Chen consumed 5,000 primeval heavenly pills. Then, he stabilized his cultivation. Without thinking too much about it, Xiao Chen walked out of the room and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. In the night, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the main peak of the Heaven Dragon. This time, Xiao Chen did not encounter any obstruction. He successfully broke through and landed firmly. Then, he arrived at the platform where the spiritual energy waterfall was. This place was known as the Profound Dragon Platform. The Heaven-class core disciples loved to cultivate here. Firstly, it was rich in spiritual energy. Secondly, it was the place where the Heaven Dragon hung its head. When cultivating here, one could sense the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, which could help a cultivator resolve many difficult problems of the martial Tao. More importantly, the summit of the Heaven Dragon was above. Many Heaven-class core disciples dreamed of standing there one day. Xiao Chen wanted to see if the scenery of the Heaven Dragon Palace was different at the summit. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and turned into a lightning dragon. Receiving the baptism of the spiritual energy waterfall, he soared upwards. After a while, he firmly landed on the summit of the Heaven Dragon. Xiao Chen saw a person happily admiring the moon above. Who knew how long he had been there? It was the second palace master, Zhu Yang. Seeing Xiao Chen arrive, the second palace master Zhu Yang immediately flew over without saying a word. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen quickly followed. Gradually, he felt the pressure increase. He could not help feeling startled. The second palace master is flying to the starry heavens. Indeed, Zhu Yang was in front. Without saying a word, he tore through the sky and arrived in the boundless starry heavens. The vast starry heavens looked boundless. The second palace master Zhu Yang arrived at an asteroid belt. Hundreds of thousands of Yuan meteors formed an extraordinarily vast formation, looking like a vast sea. This greatly startled Xiao Chen. He found it hard to imagine that there was such a horrifying formation in the world. The stars were the rocks, and the starry heavens were the ground. Even from a distance, one could feel the vastness and grandeur of this asteroid belt. Xiao Chen looked into the distance and was somewhat horrified to discover dense resentment and boundless killing intent gathering at the center of the asteroid belt, which was the center of the formation. Countless negative emotions gathered together to form a horrifying human face that kept twisting. Xiao Chen could not help shivering as a chill assaulted him. He did not dare to look. Drip, drip, drip. Xiao Chen seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Every time a drop landed, his heart trembled. Even his soul felt shaken. What is that sound? Xiao Chen thought, feeling confused. At the same time, he felt an unbearable pain, like his soul was about to scatter. The second palace master Zhu Yang shielded Xiao Chen in time. Then, he leaped into the air and landed on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously. The might of the world that moved with it could easily kill a sovereign personage. "Follow me closely," Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Palace Master Zhu Yang said. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and quickly followed, not daring to act rashly. As Palace Master Zhu Yang ventured deeper, Xiao Chen got closer to the core. The distorted human face formed by boundless resentment, killing intent, and rage in the center of the formation became increasingly clearer. "Let's stop here then." Palace Master Zhu Yang stopped. The asteroid under him slowly rose as he peered through the hazy fog. Xiao Chen suddenly discovered a black dragon city under that horrifying, distorted human face. "That is Dragon Prison City." The Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals are locked up there. The person you want to see is there. Xiao Chen looked in the direction Palace Master Zhu Yang pointed and discovered an altar in the city. There was a scarlet dragon pillar on the altar. A cold sword was stabbed into the top of the dragon pillar. Chains flickering with cold light bound a petrified cultivator at the very bottom. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still looked spirited, filled with spirituality. This made it clear that he was not a statue. It was a person who was temporarily petrified. This is the person you want to see. He offended the Emperor's might and was personally suppressed by the Dragon Emperor. He is locked up in this dragon prison and will only be released after 3,000 years. Xiao Chen did not reply, completely attracted by that petrified cultivator. That cultivator had a special air about him. Even from a great distance, Xiao Chen could feel a great aura that encompassed the entire dragon city. However, this dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. This person was clearly suffering, but he could not see any rage or helplessness from being punished. That's not right. Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that the scarlet dragon pillar was not scarlet in the first place. Instead, a terrifying divine flame burned on the altar, burning that dragon race cultivator red. Although this person was sealed, he was still suffering inhumane torture and punishment. He was constantly being burned by the raging flames. However, Xiao Chen overturned his own thoughts after a while. The reason for that was because he saw that there was a sword wound on the chest of the sealed stone statue. Someone purposely left it there. Blood dripped onto the altar from the wound. The dripping sound that Xiao Chen heard at first was this person's heart blood dripping. The scarlet dragon race cultivator was dyed red by his own heart blood. Xiao Chen immediately felt shocked. He did not know how tall that dragon pillar was. To think that the heart blood dyed it red. What kind of punishment was this? Boom! Just at this moment, the distorted face in the sky let out countless miserable shrieks. The distorted face turned into countless strands of black energy that scattered in the starry heavens. However, it could not escape the top of the dragon prison. The distorted face scattered, and light and shadow turned blurry. Then, it formed the face of a normal person. This person looked exactly the same as the face of the person being punished on the dragon pillar. Even his aura was exactly the same. Zhu Yang, are you here to see me again? A somewhat hoarse but incredibly mellow voice spread throughout the starry heavens, echoing endlessly. Every meteor in the entire meteor formation shot out a resplendent pillar of light as if trying to seal off the starry heavens. This startled Xiao Chen. Such a scene was truly unexpected. Even after being sealed and suppressed, this person could still cause such a commotion. Chapter 1923. That face in the boundless starry heavens gave off a hazy light. His deep voice reverberated in the huge meteorite formation. A pillar of light soared into the clouds, isolating this space. Even that voice became intermittent. However, that did not stop Xiao Chen from understanding what it meant. The face above the dragon prison glanced at Zhu Yang before looking at Xiao Chen, who was behind him. Xiao Chen's expression froze, and he stopped speaking. Zhu Yang said softly, "It is not me who wants to see you. It is him. You know the rules of the Heaven Dragon Palace. As long as it is within my means, I will do my best to satisfy the newly advanced Heaven-class core disciple's request. His request is to see you, to see the creator of the Supreme Dragon Fist." The face floating in the air laughed and said, "I'm just a sinner. What's there to see? However, you said that he is a disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace. That is interesting. Ha 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 ha." That person suddenly started laughing maniacally, stunning Zhu Yang, not understanding what was going on. However, Xiao Chen found it strange. Could it be that this person already figured out my true bloodline? That's right. I immediately recognized your bloodline, the Blue Dragon bloodline. To think that the Blue Dragon bloodline did not go extinct and even infiltrated the Heaven Dragon Palace. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to restore the glory of the Blue Dragon bloodline? That person's voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, startling him. How did you know what I was thinking? Your expression betrayed you. Don't worry. I will not tell anyone. If I did not specially study the Blue Dragon bloodline, I would not have recognized your bloodline so quickly. If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was the same as mine, they would find it difficult to make out your bloodline. After all, It is a bloodline that people have forgotten long ago. Who would go to the Blue Dragon's old lands to investigate it like I did? The Blue Dragon's old lands? Where is it? After a short exchange, that person did not speak to Xiao Chen or give Xiao Chen an answer. Instead, he started chatting with Palace Master Zhu Yang. He successfully practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist? After hearing Palace Master Zhu Yang's introduction, the gaze with which that person looked at Xiao Chen became somewhat playful. I thought that it had already been destroyed. Unexpectedly, he still helped me keep it. However, this fist technique's flaw is extraordinarily large. While the two of them were talking, Xiao Chen suddenly noticed a sword wound on the chest of the petrified body tied to the dragon pillar. It was no longer a drop of blood dripping down. Blood gushed out like a fountain and splashed out. The divine flame in the altar burned brighter and brighter as the blood poured into it. The dragon pillar became bright red and glistening. The treasured sword at the very top trembled slightly, as if it was guiding the sword wound on the man's chest. The petrified skin cracked bit by bit, looking exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen felt intense pain just by looking at it. Who could endure such inhumane torture? However, the face above the draconic penitentiary did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, it calmly chatted with Palace Master Zhu Yang. Xiao Chen could not bear it anymore. He said, "Second Hall Master, let's go." Palace Master Zhu Yang nodded and said, "Let's go then." The meteor under their feet carried the two away, moving far into the distance. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced at that person. He saw that the face in the air gradually turned blurry, but that person still smiled at him. The vast and mighty group of dragons roams the world, entering the sky and entering the sea. Who is honored? The group of dragons is leaderless in the 4 seas and 8 directions. The world is unfair. Who is honored? Luck is not on your side, and your life is as fragile as paper. The instant Xiao Chen turned around, a mighty ferocious roar suddenly rang out. That person roared with a voice that came from his soul. That person's voice echoed in the surroundings, chanting the incantations for the Supreme Dragon Fist. The veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body started circulating for some reason. It was not under Xiao Chen's control, moving according to that voice. As that person's veritable essence energy surged and that person chanted, his Heaven Dragon's mysteries slowly merged with the Supreme Dragon Fist. The Heaven Dragon Fist absorbed water and nourishment, growing stronger bit by bit, complementing the Supreme Dragon Fist. Wait! Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that the incantations that person chanted contained many things that were not in the Supreme Dragon Fist. Was it because the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen obtained was flawed in the first place? Or did this person gain new comprehension of the Supreme Dragon Fist in the past 20-odd years? Xiao Chen did not know, but he could clearly sense that this was only beneficial and not harmful to this person. Not only did the Heaven Dragon's mysteries grow, but the Supreme Dragon Fist also became complete. What is Supreme? Until the end of time, the Supreme is not old. Time passes slowly. The Supreme is immortal. This heart does not die. These words do not regret. This body does not die. At the end of the incantation, Xiao Chen was certain that the Supreme Dragon Fist was not missing something. Instead, it was the new comprehension and completion of the Supreme Dragon Fist that this person had gained in the past 20-odd years. Many of the things that this person said surpassed Xiao Chen's understanding. What is Supreme? The original Supreme Dragon Fist only had these simple words. In the entire world, only I am honored. However, now that this person said so many words, he must have gained some new comprehension. Xiao Chen was extraordinarily intelligent. For now, he could only feel that he was honored in the entire world. This was very simple and tyrannical. 25 years ago, that person felt that he could be called supreme if he was unrivaled in the world. Now, he gained many new understandings. Until the end of time, time passes slowly. This involved the time Tao. This heart does not die. These words do not regret. This body does not die. However, it also transcended space and time. Xiao Chen could not figure out what it represented at the moment. Ha ha ha. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. You cannot lock me up. My heart is with the great desolate Aeon. My will be passed on forever. My physical body will be immortal. 1,000 years, 10,000 years. I will return sooner or later. That person's voice grew softer and softer as he laughed maniacally. Whoosh! Second Palace Master Zhu Yang led Xiao Chen out of this oppressive place. When the two looked back, They remained silent. "Do you regret it?" Second Palace Master Zhu Yong suddenly asked. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment. He could not understand what the Second Palace Master meant by regret. Second Palace Master Zhu Yong was referring to him wasting a request. Or was it regret and disappointment in his heart? All he saw was a sorry state, suffering all sorts of torture, far from being as unrivaled as he imagined. However, it did not matter whether he understood or not. Regardless of which it was, Xiao Chen did not regret it. He directly shook his head. Second Palace Master, I don't understand. Does he not feel pain? Xiao Chen thought about the flame in the altar and the sword wound that Xiao Chen purposely left on his chest. Xiao Chen's heart bled at every moment. Such pain could not be described with words. Palace Master Zhu Yong explained softly. His pain is a soul-deep torture. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the most horrifying aspect of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. He makes you feel so much pain that you want to die, but you cannot vent it. After 1,000 years, once the seal is broken, all this pain will pile up and be vented. Even if you regain your freedom, your physical body and soul will crumble. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt horrified. The image of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor appeared in his mind, making him tremble in fear. No one can challenge the Dragon Emperor's might. Even the Heaven Dragon is no exception. Palace Master Zhu Yong said softly. Hence, I feel that bringing you to meet him is not a bad thing. At the very least, you will not have thoughts that you should not have while cultivating the Supreme Dragon Fist. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help asking, what thoughts does Second Palace Master think I will have? Zhu Yong looked at Xiao Chen and said, even without me saying it, you should know the negative effects of the Supreme Dragon Fist. The rage and resentment it contains can attack a cultivator's soul at any time. There is no perfect cultivation technique in the world. There are always losses when there are gains. You are a rare genius of my Heaven Dragon Palace. First brother and second brother have high hopes for you, hoping that you can revitalize the Heaven Dragon Palace. I do not wish for you to destroy yourself. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then, he said softly, many thanks for the 3 palace masters' concern. Xiao Chen will definitely engrave the Heaven Dragon Palace's kindness to this junior in his heart. The second palace master nodded and said, after you return, cultivate properly. Do not slack off. The competition between the 7 outer palaces will begin in half a year. Do not think that you can rest easy with just the Supreme Dragon Fist. Even in the current Heaven Dragon Palace, you are not unrivaled among the Heaven-class core disciples. This junior understands. Xiao Chen was very clear on the drawbacks of the Supreme Dragon Fist. If he could avoid using it, he would do his best. Aside from the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chen was not much weaker than Exin, Li Luo, and Zhu Yun. As for the Heaven-class core disciples of the other outer palaces, Xiao Chen only needed to think about them. Murong Yan, Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and the others were just core disciples, but they were already incredibly strong. Xiao Chen could guess how strong those Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were. The resources they could use were much more than the Heaven Dragon Palace. Even if Xiao Chen used the Supreme Dragon Fist, he would not dare to claim that he was unrivaled. Xiao Chen still had a long way to go. Go back then. Palace Master Zhu Yong led Xiao Chen back to the Heaven Dragon Palace. The moon was still there, but the moonlight was much thinner. Cultivate properly. If you have any questions, you can ask us. After saying that, the second Palace Master Zhu Yong vanished from Xiao Chen's sight as if he had never appeared. Chapter 1924. After the second Palace Master left, only Xiao Chen remained at the top of the Heaven Dragon. The hazy moon reflected Xiao Chen's current mood. The earlier scene had simply shocked him too much. The strength of the Heaven Dragon went without saying. However, even such a strong Heaven Dragon lost to the current Dragon Emperor, enduring inhumane torture. However, what Xiao Chen knew was that the 7 outer palaces were qualified to fight for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. The Dragon Emperor of any generation could only sit on the throne for 500 years. This was similar to the dynasty's emperor. One could not sit on the throne forever. Otherwise, with the Dragon Emperor's cultivation, there would be no need for a replacement for 10,000 years. This was clearly not a good thing for the empire. If they suppressed the other bloodlines for a long time, not giving them any hope, it would be hard to avoid conflicts over time. Furthermore, This was not good for the Golden Dragon bloodline. Without competition, no matter how many resources one occupied, the Golden Dragon bloodline would decline sooner or later. However, while the 7 outer palaces were qualified, in reality, the position of Dragon Emperor had never been given to a dragon race cultivator born in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The mixed blood dragons and true dragons of the Heaven Dragon Palace could not compete with the divine dragon cultivators with better resources and stronger bloodlines. Although there were many of them, they were still at the bottom. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and stopped thinking about this for now. It was still too far away. When he saw the sealed Heaven Dragon still exuding a soul-stirring aura, Xiao Chen realized that he was not strong enough. As for the fight for the position of Dragon Emperor, Xiao Chen felt that he had to return to the Kunlun realm to ask the Dragon Horse Seniors if he had the opportunity. At this moment, Xiao Chen only focused on the Supreme Dragon Fist that the Heaven Dragon chanted at the end. The completed Supreme Dragon Fist was a completely new fist technique compared to the Supreme Dragon Fist that Xiao Chen obtained before. The mental state of that person 25 years ago had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to 25 years later. The meaning of the word supreme was completely different. Compared to the former, the latter's horizons and structure were much higher. The former only cared about being invincible, while the latter wanted to be immortalized for generations to come. It involved the Tao of space-time, and in the end, it even surpassed space-time. It was clearly unreliable to try to comprehend everything. Moreover, although he was strong as the Heaven Dragon, that was only his own understanding, not Xiao Chen's. Right now, Xiao Chen only wanted to absorb as much as he could before modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen made the Supreme Dragon Fist suitable for him and reduced its drawbacks. Xiao Chen could feel the soaring resentment when he held the secret manual. The second palace master had considered this when he agreed to let Xiao Chen meet the Heaven Dragon. He was indeed concerned about Xiao Chen and did not want to lose himself in the Supreme Dragon Fist. The morning glow dyed the horizon red. The sun leaped out of the clouds and the sunlight shone on the entire Heaven Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the Heaven Dragon, was the first to be baptized by the morning light. However, at this moment, he was immersed in yesterday's harvest and did not open his eyes. The spiritual energy waterfall below, where the Heaven Dragon statue lowered its head, gave off a multicolored glow under the morning light. At this moment, the air felt incredibly clear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sun had just risen when the 3 core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace, Xin, Ju Yun, and Li Luo, arrived at the profound dragon platform. After the 3 exchanged simple greetings, they sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes. Then, in this misty place with abundant spiritual energy and the Heaven Dragon statue, they meditated and cultivated bitterly. The morning was the most important part of the day. Everyone's mind, qi, and spirit were at their peak at this moment. It was clear that the 3 were very disciplined people, not wasting any good time in the morning. They had been living like this ever since they became Heaven-class core disciples. They were very disciplined. Not long after, a few silhouettes walked over. These were the ones who obtained the qualifications to become Heaven-class core disciples. Xiao Jinyu, Zhang Yi, Yi Qianyun, Qin Yan, and Feng Tianyi. In the Heaven Dragon Palace, the profound dragon platform could be considered a holy land in the hearts of all the disciples. More or less, they all dreamed of cultivating here one day. Although it was not convenient for the reserved disciples to enter the main peak, they could still cultivate here. The 5 of them were quite curious and looked around respectfully. What pure air! The spiritual energy is unimaginably abundant. Yi Qianyun took a deep breath. As he stood on the mountain and looked at the morning sun in the east, he felt this from the bottom of his heart. The others stood before the spiritual energy waterfall and used their hands to receive it. Under the illumination of the morning sun, the spiritual energy waterfall gave off a multicolored glow, looking very beautiful. When they felt the coolness in their hands, the 5 revealed smiles. Yi Qianyun discovered that the spiritual fog directly turned into a handful of clear spiritual water. Yi Qianyun used his hands to cup the water and drank it. He immediately felt a cool sensation wash over his internal organs. He exclaimed excitedly, "What refreshing spiritual water! To think that the spiritual energy can turn into a waterfall. This is incredible." When Yi Qianyun looked down, the spiritual energy waterfall turned into a meandering stream, looking like a long dragon coiling around the main peak. The 5 found it hard to hide their joy. Even Zhang Yi, who had kept a tense expression, melted under such a beautiful scene, revealing a warm smile. Just at this moment, the five felt a gaze on them and turned their heads to look. Li Luo and the other two, who were cultivating, opened their eyes at the same time and looked at them calmly. The five felt startled and quickly apologized respectfully. Senior brother Exin, senior brother Ju Yun, senior sister Li Luo, sorry for interrupting your cultivation. Interrupting someone's cultivation was extremely rude. In serious cases, it might even result in a huge battle. However, Li Luo and the other two only smiled faintly, not showing any intention of blaming them. The only female heaven-class core disciple, Li Luo, smiled and said, "It's fine. It's our first time at the Profound Dragon platform. It's hard to avoid some emotional fluctuations. We all had similar experiences back then." Xiao Jinyu and the others heaved a sigh of relief. When they thought about their earlier actions, they felt embarrassed. They were holy venerates after all, and some of them came from large clans. Yet they behaved like children. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xiao Jinyu asked, "Senior sister, are the three of you the only heaven-class core disciples in our Heaven Dragon Palace?" Li Luo replied, "Naturally not. Even if we only choose one heaven-class core disciple each time, the Heaven Dragon Palace has more than 3 heaven-class core disciples. However, some have already gone to Ancestor Dragon City, and some have obtained permission to go out on experiential training." "Senior brother, senior sister, why are you not going out on experiential training?" Yi Qianyun asked out of curiosity. It was rather strange for heaven-class core disciples to always cultivate on the main peak. Li Luo did not say anything. Ju Yun smiled bitterly and said, "We want to as well. However, the sect has rules. If we do not meet the requirements, we are not allowed to leave the sect. It is the same for you now. Even if you have matters to attend to, you are not allowed to go out unless you obtain the approval of the 3 palace masters." The moment Ju Yun said that, the expressions of Zhang Yi and the other two changed slightly. Wasn't that equivalent to being trapped in the Heaven Dragon Palace? Compared to being a core disciple, they had even less freedom. "What requirements do we have to meet?" Zhang Yi asked, recovering his indifferent expression. Li Luo pointed to the Heaven Dragon head on 10,000 feet cliff and said, "It's very simple. Fly up and stand at the top of the Heaven Dragon. After that, you can leave." What a strange requirement. The group revealed doubtful expressions as they looked up. They could not understand why there was such a strange requirement. Suddenly, Xiao Jinyu's expression changed. He exclaimed, "There is someone up there." Li Luo took a look and said, "It's Xiao Chen. He came very early and probably sat there the entire night." Whoosh! The expressions of Xiao Jinyu, Yi Qianyun, and the others changed slightly. They felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. Even the joy of becoming a reserve heaven-class core disciple and entering the Profound Dragon platform to cultivate faded significantly. It turned out that Xiao Chen had already ascended the Profound Dragon platform. Furthermore, he had climbed to the top of the Heaven Dragon, which even the 3 heaven-class core disciples could not reach. "It is just 10,000 feet. I am a middle-stage holy venerate. Could it be that I cannot go up?" Yi Qianyun snorted coldly, feeling unconvinced in his heart. Suddenly, his aura soared to the limit, turning into a strong wind that soared into the clouds. "Be careful." Before Li Luo and the others could stop Yi Qianyun, they saw Yi Qianyun charge up, rising to a third of the way up. Haha. It turns out that he is only so. Although Yi Qianyun felt some pressure, he discovered that it was still bearable. It was not impossible for him to go up. The instant Yi Qianyun looked up, he discovered that the clouds had scattered at some point in time, revealing the true appearance of the Heaven Dragon head. Xiao Chen also saw the blurry figure in the clouds clearly. However, before Yi Qianyun could think of anything, the Heaven Dragon statue seemed to come to life. The statue roared, and the might of the Heaven Dragon descended from the sky. Pussy! Yi Qianyun vomited a mouthful of blood, unable to resist at all. Then he got knocked into the air, falling towards the deep chasm. The expressions of Li Luo and the others changed slightly. It would be difficult to climb back up after falling off the cliff. Furthermore, Yi Qianyun was injured. If no elders made a move, he would be in danger. Chapter 1925. Bang! A loud sound rang out, accompanied by a miserable shriek. Xiao Chen opened his eyes at the top of the Heaven Dragon. It sounded like someone had fallen off the cliff. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. It was Yi Chenyun's. Xiao Chen's night of cultivation was interrupted. As he looked at the rising sun, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He stood on the top of the heaven dragon and looked around. His heart moved, encompassing everything. Boom, boom, boom. With a thought, Xiao Chen started practicing the Supreme Dragon Fist, testing out his comprehensions from the night before. Below, Li Luo and the others gathered together. When they looked down the cliff, they could no longer see Yi Chenyun's figure. Will he die? Qin Yan asked with some fear as he looked at the bottomless cliff. Li Luo shook her head and said, No. He is a holy venerate, after all. Although this deep abyss is somewhat strange, it will not kill a heaven-class core disciple. However, he is severely injured. It is hard to avoid being bedridden for a month or two. The moment Li Luo said that, Zhang Yi and the others could not help feeling happy. After all, they were still heaven-class core disciples. Sooner or later, they would have to fight over them. The competition was still there. Yi Chenyun's rash actions were equivalent to ruining his qualifications to become a heaven-class core disciple. Thinking about it, it was extremely laughable. This also inspired fear in the others, not daring to give it a try. Li Luo withdrew her gaze and said gravely, This heaven dragon's might grows stronger the stronger it is. Even if you want to give it a try, you cannot be so rash. However, I can't be so reckless. I have to leave myself some room to maneuver. Just at this moment, wind howled at the top of the heaven dragon. Dragon roars rang out everywhere, and the clouds moved. The group stopped talking and looked up. When they saw Xiao Chen practicing his fist technique on the top of the heaven dragon, they revealed complicated expressions. How can he do it? Xiao Jinyu showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Looking up at Xiao Chen made him feel sullen and depressed. Envy flashed in Zhu Yun's eyes as he said, He comprehended a trace of the heaven dragon's mysteries. He can already infuse his aura into the heaven dragon's might. This is the best way to climb to the top of the heaven dragon. If the three of us force our way, we have at least a 50% chance of reaching it. However, we want to comprehend the heaven dragon's mysteries and soar, not endure the dragon's might. Xiao Chen's talent simply astonished the three of them. Back then, when he barged into the Heavenly Dragon Palace's main peak, the three of them were shocked. The first time Xiao Chen came to this profound dragon platform, he managed to comprehend the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries just by observing for a while. On the other hand, they had been cultivating on the profound dragon platform for more than a year. Although their cultivation had improved rapidly, they were not as strong as before. However, the Heavenly Dragon's mysteries still felt unfathomable. Under the Xiao Chen, the dragon. Chen Yang Chen Yu out and his looked and Yu and dragon his Chen his appeared. And looked. Yun. Heaven. I still can't do it. Xiao Chen shook his head. He felt that after the dragon. His practice of the Supreme Dragon Fist seemed to have gone awry. If he continued, he might end up entering berserking chi deviation. Indeed, the Supreme Dragon Fist cannot be easily modified. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. In an instant, he landed in Cold Moon Cave and started cultivating in a meditation room. Since Xiao Chen wanted to comprehend the Supreme Dragon Fist, his cultivation could not fall behind. Time passed peacefully. During the day, Xiao Chen cultivated in his residence, stabilizing and raising his cultivation. At night, he meditated at the top of the heaven dragon. When the morning sun rose, he would practice what he comprehended at night. Clouds gathered and scattered. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. I did it! On the top of the heaven dragon, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. After 30 days, he finally succeeded in refining the Supreme Dragon Fist. He had replaced the resentment in the fist with killing chi. Although it was also a negative emotion, as long as he vented his killing chi and controlled it well, there would not be any negative effects. As for resentment, it would accumulate over time. Sooner or later, it would distort one's mind. Replacing it with killing chi was more suitable for Xiao Chen than the heaven dragon. Actually, Xiao Chen did not have that much resentment. Forcibly using resentment to bring out the might of the fist technique would be putting the cart before the horse. After 1 month of consuming a large number of primeval heavenly pills, Xiao Chen's cultivation steadily increased, reaching peak late-stage primeval heavenly pills. However, Xiao Chen was still some distance from the bottleneck. He would not be able to break through to Holy Venerate within a short time. However, Xiao Chen did not want to break through to Holy Venerate for now. Holy Venerate was a whole new realm. Xiao Chen, who had suffered at the hands of Holy Venerate wills many times, was exceptionally cautious about this realm. Xiao Chen, junior brother. Just as Xiao Chen was about to leave, Xiao Chen heard someone calling him from below. With a thought, he descended. It was Li Luo, looking at him with a smile. Congratulations, junior brother Xiao Chen, on successfully modifying the Supreme Dragon Fist. The people below had been observing for the past month. Naturally, they knew what Xiao Chen had been doing. Many thanks. Li Luo hesitated for a while before asking, Junior brother, can you tell us about your comprehensions of the Heaven Dragon's mysteries? Sure. Xiao Chen's simple and straightforward answer startled Li Luo and the others. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen agreed to it so readily. They had been conflicted for a long time over whether to ask Xiao Chen or what to do if he rejected them. It was not that there were no elders who could tell them about the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. However, the elders' cultivations were much higher than theirs. There were many things that were hard to understand. If it were someone of the same generation explaining it to them, it would be easier for them to understand. Many thanks, junior brother Xiao Chen. The others quickly expressed their thanks and invited Xiao Chen to a stone pillar on the profound dragon platform. Then, the others spread out and formed a circle. Xiao Chen did not overthink. He answered honestly, I can only speak of my own understanding. Everyone's situation is different. I cannot guarantee that it will be of any help to everyone. Junior brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Your accomplishments speak for themselves. If you are willing to share it, we will definitely gain something. It is just a matter of how much. The heaven-class core disciple, Zhu Yun, smiled and gestured for Xiao Chen to begin. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen said, In my understanding, the Heaven Dragon's mysteries are not about merging with the heavens, regarding the heavens as venerate, and regarding the heavens as master. It is still regarding the dragon as master and venerate. Simply put, it is regarding ourselves as venerate. One must have a boldness greater than the heavens. No matter how vast the heavens are, one's heart must be even larger. The vastness of one's heart is greater than the heavens and greater than the earth. To comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, one first has to have great boldness. Then, one has to comprehend the state within the Heaven Dragon. Li Luo asked, What is the state within the Heaven Dragon? Xiao Chen explained, In my understanding, the state within the Heaven Dragon is an ethereal quality. It might be different from the tyranny, kingship, or heavenly might that everyone imagines. This, Li Luo and the others frowned slightly, confusion appearing on their faces. When they looked up at the Heaven Dragon head hidden in the clouds, the first feeling they got was a heavenly might that shook their souls. Next was an unparalleled tyranny and an arrogance that reigned supreme. Why did Xiao Chen only see the word ethereal? He simply could not understand. Xiao Chen, you aren't lying to us, right? Xiao Jinyu frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Chen with some suspicion. I've asked many elders, but no one has ever said that the Heaven Dragon's mysteries contain an ethereal state. Could it be that you have a deeper understanding than those elders? Perhaps. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not denying it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, the Heaven Dragon was boundlessly ethereal, proud but unruly. No matter how tyrannical it appeared, it always had an unrestrained carefreeness within. Even the sky could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's wings, and the earth could not restrain the Heaven Dragon's footsteps. The vastness of one's heart was unfettered by the world. How arrogant! When Xiao Jinyu saw Xiao Chen being so immodest, he turned his head and left, showing no intention of continuing to listen. Xiao Chen did not mind, ignoring Xiao Jinyu. If you want to leave, it's up to you. I'm not asking you to listen. Xiao Chen continued to explain his views. In the end, the more he spoke, the more contradictions there were. Feng Tianyi, Qin Yan, and the others left. Even the 3 heaven-class core disciples frowned heavily. Earlier, the senior brothers and junior brothers who comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries were completely at odds with Xiao Chen's. Soon, only Li Luo remained in the entire profound dragon platform. The others could no longer bear to listen. They could not be bothered to rebut Xiao Chen, not wanting to get into a conflict with him. They snorted coldly in their hearts and left. Soon, even Li Luo could no longer bear to listen. The more Xiao Chen spoke, the more he deviated. She felt like she would break down soon. If she continued listening, her understanding of the heaven dragon might waver. Sorry, junior brother Xiao Chen. I have to leave as well, Li Luo said somewhat awkwardly as she stood up. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen with some guilt. It's fine. Everyone left. However, no one discovered that Xiao Chen's aura was increasingly compatible with the place where the heaven dragon hung its head, nearly becoming one with it. Chapter 1926. No one can understand? As Xiao Chen looked at the empty profound dragon platform, he appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he was willing to share his insights with others. No matter what, he would feel something was not right in such a situation. Even the sect elders could not make out the inner state of the heaven dragon. Why was that? Xiao Jinyu might be lying, purposely opposing Xiao Chen. However, Li Luo did not seem like that kind of person. Xiao Chen's point of view and intuition conflicted intensely with their feelings. Otherwise, Li Luo would not have left. There had to be a reason behind this. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the heaven dragon statue, at the heaven dragon head hidden in the clouds. The indistinct heavenly might and dragon might merged, appearing tyrannical and arrogant. No one dared to look at it directly. However, Xiao Chen found it amiable. Aside from that, there was also an ethereal, free, and carefree air that was exceptionally clear. Strange. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After thinking about it, he suddenly thought of something. The blue dragon bloodline. That's right. It must be because my bloodline is special, much stronger than mixed blood dragons, true dragons, and even other divine dragon bloodlines. That's why I can make out the inner state of this heaven dragon statue with one glance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for those elders not to see it. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt that this was the only possibility. It was very likely. Aside from that, it might have something to do with Xiao Chen's experiences. Xiao Chen did not have the experience of being a mixed blood dragon. It was like looking at this heaven dragon statue from a bystander's point of view. It was hard to avoid seeing some other mysteries. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a treasure light suddenly flared behind him. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the heaven dragon statue, where the clouds lingered. The heaven dragon's mouth gave off a 7-colored treasure light. After a while, the thing in the dragon's mouth flowed down the waterfall. It was resplendent and indistinct. What is it? Xiao Chen stepped forward and arrived before the waterfall. Then, he reached into the water and took it out. The light scattered, revealing a fruit giving off a mellow fragrance. At first glance, the fruit looked like a small dragon crouching there. Strange. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen put the fruit away and left. At the same time, below the profound dragon platform, Xiao Jinyu and the others gathered together, expressing their views on the heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen's understanding is complete nonsense. It doesn't make sense at all. To think that he thinks that he can see more clearly than the elders. How arrogant and ignorant. Xiao Jinyu said in an intense tone, feeling upset. When Xiao Jinyu thought of Xiao Chen's nonchalant reply, perhaps, Xiao Jinyu felt depressed. Did he really think that he was invincible just because he stood at the peak of the heaven dragon? He was just lucky and went up ahead of time. From the bottom of his heart, Xiao Jinyu refused to admit that he was inferior to Xiao Chen. He did not believe that he could not compare to a mixed blood dragon. Qin Yan frowned and said, although he indeed comprehended the heaven dragon's profound meaning, I feel that it's completely brushing us off. He did not tell us the true profoundness within. Senior brother Zhang Yi, you are very knowledgeable. What do you think? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, it's hard to say. It is too inconceivable, completely at odds with what I comprehended. If I continue listening, I'm afraid that something might go wrong when I cultivate in the future. Zhu Yun and Exian maintained their poise but did not say anything. However, based on the two's expressions, they clearly agreed with what Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi said. Otherwise they would have retorted. Senior sister Li Luo came down as well. Feng Tianyi said when he saw a graceful figure walking over from above. Indeed, even senior sister Li Luo can't stand it anymore. Like I said, He is just brushing us off, Xiao Jinyu said with emphasis, sounding even more certain. Li Luo frowned slightly. When she noticed that the expressions of the others were off, she said sullenly, Junior brother Xiao Chen already said at the start that this is his own personal comprehension. He cannot guarantee whether he can gain anything. Don't speak ill of him behind his back. Haha. I am not saying that he is not good. He is just trying to mislead us, not wanting us to catch up to him. Xiao Jinyu smiled coldly. His opinion of Xiao Chen was rather heavy. Just at this moment, the profound dragon platform suddenly gave off a bright light. The group looked up and saw a clump of 7-colored light flowing down the waterfall from the mouth of the heaven dragon statue. Qin Yan immediately felt shocked. He asked doubtfully, "What is that?" "A heaven dragon fruit." Zhu Yun's expression suddenly changed drastically. He exclaimed somewhat excitedly, "It is definitely a heaven dragon fruit. It is exactly as described in the sect's ancient records. A mutated fruit with a dragon's mouth giving off 7-colored light and flowing down the waterfall." Li Luo's expression also changed slightly. She muttered, "Junior brother Xiao Chen did not lie to us. His understanding might really be correct." "Senior brother Zhang, what is a heaven dragon fruit?" Qin Yan asked as he looked at Zhang Yi. The veteran core disciple, Zhang Yi, replied softly, "When comprehending the Tao in the profound dragon platform, if one can obtain the recognition of the heaven dragon statue, there is a certain chance that it will spit out a mutated fruit. That is the heaven dragon fruit. This heaven dragon fruit can not only increase one's cultivation, cleanse the physical body, and refine soul energy, but it can also strengthen the mysteries of the heaven dragon. I have only heard of some legends. Unexpectedly, there really is a mutated item like the heaven dragon fruit." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhu Yun and Exian did not say anything. They directly rushed towards the profound dragon platform, not caring about anything else. They just wanted to ask Xiao Chen for a leaf. If they could obtain a leaf from the mutated fruit, it would be a stroke of good fortune. The two had already rushed over very quickly. However, they could only fly quickly. They could no longer catch up to Xiao Chen. Even if they could catch up, they would be too embarrassed to do so. Soon, Xiao Jinyu and the others rushed over. When they did not see Xiao Chen, they all felt regret. When the Heaven Dragon Palace was first established, the Heaven Dragon fruit often appeared. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Dragon fruit has only appeared 3 times in total. Every time, the person who obtained the Heaven Dragon fruit became an outstanding talent that could shake up the entire Great Thousand Realms, Li Luo muttered to herself. Then she added indifferently, "Like I said, even if I cannot understand junior brother Xiao Chen's words, I cannot slander him behind his back." Even the spiritual symbol of the Heaven Dragon Palace acknowledged his Tao. Clearly, he is not wrong. Xiao Jinyu showed an embarrassed expression. He knew that Li Luo was referring to him. This slap to the face felt somewhat painful. Even though Xiao Chen was no longer here, he still felt a searing pain. The mutated fruit should have 3 leaves. After junior brother Xiao Chen consumed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his need for leaves is negligible. He might be able to get one. Zhu Yun and Exian's thoughts were more practical. They muttered to themselves. After thinking for a while, the temptation of the Heaven Dragon fruit's leaves overcame the awkwardness. They decided to thicken their skin and ask for one. In the clouds above Cold Moon Cave, Xiao Chen, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, sensed that someone was visiting his residence. When he appeared in the clouds and looked over, he revealed a surprised expression. The visitors were actually Wei Hongfei, Situ Changfeng, and Murong Yan. Xiao Chen quickly landed and rushed to the front to welcome them. "Brother Xiao Chen, it has been a long time." Murong Yan's loud voice had just landed when Xiao Chen heard it from far away. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he met the group halfway up the mountain. Situ Changfeng smiled faintly and said, "You came really quickly. Brother Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly horrifying. You can even sense our auras from so far away." "That was not the case." Xiao Chen replied softly, "It's just a coincidence. Everyone, come with me. Let's go to the residence and have a seat first." After entering the residence, Murong Yan looked at Xiao Chen, who personally brewed tea and poured water. His lips twitched as he said, "I say, Xiao Chen, your residence is really empty and desolate. Why didn't you find some servants or maids?" Xiao Chen could hire servants to manage his residence. However, Xiao Chen preferred peace and quiet, so he did not apply for one from the sect. After exchanging conventional greetings, Wei Hongfei said, Xiao Chen, you still exceeded my expectations. Although I felt that it would not be difficult for you to become a heaven-class core disciple, I really did not expect you to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. I was just lucky. At the mention of the Supreme Dragon Fist, Murong Yen also became interested. Come. Let's spar. I heard that this fist technique is rather ferocious. Coincidentally, I recently practiced a fist technique of our Red Dragon Palace's forbidden technique. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not fight with Murong Yen for no reason. Ignoring Murong Yen, he looked at Situ Chongfeng and asked, Why are the three of you here? Situ Chongfeng looked at Wei Hongfei and said, Brother Wei, please speak. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, There is still half a year before the competition between the 7 outer palaces. I want to use this half a year to make a trip to Desolate God Valley, so I went to look for Murong Yen and Situ Chongfeng, and then you. Xiao Chen had heard of Desolate God Valley before. It was a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. It was incredibly dangerous but also filled with fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'm fine with it. I've been in closed-door cultivation for a long time already. Coincidentally, I want to move around. Situ Chongfeng smiled and said, I just knew that Brother Xiao would agree. We cannot remain in this Heaven Dragon Palace for long. 3 days from now, we will meet in Heaven Dragon City. We will discuss this in detail so that you can make your preparations. Wait a moment. Xiao Chen thought of something and took out the mutated fruit he obtained at the Profound Dragon platform. Then, he handed it to Situ Chongfeng and asked, Brother Situ, what is this? This. When Situ Chongfeng saw it, he felt slightly stunned. Then he exclaimed in shock, Where did you get this? Xiao Chen honestly explained what he experienced. Situ Chongfeng exchanged looks with Wei Hongfei. Then he said with a grave expression, Quickly put it away. This is a Heaven Dragon fruit. The Heaven Dragon statue on your main peak has an extremely ancient origin. For the sake of this Heaven Dragon fruit, it even incited some fights between the outer palaces. It is best to consume it early to prevent more problems from cropping up. They have such great origins? Xiao Chen was rather shocked. To think that 2 people with divine dragon bloodlines revealed such grave expressions. It looked like the value of this item surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Wei Hongfei said, It is not just this fruit. These 3 Heaven Dragon leaves are worth cities as well and are extremely rare. You should keep them well. In the future, you can use them to exchange for the resources you need. Xiao Chen asked, Can the effects stack with the fruit? That is not possible. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, consuming the Heaven Dragon leaves will have almost no effect. When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. He said straightforwardly, In that case, I'll give these 3 Heaven Dragon leaves to the few of you. I already have the Heaven Dragon fruit. Hehe. It would be impolite of me to refuse. While Wei Hongfei and Situ Chongfeng were still being polite, Murong Yen casually put away the fruits. Murong Yen casually put it away. The 2 thanked him and solemnly put it away as well. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked outside and said, Someone else is here. Chapter 1927. Someone else came. Upon hearing that, Situ Chongfeng smiled and said, Brother Xiao, it looks like you are rather popular in the Heaven Dragon Palace. Rather popular? Xiao Chen did not say much. However, he thought about the somewhat disappointed scene at the Profound Dragon platform earlier. He did not know who had come. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out his identity token and formed a hand seal with both hands. The layers of formations outside the residence opened. Soon, Zhu Yun and Exian rushed over to where Xiao Chen was. Senior brothers, what brings you here? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the 2, feeling it strange. Zhu Yun hesitated for a while before asking probingly, Junior brother, did you obtain a Heaven Dragon fruit? That's right. When I spoke to the various junior brothers, I seem to have obtained the acknowledgement of the Heaven Dragon statue. A fruit fell from it. It is indeed a Heaven Dragon fruit, Xiao Chen answered honestly, not deliberately hiding anything. Indeed, it is a Heaven Dragon fruit. Zhu Yun and Exian rejoiced. Exian said, Junior brother, there should be 3 more Heaven Dragon leaves for the Heaven Dragon fruit. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, Consuming the heaven dragon leaf will not have much effect. The two of us would like to request a heaven dragon leaf from Junior Brother. We can use other resources to exchange for it. Junior Brothers, you are too polite. If not for me speaking to everyone, the heaven dragon fruit would not have appeared. We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to talk about exchanging. Before Xiaochen finished, Ju Yun and Exian rejoiced. Junior Brother is really straightforward. In that case, it would be impolite for the two of us to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen was so generous, not requiring them to use resources to exchange for the heaven dragon fruit. Xiaochen immediately felt helpless, not knowing what to say. He had not finished speaking yet. When Situ Chongfeng saw the situation, he said softly, "The two of you are too late. Brother Xiaochen already gave the heaven dragon leaf to the three of us. I'm afraid that we cannot return it." What? Ju Yun and Exian were greatly startled. Only now did they notice that the three people beside Xiaochen all had extraordinary airs and were very strong. He asked softly, "May I ask who you are?" The Red Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Morong Yen. Blue Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple, Situ Chongfeng. The Golden Dragon Palace's Heaven-class core disciple Wei Hongfei. Ju Yun and Exian immediately felt immense pressure. These three were actually Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines. Although they were all Heaven-class core disciples, everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire knew about the Heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace and the Heaven-class core disciples of the other outer palaces. Not only in terms of strength and status, but there was also a clear gap between them. Furthermore, Ju Yun and Exian were among the weaker Heaven-class core disciples in the Heaven Dragon Palace. The stronger Heaven-class core disciples had already passed the test and were out-tempering themselves. Ju Yun looked a little embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "I won't bother you anymore." After the two left Xiaochen's residence, they still found it hard to calm down. To think that three disciples with divine dragon bloodlines were Xiaochen's honored guests. Based on the three's expressions, they did not show any signs of superiority when facing Xiaochen. In fact, Ju Yun and Exian even vaguely felt that the three seemed to be here to seek help from Xiaochen. It turned out that the calm, white-clad bladesman at the top of the Heaven Dragon Palace had already surpassed them without them realizing it. Be it breadth of vision or breadth of mind, they were on completely different levels. With this thought, Ju Yun and Exian could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. It looks like senior sister Li Luo is right. Junior brother Xiaochen indeed has good intentions toward us. Given his current strength and breadth of mind, there is no need for him to mislead us or fear that we will surpass him. Exen let out a long sigh, speaking the truth somewhat helplessly. Even Heaven-class core disciples with divine dragon bloodlines sought help from Xiaochen. How could Xiaochen treat them as opponents and harbor ill intentions? Shaking their heads, the two showed dispirited expressions as they left in disappointment. They were not too disappointed that they could not obtain the Heaven Dragon Leaf. What they truly felt disappointed about was discovering the invisible gap between them and Xiaochen. Situ Chongfeng's group did not remain for long in Cold Moon Cave. Wei Hongfei stood up and said, "Let's meet at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City 3 days from now. Xiaochen, you should make your preparations as well." Right. After the three left, Xiaochen took out the Heaven Dragon fruit and ate it without thinking. Not to mention, the glistening Heaven Dragon fruit tasted pretty good. It was fragrant and sweet, refreshing, and moisturizing. After a while, the effects of the Heaven Dragon fruit started to show. Xiaochen closed his eyes and carefully experienced it. The instant he closed his eyes, his entire body gave off a resplendent light. The bright light was formed by strands of pure dragon qi. Then, the dragon qi gathered behind Xiaochen and formed a heaven dragon. With the aid of the Heaven Dragon fruit, the strand of Heaven Dragon's mysteries in Xiaochen's body strengthened continuously. Xiaochen felt that he could gradually grasp the originally vague and unfathomable Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which seemed to be about to completely take form. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Xiaochen's aura soared wildly. After consuming the Heaven Dragon fruit, the two types of veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body continuously condensed and strengthened rapidly. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When Xiaochen completely absorbed the Heaven Dragon fruit, his cultivation directly soared to peak consummation late-stage star venerate. This saved Xiaochen a lot of time, allowing him to reach the peak of the Star Venerate realm. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that he would need some time to reach the bottleneck. Now he had reached it. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A strand of golden dragon-shaped light flashed in his eyes. How strong! My veritable essence energy is secondary. My heaven dragon's mysteries are truly a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy would reach this level sooner or later. Furthermore, he did not lack resources. He only lacked time. However, the heaven dragon's mysteries were different. Comprehending them was relatively slow. One heaven dragon fruit directly helped Xiao Chen condense a complete strand of the heaven dragon's mysteries. It was no longer like before, where he could only comprehend it but not grasp it. With a thought, a strand of swimming light appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. This was the tangible image of the heaven dragon's mysteries. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. In the future, it would be easy for him to infuse the heaven dragon's mysteries into his aura, dragon might, or martial techniques. Xiao Chen now felt even more confident of becoming a heaven dragon. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chen did not make any preparations. He spent all his time digesting the many benefits of the heaven dragon fruit. Aside from his veritable essence energy, cultivation, and the heaven dragon's mysteries, he had to slowly digest the other benefits. For example, the cleansing of his physical body allowed Xiao Chen's divine dragon war body to improve by another level. 3 days later, at the largest inn in Heaven Dragon City, Xiao Chen met up with Situ Changfeng and the other two. Now that they were no longer in the Heaven Dragon Palace, Wei Hongfei, Murong Yan, and Wei Hongfei felt much less restrained. When Situ Changfeng saw Xiao Chen, his eyes lit up. Xiao Chen, you refined the Heaven Dragon fruit? Yes, the effects are pretty good. I refined my veritable essence energy again, and my cultivation even advanced to peak consummation late-stage Star Venerate. My Heaven Dragon's mysteries improved further. In Xiao Chen's current state, one Heaven Dragon fruit raised his combat prowess by at least 20%. Although Situ Changfeng and the other two also refined the Heaven Dragon leaves, the effects were much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the three had not comprehended the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. Hence, they had wasted the greatest effect. In that case, let's go to Desolate God Valley. It looks like we have a better chance there, Situ Changfeng said softly with a smile. Wei Hongfei said, let's get back to business. Xiao Chen, how much do you know about Desolate God Valley? Not much. I only know that it is a forbidden land at the intersection of several empires. Not only will there be divine dragon empire cultivators, but cultivators from the other empires will also appear there. Aside from the dangers of Desolate God Valley itself, we also have to deal with the cultivators of the other empires. Wei Hongfei said seriously, in reality, it is even more dangerous than you think. With our strength, we can probably only search for fortuitous encounters at the periphery of Desolate God Valley. Although Desolate God Valley is called a valley, in reality, it is extremely vast, comparable to a county of an empire. There are also many secret realms that can materialize unknown small worlds. However, as long as we can find some fortuitous encounters, our chances in the competition between the 7 outer palaces will be much higher. Xiao Chen thought of something else and asked, how strong do you rank among the heaven-class core disciples of your respective outer palaces? When Murong Yan and the other two heard that, they thought for a while before answering honestly. Although we are not at the bottom, it will still be difficult for us to enter the top 10. Many of the veteran heaven-class core disciples hide their strength and are extremely horrifying. No one knows exactly how strong they are. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. A heaven-class core disciple with a divine dragon bloodline seemed somewhat horrifying. To think that Murong Yan and Wei Hongfei did not even dare to say that they ranked in the top 10. Wei Hongfei said seriously, however, the three of us are still very confident that we can enter the top 10 within half a year. Those people only have a little more time than us. Their talent and comprehension ability are not that much stronger. In fact, they might not even be comparable to us. Situ Changfeng said, this time, we entered Desolate God Valley to search for a fortuitous encounter, one that can shorten the time and overtake them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He had not seen any of the veteran heaven-class core disciples of the Heaven Dragon Palace. However, based on Zhu Yun, Li Luo, and Wei Hongfei's strength, he could tell that the heaven-class core disciples that left the Heaven Dragon Palace would not be weak. Compared to Situ Changfeng, Murong Yan, and Wei Hongfei, Xiao Chen also needed to work hard. After discussing and coming to an agreement, Wei Hongfei said, "We still need to go to the White Dragon Palace and the Green Dragon Palace to find one person each. Let's go to the White Dragon Palace first." Chapter 1928. Each province had 100 counties. Each county was the size of a great realm. The Divine Dragon Empire had a total of 7 provinces. The 6 colored divine dragons each occupied a province. The strong mixed-blood dragon clans occupied the other provinces. The province that the White Dragon bloodline occupied was Cloudwater Province. The White Dragon Palace was in Cloudwater Province's White Mountain County, far from the Heaven Dragon Palace. A holy venerate might not be able to reach it even if he flew for a year. They could only rely on the teleportation formations between cities to teleport from one city to another to travel extremely great distances. Xiao Chen's group of 4 traveled for 7 days, traveling non-stop. Finally, they arrived at White Mountain County. Like the Heaven Dragon Palace, the White Dragon Palace was also in an ancient dragon city, White Cloud City. The ancient dragon city had an extremely simple and refreshing name. Like its name, most of the buildings in the city were white. However, they were not pure white. Instead, they gave off a jade-like luster. The later generations must have used divine materials to refurbish this ancient dragon throne according to the white dragon race's preferences. Although the city was completely white, it gave off a much more magnificent feeling than Heaven Dragon City. However, there were far fewer cultivators in the city than in Heaven Dragon City. The streets of Heaven Dragon City were bustling with people, flowing in an endless stream. This was understandable. There were many more cultivators with mixed-blood dragon bloodlines than the cultivators of the other 6 colored divine dragons. There was no comparison at all. Normally, mixed-blood dragon cultivators would not come to this White Cloud City for no reason. The mixed-blood dragons in this city were probably servants and the like of the lowest rung. Xiao Chen sensed that this city was not friendly to mixed-blood dragons. After thinking about it, he did not have any intention of going to the White Dragon Palace. He did not want to cause any trouble. "Xiao Chen, are you sure you are not coming with us?" Wei Hongfei asked. After all, they had come together, so he hoped to go together. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I'm not going." Murong Yen smiled and said, "Are you really not going? I heard that the White Dragon Holy Daughter occasionally returns to the White Dragon Palace. If you don't go and miss out, it will be a pity." Situ Chongfeng laughed to himself. What kind of reason is this? Xiao Chen does not look like someone who covets beauty. Although the White Dragon Holy Daughter was indeed peerless in her generation, her beauty was enough to topple cities. However, he did not believe that Xiao Chen would change his mind just because of the White Dragon Saintess. Unexpectedly, just as he was thinking this, Xiao Chen said, "There's no harm in going." "Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen is indeed a kindred spirit." Murong Yen guffawed. However, Wei Hongfei and Situ Chongfeng were startled. However, he soon calmed down. Situ Chongfeng said, "The White Dragon Holy Daughter is indeed a peerless beauty. Back then, I was fortunate enough to see her from afar. She is indeed extraordinarily charming. After a few years, I wonder how much more elegant it has become." Wei Hongfei said, "He should be a late-stage holy venerate. He will probably have some difficulty breaking through to sovereign personage. The bottleneck between holy venerate and sovereign personage is still too big." The group chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the White Dragon Palace's main gate. Xiao Chen took a look. Compared to the Heaven Dragon Palace's main gate, this gate was much more vast and majestic. The mountain range occupied by the outer palaces controlled by the 6 colored divine dragons should be even larger than the mountain range occupied by the Heaven Dragon Palace. Wei Hongfei had already informed the White Dragon Palace in advance. As a Golden Dragon Palace Heaven-class core disciple, the White Dragon Palace still showed him some face. After verifying their identities, the White Dragon Palace did not make things difficult for them. It even sent an administrator to lead the way. Everything in the White Dragon Palace was normal. Clearly, Lu Ruyue did not come. There were not many coincidences in the world. Xiao Chen had come with some hope, so he was not too disappointed. After entering a residence, the servants took care of the group, and they started to wait. Xiao Chen observed for a while. This residence was similar to his own. However, there were many more servants. Even if the master was not around, the guests would be well taken care of. The person we are waiting for is very strong. He became a heaven-class core disciple 1 year ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the leader of this operation. Most importantly, he has already been to the desolate God Valley twice and is much more experienced than us. This trip is definitely not for him. Wei Hongfei softly introduced the identity and strength of the person he wanted to meet on this trip to the White Dragon Palace. Stronger than you? Murong Yen said with some surprise. If that was the case, Xiao Chen's strength would truly inspire awe. Something like that. Wei Hongfei did not express any opinion, not objecting. Dong dong dong. Xiao Chen and the others didn't have to wait for long before they heard footsteps coming from outside. However, from the sound of it, it wasn't just one person. As expected, of the 2 white dragon race martial artists of similar stature, the one on the left was particularly eye-catching. His cultivation was not high, just a peak early-stage holy venerate. However, he had an aura that had been tempered for a long time. It was extremely terrifying. With one look, one could tell that he was an expert who had gone through many trials and tribulations. His gaze was sharp and his expression was cold. Brother Zhongli, long time no see. Wei Hongfei stood up to welcome Zhongli. At the same time, he introduced Xiao Chen and the others. Every time Zhongli introduced someone, he nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Zhongli interrupted, "Brother Wei, our agreement did not mention bringing a mixed blood dragon along. Here comes trouble." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, he remained calm and collected, his expression not changing. He had already expected this. So what if he is a mixed blood dragon? As long as he is strong enough, that is enough, Murong Yen said straightforwardly, dissatisfied with Zhongli's attitude. Zhongli could not be bothered to look at Murong Yen. He pointed to the person beside him and said, "This is my junior brother Lu Yuanfei. He is a new heaven-class core disciple of the White Dragon Palace this year. I want to bring him to desolate God Valley." Situ Chongfeng said softly, "Actually, with our team, having one more person is not a problem at all." "Why is it not a problem?" "One more person means one more share of the benefits and one more person to take care of. If we end up being a burden, we might end up harming the entire team. My team does not tolerate trash." Zhongli showed a cold expression, showing no intention of backing down. Situ Chongfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt put on the spot. Unexpectedly, Wei Hongfei was so determined. However, Wei Hongfei did not back down. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen is not weak. Before he became a heaven-class core disciple, he could already kill Rakshasa Tion's clone with one saber strike. He nearly single-handedly saved the entire Flame Dragon Legion. Now, he even practiced the Supreme Dragon Fist. If Brother Zhongli insists, then we can only take the risk and enter by ourselves." Although Zhongli was strong and had the experience of entering desolate God Valley, it was impossible for Wei Hongfei to abandon Xiao Chen. Wei Hongfei had strong confidence in Xiao Chen, so he decisively made his choice. Such a decisive decision startled Zhongli. To think that Wei Hongfei was so determined. "Very well, I'll take a step back. Xiao Chen is indeed extraordinary to be able to practice the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, the Supreme Dragon Fist has clear flaws. If he loses control of his emotions, he might end up entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Clearly, he cannot use it as a trump card. Without the Supreme Dragon Fist, how strong can he be?" Zhongli was extremely calm, analyzing objectively. "So." Situ Chongfeng felt that the other party was implying something. Zhongli said seriously, "It's very simple. Don't use the Supreme Dragon Fist and fight with my junior brother. We need a stable companion, not a troublesome person who might lose control of his emotions at any moment. If you win, I have nothing to say." Zhongli's words sounded reasonable. However, Situ Chongfeng felt that Zhongli had already prepared this excuse when he brought Lu Yunfei over. Zhongli wanted to kick Xiao Chen out and send his junior brother in. Situ Chongfeng and Wei Hongfei exchanged looks. They could not decide. So they looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Chen, what do you think?" After all, it would be unfair to Xiao Chen if they did not use the Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I have no objections." Zhongli smiled and said, "You are rather bold. I forgot to mention that my junior brother has already converted 20% of his divine dragon bloodline. His potential is even greater than mine. This is also why I insisted on bringing him to Desolate God Valley. What? Situ Changfeng, Murong Yan, and the others were startled. As they looked at Lu Yunfei, they found this somewhat incredulous. The great Desolate Aeon bloodline was a boundless treasure trove. Normally, before one reached the Faux God realm, it would be very difficult to convert all of it into one's strength. Xiao Chen managed to convert 20% of his bloodline as a holy venerate. This person had indeed hidden his strength. Situ Changfeng and the others only managed to convert less than 10%. The conversion of one's bloodline could only be done with external help, like medicinal pills or natural treasures. Some people had special physiques. For the same medicinal pill, if one could convert 1,000th, another could convert 100th. The various sects would pay attention to people with such special physiques and focus on nurturing them. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking Lu Yunfei would actually have a special physique? Chapter 1929. Lu Yunfei looked at Xiao Chen and smiled coldly. You will lose for sure. To think that you dare to fight me without using the Supreme Dragon Fist. However, don't worry. If you take the initiative to admit defeat, I will not injure you. Wei Hongfei said anxiously, Xiao Chen, let's go. There is no need to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Given the strength of the four of us, if we work together, we can still barge into Desolate God Valley. Go. Why go? Xiao Chen retorted coldly. Didn't you just convert 20% of your bloodline power? Being able to convert 20% of your bloodline power as a holy venerate is indeed incredible. However, so what? Whether you can bring it out and how much you can bring out is the key. If you cannot bring it out, it will be useless. Xiao Chen had to admit that being able to convert 20% of his bloodline power as a holy venerate was indeed incredible. Furthermore, he had a divine dragon bloodline. Converting 20% of his bloodline power would make him stronger than ordinary people. It would be easy for him to fight across realms. As his cultivation increased, the 20% of his bloodline power would come into play, increasing its potential. Xiao Chen had not tested himself, but he estimated that he had converted about 10% of his bloodline power. Although Xiao Chen did not have a special physique, he had consumed and refined a lot of life juice source back then, digging out the bloodline power. Even now, he was still benefiting from it. Now that his grade 8 blue dragon bloodline was formed, Xiao Chen was confident that he could match the other party's white dragon bloodline by several grades. Furthermore, it was still unknown how much the other party could bring out. Even without using the Supreme Dragon Fist, Xiao Chen was confident of defeating the other party. What bold words! Xiao Chen's words thoroughly enraged Lu Yunfei. He demanded, You mixed blood dragon, do you dare to make a bet with me? What are we betting? 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. Not only that, but whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to the other party and admit their mistake. Lu Yunfei shouted in an overbearing manner. Zhongli revealed a playful smile. He did not care. In any case, the loser would not be Lu Yunfei. If Xiao Chen did not dare to accept the bet and admitted defeat, that would be for the best. If I am the leader, I will not need a gutless person. If you don't have the guts, there's no need for you to follow me. Zhongli glanced at Xiao Chen and said nonchalantly, My junior brother is being overbearing, and my senior brother is mocking me, squeezing me everywhere. However, these words provoked Wei Hongfei. He flung his sleeves and said coldly, It looks like there is no need for us to remain in this White Dragon Palace. Xiao Chen, let's go. Since they don't welcome us, there's no need for us to be entangled here. With such an attitude, there was no need to continue playing with them. Even if they really formed a team. The knot in his heart was still there, and it was inevitable that a grudge would arise. Xiao Chen could not help admiring Wei Hongfei's decisiveness. If the team was not harmonious, there would be conflicts in Desolate God Valley. Since there was no way to compromise, it was better to leave as soon as possible. What the hell? Puh! Murong Yan cursed and stood up indignantly. Clearly, he supported Wei Hongfei's decision. Wei Hongfei, you actually fell out with me for a mixed blood dragon? Zhongli looked at Wei Hongfei incredulously, filled with confusion. Wei Hongfei smiled coldly and said, Your question is rather interesting. Did you fall out with me for a junior brother with a special physique? Why can't I fall out with you for a mixed blood dragon who successfully practiced the supreme dragon fist and even saved my life? Little mixed blood dragon, stand still. Your duel with me has not started yet. Seeing Xiao Chen stand up and leave, Lu Yunfei, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, charging at Xiao Chen. The expressions of Murong Yan and the others changed involuntarily. Since Xiao Chen already fell out with Xiao Chen, how could there be a duel? Xiao Chen, be careful. A few people shouted a warning. Without needing anyone to remind him, Xiao Chen already sensed the other party's killing intent the moment it appeared. Xiao Chen turned around and threw a palm strike. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, a Dao disc unfurled behind him and infused the force of his palm strike. Boom! Great Dao energy? Do you think you are the only one with it? Lu Yunfei snorted coldly, and a Dao disc appeared behind him as well, infusing it into his palm wind. His aura immediately soared. A strong wind blew, and Dao might swept out. The others quickly scattered. You think you can touch me at all? Child's play. Lu Yunfei revealed a disdainful smile. His aura continuously merged with the Dao might and soared. It looked like Xiao Chen was about to fall into a disadvantage. With a thought, another Dao might appeared. Two kinds of Dao might? Damn it! Back down. Lu Yunfei felt slightly startled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen comprehended two different great Daras. So, he quickly covered himself with his holy venerate will. Enough! When Xiao Chen saw that the other party was relentless, he felt slightly enraged. The two Dao might layered over each other as he unleashed his full power, going from small perfection to great perfection. Lightning and saber intent resonated. As electric light flickered, the two great perfection Dao might merged into one. Boom! The impact knocked Lu Yunfei back and made him vomit blood. Great perfection Dao might. Lu Yunfei and Zhongli were both startled. Both kinds of Dao might have reached great perfection. When Wei Hongfei and the other two saw this scene, they revealed joy after their initial shock. Unexpectedly, both of Xiao Chen's great Dao energies had reached great perfection. Murong Yan laughed loudly. Haha. You are indeed trash. You should rejoice that my brother, Xiao Chen, did not gamble with you. Otherwise, you would have to kneel and kowtow to apologize. Furthermore, you would have to hand over 10,000 primeval heavenly pills. You are simply bullying others. After being humiliated, Lu Yunfeng flew into a rage and directly attacked Murong Yan. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Murong Yan snorted coldly, and a berserk aura surged out of his body. Boom, boom, boom. The entire building instantly crumbled, and the aura spread. A small portion of the vast residence was instantly destroyed. Causing trouble in my residence? Aren't you looking down on my White Dragon Palace a little too much? Zhongli felt slightly angry. As a veteran Heaven-class core disciple, he allowed his junior brother to be humiliated in his residence. Now, this Murong Yan even dared to destroy his residence. A murderous intent involuntarily stirred in Zhongli's heart. There was also Wei Hongfei. To think that he did not give me any face, daring to fall out with me. In that case, Zhongli should not leave. He should remain in the White Dragon Palace to reflect on his mistakes and figure out what he did wrong before leaving. When Wei Hongfei saw that Zhongli's expression was off, he said sullenly, "Let's go." The four did not think about anything else. They turned around and left, only wanting to leave this troublesome place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four soared into the air and instantly left Wei Hongfei's residence, arriving at the White Dragon Palace. Zhongli gave chase. He shouted angrily in the air. These people came to the White Dragon Palace to cause trouble. Stop them. As a veteran Heaven-class core disciple, Zhongli held a high position in the White Dragon Palace. After Zhongli gave the order, the surrounding White Dragon Palace disciples were stunned for a moment. Then, they surrounded Xiao Chen's group. When Xiao Chen saw more than 100 White Dragon Palace core disciples surround him, he could not help smiling bitterly. What is this? Although Xiao Chen had a feeling that some trouble would occur, he had not expected it to be this big. Wei Hongfei clearly panicked somewhat. He said sullenly, "Let's leave before the elders arrive. We absolutely cannot get caught by them. If they got caught, the other party would be able to say whatever they wanted. However, once they got out, They would be heaven-class core disciples of the outer palaces. They would not be afraid in their own territory. Ha ha ha. White Dragon Palace trash. How dare you block me, Murong Yen? You are seeking death. Murong Yen did not have a care in the world. He only felt incredibly excited. He had never caused trouble in the Dragon's Gate's outer palaces in his life. Murong Yen clapped his hands, and a strong wind of flame surged out, immediately knocking several core disciples into the air. Xiao Chen did not draw his saber. The two Dao might layered over each other as he casually attacked. Anyone who dared to block him would be knocked into the air by the scabbard. Situ Chongfeng's long sleeves fluttered. When he gently waved them, the strong wind was like he had grown an extra arm. Before the people blocking Situ Chongfeng could get close, they were knocked into the air, flailing about helplessly. They could not control their bodies at all. Then they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Immediately, agonized cries rang out endlessly. As long as the heaven-class core disciples did not make a move, no one could block them. They swept through everything in their path. The four felt like they had returned to the abyssal underworld battlefield. Their auras flourished, and their hot-bloodedness surged. Bang! Bang! Zhongli and Lu Yunfei cursed as they personally blocked the path. Unfortunately, the four worked together with great teamwork. The two exchanged only one move before getting beaten black and blue and getting knocked back. Murong Yen and the others could not help laughing loudly. Wei Hongfei said seriously, Zhongli, if not for your experience in Desolate God Valley, do you think I would really let you be the leader this time? Now, it looks like there is no need for that. The four of us working together is enough. The commotion was too great. More and more disciples joined the group blocking the way. However, when the four worked together, it was as Wei Hongfei said. They swept through everything in their path, unable to stop them at all. Keep it up. Let's see if you can make it out of the mountains. Let's see how we get out of the mountain, Wei Hongfei said as he looked at the mountain gates. The four raised their auras to their peak. When they worked together, their dragon might spread out unparalleled. Their teamwork actually improved. The four charged forward ferociously, not lingering to fight, not giving the other party a chance to trap them. Just as the four were about to charge out of the mountain gates, a short saber less than 1 meter long descended from the sky. The willow leaves fluttered chaotically. A spot of cold light amid the leaves looked resplendent and dazzling. It fell straight down, moving as fast as a star crashing to the ground, not giving anyone any time to react. Willow leaf saber? Wei Hongfei recognized that saber technique and quickly said, Scatter. When the four sensed the strong saber intent contained in the short saber, their expressions changed slightly as they quickly scattered. Boom! When the short saber stabbed into the ground, it exploded. A shock wave containing saber intent radiated out. The four could not dodge in time. They grunted and went flying back. After the four landed, they had to take a few steps back before they could stabilize themselves. This saber strike scattered their formation. They saw a valiant and formidable-looking short-haired girl standing in front. She stretched out her hand and beckoned. Whoosh! Whoosh! The short saber spiraled over. The howling saber light looked dazzling and piercing under the sunlight. Xiao Chen and the others could not help but close their eyes. At the same time, their figures flickered, dodging the saber chi that shot out as the saber light spun. Bang! 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 The four executed their movement techniques. Aside from Xiao Chen, who did not get hit, the saber chi struck them all. Damn it! This girl is really heavy-handed. Murong Yen was in the worst state. His movement technique was weaker, and he suffered more than 10 moves. His body was covered in blood as he cried out in pain. Clang! The short-haired girl withdrew her saber, and the saber light returned to the scabbard at her waist. Do the few of you really think that my White Dragon Palace has no one left? The short-haired girl asked charmingly as she looked at Xiao Chen's group of four. For a moment, Xiao Chen thought that Lu Ruyue had appeared before him. However, her refreshing short hair clearly distinguished her from Lu Ruyue's temperament. Chapter 1930. Dong dong dong. The short-haired girl's obstruction broke the formation of the four people, and the people behind them immediately chased after them. They surrounded Xiao Chen and the other three again. Once one's aura was disrupted, it would be very difficult for it to return to its peak even if it was reassembled. Furthermore, with this obstruction, the White Dragon Palace elders would definitely rush over. The few of them glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. They had caused a huge ruckus and charged forward ferociously, but in the end, they still failed at the last step. Without any other thoughts, the few of them gave up on the idea of resisting. However, Xiao Chen did not panic. They were all heaven-class core disciples. The White Dragon Palace would not dare to do anything to them. At most, they would be confined and sent back to their respective outer halls to receive another punishment. This delay had messed up their plans. Speaking of which, the gains did not make up for the losses. It would affect the subsequent plans, and it was hard to say whether or not it would affect his performance in the competition between the 7 palaces. Murong Yen stopped the wound and squinted. Only then did he discover that the short-haired girl before him was not very old. He looked to be in his 20s, and the childishness on his face had yet to disappear. With one look, one could tell that he did not have much experience in the Jianghu, and he did not have any worldly aura. So, it is a girl. Murong Yan's lips curled up. As he spoke, he could not help wailing, "It really hurts." Clang! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, a strand of saber chi with a piercing light flew over like a willow leaf. This startled Murong Yen. He could no longer care about stopping his wound. He quickly jumped away, not daring to say anything more. So. A few strong auras came from the air. The sovereign personage experts of the White Dragon Palace rushed over. As Xiao Chen and the others expected, they no longer had a chance. "Elders, just leave the matters here to me," said Yi Shiwen. "Who knew?" The short-haired woman shouted a few words to the sky, and those sovereign personage elders tactfully withdrew. However, before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chen and the others, "Don't mess around, or it won't just be a simple confinement." After threatening him, he didn't actually go too far away. Truth be told, Xiao Chen and the others would not take action again. If there was an opportunity, they would not give it up. If they didn't have the chance, they wouldn't waste their efforts. "Senior Sister Lu." It was at this moment that Lu Yunfei and Zhong Li rushed over in panic. Situ Chongfeng whispered to Wei Hongfei, "Hongfei, who is this girl? How could he have a lancet saber?" That Zhong Li was actually so polite to him. What is his background? Wei Hongfei said uncertainly, "I heard that Lu Ruyue has a younger sister who rarely shows herself. That should be her, right?" "What?" Xiao Chen was shocked. "Sister? What's going on? Why haven't I heard of this before?" Xiao Chen was indescribably shocked. However, it wasn't convenient for him to pursue the matter, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Although he was shocked, Xiao Chen didn't show it. He just looked at the short-haired girl a few more times. Seeing that Xiao Chen and the others had no intention of resisting, he heaved a sigh of relief and said to the short-haired girl, "Junior Marshal Sister Lu, these people made a scene in my abode. Not only did they injure Junior Marshal Brother Lu, but they also humiliated me and destroyed half of my abode. Leave these people to me. I have already informed the people from the Law Enforcement Hall." "To hell with your nonsense." Murong Yen cursed. "It was clearly you who looked down on our friend, wanting to chase him out of the original team and put your junior brother in. After being rejected, your dog's hit junior brother sneak attacked my friend. Haha. The funniest thing is that not only did your sneak attack fail, but you even defeated him. I have seen shameless people before, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. No wonder you can enter and leave desolate God Valley a few times. It turns out that you are already unrivaled because your skin is too thick. Haha." Even though the situation was bad, Murong Yen did not dare to show his true colors. Not only did he curse, but he even mocked the other party, not giving the other party any face. Zhongli raged in his heart. However, as Murong Yen said, his expression did not change at all. He said casually, "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, send Junior Marshal Sister Lu back first. I will handle this." "Yes." "Wait a moment. I have not asked clearly yet. Am I the one in charge of this matter? Although I do not have much experience, my elder sister told me that when facing such a matter, the person involved has to avoid arousing suspicion. An outsider has to handle it." The short-haired girl's words were reasonable and well-grounded. Zhongli did not know how to rebut. "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, did you really sneak attack someone?" The short-haired girl asked Lu Yunfei, who was beside her with wide eyes. Lu Yunfei blushed slightly in embarrassment. He found it hard to answer, so he looked at Zhongli for help. Just as Zhongli was about to say something, the short-haired girl said, "Don't interrupt. Let him speak for himself. In any case, the truth will be investigated. Don't ever lie. Otherwise, this young lady would not have done it on purpose." Lu Yunfei felt conflicted for a long time, hesitating over whether to admit to it or not. However, when he thought about it, if the short-haired girl before him really went to make a fuss about it, since he invited the palace master over, he had to tell the truth. He might as well admit it now. It would be more troublesome if the matter blew up. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and lowered his head. "I did." "Really?" This startled the short-haired girl. "You sneak-attacked someone and got defeated?" "Yes." Lu Yunfei had not even wiped the blood off his lips. He could not hide the wounds on his body. Even if he wanted to rebut, he could not. Lu Yunfei clenched his teeth and nodded again. Zhongli sighed in his heart. It's all over. Things took a turn. Xiao Chen and the others had not expected this Lu Yunfei to admit to everything. Murong Yen smiled and said, "You are really trash. You are not strong enough, and your character is not good enough. Your skin is not even as thick as your senior brother's. So what if your bloodline has been converted to 20%? You are still trash." Ha ha ha. Scolding Lu Yunfei and Zhongli felt incredibly delighted. However, this infuriated Lu Yunfei and Zhongli. However, the short-haired girl did not care about this. She smiled excitedly and said, "Stop scolding. You are not a good person, either. Who is the friend you speak of?" Murong Yen immediately felt like vomiting blood in his heart. "What do you mean I am not a good person, either?" However, Murong Yen still obediently pointed to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, the newly advanced heaven-class core disciple of the Heaven Dragon Palace." The short-haired girl looked around and roughly understood what was going on. Then, she looked at Zhongli and asked, "Junior brother Zhong, are you still going to pursue this?" Zhongli smiled bitterly and said, "With junior sister making the decision, how could I dare to pursue this?" What was there to pursue? Lu Yunfei was like an idiot, admitting to everything. This was the White Dragon Palace, his territory. Outsiders were causing trouble here. Even if this matter was brought to the hallmaster's attention, as long as he refused to admit it, nothing would happen to him. Which outer hall didn't protect their own? Wei Hongfei glanced at Wei Hongfei and snorted coldly. Then he flung his sleeves and left. Lu Yunfei quickly followed. The crowd of core disciples surrounding Xiao Chen's group sighed and scattered. They knew that they had suffered for nothing today. "Thank you for upholding justice. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Wei Hongfei performed a cupped fist salute, wanting to take his leave to prevent more problems from arising. "There's no rush. With me around, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. My sister has always told me that I can't judge a person based on their bloodline. I can't look down on others just because their bloodline isn't high. This time, senior brother Zhong was indeed in the wrong. I apologize on behalf of the White Dragon Palace. I also apologize to this friend from the Heaven Dragon Palace." The short-haired girl said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chen. Murong Yen said, "Girl, although you were ruthless in your attacks, your bearing is pretty good. However, just apologizing is useless. We are all injured. We still have to make amends." The short-haired girl did not blame Murong Yen for pushing his luck. She smiled and said, "Hee hee. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. I would like to invite you all to my residence. I can see that you are all injured and exhausted a lot of veritable essence energy. It would be good to rest well before continuing on our journey." However, Murong Yen felt embarrassed. He had only said it casually. He had not expected the other party to be so sincere, so he felt somewhat terrified. Then, he looked at Situ Chongfeng and the other two and whispered, "What do you think?" Xiao Chen was still feeling conflicted. How did Lu Ruyue gain a younger sister? He did not think about anything else. Wei Hongfei rolled his eyes. He really could not do anything to Murong Yen. They could have just left, yet Murong Yen insisted on being a busybody. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him anymore. Situ Chongfeng said helplessly, "Miss Lu, you are so kind. If we do not go, it would seem like we are being unreasonable." "Let's go then." Seeing the group agree, the short-haired girl appeared very happy. After the group went far away, the hidden sovereign personage elders revealed themselves. They all shook their heads helplessly. Second Miss is so mischievous and likes to meddle in other people's business. I think Zhongli is so angry that he wants to kill someone. She has been locked up in the White Dragon Palace all this while. It is rather boring. It is rare for something out of the ordinary to happen. It would be hard for her to ignore it. Are there any problems with these people's identities? There are no problems. They are all heaven-class core disciples of the various palaces. They probably only had a conflict with Zhongli because of a small argument and not intentionally causing trouble. In that case, let's leave this matter as it is. When Second Miss has had enough fun, we will send these people away. To dare to cause trouble in the White Dragon Palace, they are truly bold. Clearly, these elders were still rather angry. Whether one was in the right or not, injuring an outsider or a White Dragon Palace disciple would upset the White Dragon Palace disciples. If not for the short-haired girl's interference, the matter would not have been resolved like this. Chapter 1931. The short-haired girl's residence was built at the side of a lake in the mountains. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a large lake in the middle of a lofty mountain range. The lake water was clear, and a hazy white mist seeped out of it. Spiritual energy assaulted the nose. There was an exquisite pavilion in the middle of the lake, shrouded in white mist. It looked like a fairyland. Mountains surrounded the surroundings, and the lake water looked like a painting. The distant mountain ranges rose and fell. The lake water looked like jade amid the rising and falling mountain ranges, looking like a flawless rainstorm embedded in the mountains. Spirit birds soared in the sky, and fish played in the lake water. When standing at the lakeside and looking, this picturesque lake was incredibly long and narrow, extending out between two mountain ranges. Unexpectedly, this small lake gave off the feeling of a vast sea, vast and unfathomable. As for the pavilion in the middle of the lake, through the mist, one could see dragons and phoenixes carved in the pavilion, looking pure white. The pavilion flickered with a glazed luster, making the lake water ripple and look jade green. A few large mandarin ducks took off, tearing through the mist and flying past the pavilion. The picturesque scenery instantly came to life. Great place. Even if I stay here forever, I will not tire of it. If there comes a day when I no longer pursue the martial Tao, I want to find a scenery comparable to this place and retire. Situ Chongfeng sighed, completely immersed in the beautiful scenery. The short-haired girl retorted, "That's impossible. I've lived here for 10-odd years already. I've had enough already. How can I stay here forever and not tire of it?" Xiao Chen said softly, "That is because your heart is not calm enough. If your heart is not calm, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it will not be enough. In your eyes, it is just two simple words: mountains and water. If you have already seen all the splendor, experienced the ups and downs of honor and disgrace, what you will see." The short-haired girl interrupted, "Then what will you see?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You will still see the mountains and the water. That is still the same. Do you see that pavilion? Every time my elder sister comes back, she stays there," the short-haired girl said softly as she pointed to the white jade pavilion in the middle of the lake. Murong Yan's eyes lit up. "Can we go over and take a look?" The short-haired girl shook her head and said, "Of course not. Without permission, how can we enter my elder sister's room?" "That's just wasting my time," Murong Yan said, appearing somewhat disappointed. Hee, but you can go to my cave. Besides, that pavilion is so empty. What's there to see?" After the short-haired girl spoke, she called everyone over to her residence. Xiao Chen was the last to enter. Before he left, he glanced at the pavilion in the center of the lake and entered deep thought. After entering the cave, the short-haired girl seemed to have changed into a different person. She kept pestering them with questions. She was far from being an expert like she had been. As the group chatted, they learned that this short-haired girl was called Lu Ruyun, the daughter of the current White Dragon race's clan head. White was white. Of the white of the dragon. The White Dragon race's patriarch was the White Dragon King. He led all the White Dragon cultivators in the Divine Dragon Empire. If something happened, the white of a in. The of a two to the dragon. Of course, the various outer palaces were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon's Gate. Even the White Dragon King. Xiao Chen couldn't help but say to himself, "Nonsense. Doesn't that mean Lu Ruyue is the White Dragon King's eldest daughter?" In the Sky Dome Realm's Qingyun Peak, who died from falling into a demonic Dao and sealed herself in ice before dying. Who was that to Lu Ruyue? Lu Ruyue could not possibly have two fathers. Xiao Chen pondered in his heart. This matter might be much more complicated than he thought. The White Dragon Palace core disciple had mentioned it previously. Not only did Lu Ruyue have a grade 7 bloodline, but she also had an innate dragon soul. The power of her dragon soul was extremely pure. Ordinary dragon race cultivators possessed a dragon bloodline. However, their soul energy was that of an ordinary person's. There was nothing special about it. An innate dragon soul contained the power of the dragon soul. It was completely different. Not only could such an existence revitalize the White Dragon clan, but he might even be able to seize the position of Dragon Emperor. Perhaps this was the reason why Xiao Chen had to hide Lu Ruyue's identity. Making her the daughter of the White Dragon King would be the most convincing. Who would dare to doubt the White Dragon King? Looking at it now, it was indeed very successful. In the Divine Dragon Empire, Xiao Chen had never heard of anyone doubting Lu Ruyue's identity. To Xiao Chen, none of this mattered. The crux of the problem was whether Lu Ruyue herself knew about this. If this group of people harmed Ruyue for the sake of their own benefits, I absolutely will not forgive them. Xiao Chen had seen people do extreme things before benefits. He could not help but overthink this. You are going to Desolate God Valley? The short-haired girl asked as she looked curiously at the group. Wei Hongfei nodded and said, Yes. Originally, we planned to invite Zhongli along. However, only the 4 of us can go. The short-haired girl Lu Ruyun said, I'll accompany you. I am no weaker than Brother Zhongli. Even he did not stop you, but I did. Confidence flashed in Lu Ruyun's eyes as she spoke. It had to be said that Lu Ruyun was not weak. She could even be considered very strong. As the White Dragon King's daughter, her bloodline and aptitude would not be bad. Her cultivation techniques, secret manuals, and Dao tools would definitely be the best. On the surface, Lu Ruyue appeared to be stronger than the other 4. However, in a true fight to the death, the short-haired girl would not be a match for any one of the 4. When the short-haired girl said that she would come along, even the brainless Murong Yen did not respond. Situ Chongfeng said, It looks like it is already late. Let's rest first. The short-haired girl appeared somewhat helpless as she said, All right, Uncle May, bring the few of you to check in. Late at night, when the bright moon hung high in the sky, Xiao Chen came out of his room and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After verifying that no one was around, he pushed off with his feet and carefully avoided the many restrictions. Then, he landed on the lake and turned into a cool breeze. Sticking close to the lake's surface, he silently flew towards the pavilion in the center of the lake. When Xiao Chen got closer, he was shocked to discover that there was nothing at the center of the lake. The water rippled, and a cool breeze blew. There was no pavilion. Is this an illusion? Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye unhurriedly and saw some clues. The illusion before him was not a simple one. If he took another step forward, he would enter an illusion formation and be trapped. If he tried to barge in, the consequences would be dire. This is not a problem for me. Xiao Chen put on the Death God mask and activated one of the mask's 3 secret techniques, Void Shadow. Xiao Chen's body slowly turned illusory, existing between reality and illusion. He existed for only a second. However, this 1 second was sufficient for Xiao Chen to pass through that troublesome illusion formation and enter the pavilion. I succeeded. Xiao Chen removed his mask and walked up the steps of the White Jade Pavilion. Then, he pushed open the door without hesitation. This is where Ruyue lived. Xiao Chen sized up the place and did not find anything special about it. It was just where girls usually stayed. It was as Lu Ruyun said. It was empty. Clearly, she had not returned for a long time. Even if she returned, she would not have stayed for long. As Xiao Chen casually walked around the pavilion, he did not think too much of it. He just wanted to look around where Lu Ruyue once stayed. This is... Xiao Chen stopped and discovered an unfinished painting in the study of the pavilion. Slowly unfurling the painting, Xiao Chen discovered a blurry figure. There was a silhouette, but the facial features were missing. It was unfinished, so he could not make out much. Who is this painting? After closing the painting, Xiao Chen thought curiously. Could it be Lu Ruyue who drew it? Only she and Lu Ruyun lived here. Lu Ruyun was still young and did not look like she knew how to draw. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it was very likely that Lu Ruyue drew it. Xiao Chen thought for a while and rolled up the painting. Then, he placed it in the universe ring. Ha ha ha. Thief. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. The short-haired girl, Lu Ruyun, suddenly appeared outside the door. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at this girl in astonishment. However, he did not feel surprised. He took out the painting and unfurled it. Did you draw this? Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, not showing any shock or embarrassment, the short-haired girl could not help but feel bored. It looked like the other party had guessed long ago that his residence was connected to this pavilion. She could sense every movement in the pavilion at any time. How could I possibly draw these? I borrowed them, and I drew many of them. They are all like this, only the silhouette and no facial features. Hey, this silhouette is actually quite similar to you. Lu Ruyun seemed to have discovered something very interesting. After she walked over, she picked up the painting and looked at Xiao Chen. It really is quite similar. Chapter 1932. Like me? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. If it's like me, why didn't I just draw it? Wait, don't move. Lu Ruyun ran away in a fluster. However, she quickly returned with a brush and ink in her hands. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Xiao Chen and drew Xiao Chen's face, filling the blank outline with his facial features. His drawing skills were a little rusty, but he could still draw a simple picture. Not long after, the blurry outline gradually became clearer as the facial features appeared one by one. The person in the painting had delicate facial features, and he was handsome and elegant. Between his brows, there was a sense of elegance and calmness. It really looks exactly the same. Lu Ruyun said incredulously after she finished drawing. Originally, she only felt that it was somewhat similar and casually drew it. Unexpectedly, after the painting was completed, it was nearly identical to Xiao Chen. There was nothing special about it. Is it a coincidence? Lu Ruyun muttered to herself as she rubbed her chin in confusion. Let me see. The shock in Xiao Chen's heart was no less than hers. When he received the painting and looked at it, he frowned heavily. What was going on? Xiao Chen could not understand at all. Was this a coincidence, or did Lu Ruyue forget what he looked like? Impossible. Xiao Chen did not believe that Lu Ruyue would forget about him. Furthermore, with a cultivator's memories, as long as they remembered someone, they would be able to recall that person clearly in their mind. You said earlier that your sister often paints, but she only draws the outline and never the facial features? Yes. In my memory, she started drawing when she was very young. I saw that she was trying very hard to remember something, but she still couldn't draw the facial features. At least I think there are at least tens of thousands of them. Lu Ruyun thought for a while and answered honestly, not hiding anything. Strange. Xiao Chen closed the scroll. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel a myriad of thoughts twisting into a knot in his heart. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't untie it. When Lu Ruyue was involved, even the normally calm Xiao Chen could not think straight. Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and looked at Lu Ruyun. He had to start with her. There was still too little information. If he had more information, he might be able to sort things out. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Ruyun lowered her head and said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable from Xiao Chen's gaze. How much do you know about your sister? So you want to know about my sister? Hee, she practically watched me grow up. How much do you think I know about her? But let me tell you. When Lu Ruyun heard that Xiao Chen wanted to ask about Lu Ruyue, a crafty look flashed in her eyes as she kept Xiao Chen in suspense. This little girl was actually talking about conditions with him. Xiao Chen didn't argue with her. What do you want before you tell me? Hee. You are indeed a smart person. You should know what I want, Lu Ruyun said as she looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and rejected decisively. No way. You cannot go to Desolate God Valley. We cannot bear the responsibility if something happens. No one can endure the White Dragon King's rage. When Lu Ruyun heard this, she retorted angrily. Even so, you can forget about knowing about my sister's matters. You'll find out sooner or later. Xiao Chen did not say anything more to the other party. He put down the painting and turned to leave. Don't go. Seeing Xiao Chen leave, Lu Ruyun stomped her feet and gritted her teeth in frustration. Then she chased after Xiao Chen and said, "I'll tell you, all right?" Xiao Chen revealed a smile in his heart. This girl is still too kind. He stopped and said, "Very well. Answer whatever I ask." "You really defeated me. Ask away." Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen organized his thoughts and asked a few crucial questions. Did Lu Ruyue mention anything about the Sky Dome realm? Did she do anything strange? Her experiences in the past few years. After obtaining Lu Ruyun's answers, Xiao Chen's thoughts slowly cleared. Finally, he concluded that Lu Ruyue's memories had been erased. Indeed, this was the best way for the White Dragon race to control her. It made her feel like she grew up in the White Dragon race. They did not need to do anything else to make Lu Ruyue work for the White Dragon race and acknowledge their identity. Given this, it explained why Lu Ruyue did not remember him. Why had she not shown any strange behavior or mentioned the Sky Dome realm for so many years? After obtaining the answer, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Memories were the imprints left in the body. They could not be completely erased and could only be sealed. As long as one found a way, one could recover them. It all depended on the strength of the person who did it. If it was the White Dragon King, then it would be somewhat problematic. No matter what, this was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Lu Ruyue had not suffered any substantial harm, nor was she threatened or controlled. Xiao Chen could accept this, albeit barely. Although I know a lot about my elder sister, I keep feeling that she is hiding something from me. In the past few years, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing her. Aside from the Dragon God Crown Prince, there are also several outstanding talents from the 8 great empires. However, she does not fancy any of them. I keep feeling that she has someone else in her heart, but she is not telling me. As Lu Ruyun spoke, she discovered that she did not seem to understand Lu Ruyue that well. It would be strange if you knew. She herself does not know, Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then he said, "Don't overthink. Just remember how good she is to you." That is natural. Hey, that's not right. Why are you so concerned about my elder sister? Now, you are even speaking up for her. Lu Ruyun looked suspiciously at Xiao Chen, trying to find some clues from his expression. Naturally, she found nothing. There is no need for you to care about that. I thought about it. It is not impossible to bring you to Desolate God Valley. Xiao Chen changed the topic. Really? Lu Ruyun felt incredibly excited. However, she quickly asked, "Are you not afraid of my father's rage? In any case, he will fall out with your father because of Lu Ruyue's matter sooner or later." "I am not afraid of this," Xiao Chen said sullenly. "Cut the crap. Are you going or not?" "Of course. I have waited for this day for a long time. You two will leave tomorrow. After that, I will meet up with you outside White Cloud City." Xiao Chen felt somewhat shocked as he asked, "You prepared for this long ago?" "I prepared for several years already. This is the last chance I have. However, I do not dare to go out alone. Coincidentally, I ran into you too. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Hee. Actually, even if you did not agree, I would have gone out to look for you. I left a mark on all of you." Lu Ruyun's eyes gleamed, startling Xiao Chen. This girl was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. What if someone discovers that you are missing? "I prepared it long ago. Before I leave, I will say that I will be in closed-door cultivation for a period. After I return, I will come out quietly. Then it will be flawless. Don't worry. I have prepared for several years already. There will not be any unexpected surprises." Xiao Chen still felt somewhat worried. He said sullenly, "There is one thing I will say first. After we go out, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I will not be able to bring you out. I promise to listen to you. Is that all right?" Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I swear. I swear on my heart demon." Since Xiao Chen was going to bring Lu Ruyun out, he had to take care of her safety. He could not allow anything to go wrong. Although Lu Ruyun might have more treasures and trump cards than Xiao Chen did, it was better to be cautious. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. That Qin Outyen was also covered in inherited Dao tools. However, Xiao Chen still easily defeated him. "All right. I swear on my heart demon that after I leave the White Dragon Palace, I will not act on my own. I will listen to you, Xiao Chen. until I return to the White Dragon Palace. Seeing Xiao Chen's serious expression, Lu Ruyun swore on her heart demon to dispel his worries. Once she went back on her word, she would suffer a rebound from her heart demon, entering a state of berserking qi deviation. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "Why do you trust me so much?" Lu Ruyun revealed a heroic air on her face. She said sullenly, "It is because you are confident. It is because you are a smart person and know my trump card. If you want to harm me, please be prepared to die. I'll go and make preparations. You should leave early as well. Don't let anyone discover you." After saying that, Lu Ruyun turned and left. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This girl is not as simple as she looks. This is good as well. I can worry less. However, as for Lu Ruyue's matter, Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at the portrait. Even though Lu Ruyue's memories were wiped, she still had not completely forgotten him, doing her best to remember. Just you wait. I will definitely help you recover your memories. Xiao Chen gave the pavilion one last look before putting on the death god mask and leaving this place. Chapter 1933. The next morning, Xiao Chen and the other three were sent off respectfully. Seeing the unfriendly gazes of the White Dragon Palace's group, the four laughed to themselves. They were the only ones who could wreak havoc in the White Dragon Palace and retreat unscathed. What a pity. I realized that I actually quite like this girl. Murong Yen said embarrassedly as he turned his head to look at the White Dragon Palace. However, not only did Lu Ruyun not send them off, but she did not even see them one last time. Murong Yen could not help feeling disappointed. Wei Hongfei mocked. I really enjoyed beating you up. If you are not used to it, I can beat you up again later. Back then, when the four of them were blocked, no one was injured. Lu Ruyun's saber light injured him the most miserably. At the mention of this awkward matter, Murong Yen lost his temper. He snorted, I won't lower myself to your level. Situ Chongfeng asked, Are you still going to the Green Dragon Palace? The Green Dragon bloodline was extremely good at healing injuries. The Spring Wind and Rain art was their Array Hall's cultivation technique. It is an extremely famous cultivation technique in the entire Central Great Realm. Don't go. Just tell him the rendezvous point. Wei Hongfei said, A friend of the Green Dragon Palace has a life-and-death friendship with me. He would not be as despicable as Zhongli. That's good. The group left White Cloud City and walked for more than 50 kilometers. Then, a strong aura surged over, kicking up strong winds and falling leaves. A saber intent spread out. Be careful. There is a strong enemy. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly. He took a few steps back and shielded the group. Murong Yen said angrily, I just knew that this group of people from the White Dragon Palace would not leave the matter at that. Unexpectedly, a burst of bell-like laughter rang out, and a person flew out from the gale. Her short hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked valiant and formidable. This was the White Dragon King's youngest daughter, Lu Ruyun. Murong Yen smiled in pleasant surprise. Little girl, you ran out? Humph. Don't call me little girl. You're not much older than me, and you're not even as strong as me. Lu Ruyun glared at Murong Yen ferociously. Then, her gaze fell on Xiao Chen. She smiled and said, He agreed to bring me to Desolate God Valley. What? The group was greatly startled. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao, you are not the frivolous sort. Do you know the consequences of bringing her along? Xiao Chen nodded and said softly, I did not discuss this with you and acted on my own. I apologize for causing you trouble. She did me a big favor last night. To return the favor, I'll take her out for a trip. This is my plan. If you find it troublesome, I will take her there myself. If you are willing, I will bear all the consequences alone. If there is an opportunity, I will give up the right to choose once. Situ Chongfeng and Wei Hongfei immediately felt conflicted, not knowing what to choose. Wei Hongfei looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao, sorry. I cannot take this risk. I cannot bring you along this time. Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said, You're welcome. I've caused you trouble. You brat, don't always think of me as a burden. This is for you. After Lu Ruyun came up, she gave each of them an armband. There was a divine dragon painted in different colors on the armband. This is, Wei Hongfei said, finding it strange. Xiao Chen received the armband and glanced at it. Then he said, "This is a simplified version of the Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation. If we work together and execute it, we will be able to hold our own even against a peak Holy Venerate. We might even be able to trap them to death." Lu Ruyun looked at Xiao Chen and said, "You know quite a lot." "It's all right." Xiao Chen had once inherited a strand of faux god flame in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Although the memories in it were fragmented, they were not complete. Although the memories in it were incomplete, it recorded many things that senior had seen. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation was one of them. After Xiao Chen put on the armband, he activated it with his soul energy. The purple divine dragon on the armband turned into a dim light and entered Xiao Chen's body. The armband slowly disappeared, merging into his sleeve. The others followed Xiao Chen's method, activating the armbands one after another. Interesting. This armband is actually able to perfectly match our different attributes. Situ Chongfeng discovered that after everyone activated the armband, the colors on the armband were different. This should be because the armband happened to match their attributes. Xiao Chen's was lightning, Murong Yan's was fire, Situ Chongfeng's was wind, and Wei Hongfei's was light. Of course. The Divine Dragon 4 Divisions formation is very famous. Although this is a simplified version, it has boundless uses. Yesterday, I saw that you all worked very well together. You all have different attributes, but you do not have a formation that works together. So I found this for you, Lu Ruyun said proudly. Lu Ruyun said proudly. Then, she took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a medicinal pill. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Wei Hongfei exclaimed in shock after he received it. Heavenly pills were the highest-ranked medicinal pills in the Great Thousand Realms. There was a total of 9 grades of heavenly pills. The primeval heavenly pills that the 4 normally cultivated were of the lowest grade, having only the most basic functions for cultivation. In reality, there were many kinds of heavenly pills with different effects. Even rank 1 heavenly pills were extremely rare to them. Alchemists that could refine heavenly pills would be highly respected everywhere in the Central Great Realm. They held high statuses and were known as Grandmaster Alchemists. Grandmaster Alchemists were also divided into grades. Being able to refine primeval heavenly pills was the basic requirement for becoming a Grandmaster. Above that, one would be a rank 1 Grandmaster if they could refine rank 1 heavenly pills. Rank 2 Grandmasters if they could refine rank 2 heavenly pills, and so on. Lu Ruyun nodded and said, "That's right. This is a rank 3 heavenly pill, the Spring Sun White Dew pill, a holy medicine for treating injuries. As long as you all still have breath left, you can be saved." To think that it is a rank 3 heavenly pill. Before my master left, he treated it like a treasure, leaving one for me. Ha ha ha. Ruyun, you took out 4 at once. How incredible. Murong Yen put away the medicinal pills happily. Then he thought of something and asked worriedly, "You gave them to us? What about you?" Wei Hongfei said in disdain, "Don't worry about her. Worry about yourself. She is the White Dragon King's daughter. No matter what, it is not your turn to worry about her." Murong Yen patted his head and smiled. That's true. Everyone was already used to Murong Yan's intelligence and did not find it strange. Situ Chongfeng toyed with the rank 3 heavenly pill in his hand and said softly, "It looks like we found a treasure. Hongfei, what do you think?" Wei Hongfei thought for a while before saying, "All right, I understand what you mean. You are welcome to join us." Lu Ruyun smiled with narrowed eyes. "Thank you." 3 days later, Duan Fei, the Heaven-class core disciple from the Green Dragon Palace, successfully met up with them. Now that everyone was present, they officially headed for Desolate God Valley. "Let's go." Xiao Chen released the demon blood vulture and had it carry the group at lightning speed. A demon blood vulture. Unexpectedly, Brother Xiao has such a precious demonic pet. This is truly shocking. This was Duan Fei's first time seeing the demon blood vulture, so he felt slightly startled. The demon blood vulture was one of the few mutated beasts in the world that could not be restricted by bottlenecks, able to grow infinitely. Aside from luck, one needed strength to subdue the demon blood vulture. When Duan Fei saw this demon blood vulture, he could not help looking at Xiao Chen in a different light. Xiao Chen felt depressed. Unexpectedly, he managed to gain a whole new level of respect for the silly bird. When the silly bird heard someone praise it, It probably became very happy. Just as Xiao Chen thought, the demon blood vulture screeched and scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of dim scarlet light, moving even faster. Desolate God Valley was at the intersection of several great empires. It did not belong to any empire. There was a town outside Desolate God Valley called Ancient Desolate Town. This town was not large, but its population was comparable to the large cities of the various empires. The cultivators of the various empires who wanted to adventure in Desolate God Valley would rest here first. Aside from this, all the famous merchant associations of the Central Great Realm would set up shop here. The peak factions of the Central Great Realm also extended their reach here to purchase the treasures that the cultivators brought out of Desolate God Valley. They set up branches of varying strength. This ancient desolate town is really bustling. Seeing is believing. The people walking around the town were star venerates at the very least. With a casual glance, one could see holy venerates and sovereign personages. There were even a few terrifying auras hidden in the town, inspiring fear in people and deterring them from probing. There had to be terrifying existences that surpassed sovereign personages holding down the fort in the dark. After traveling for several hundred kilometers, the demon blood vulture became obedient. It withdrew its aura and flew carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the demon blood vulture landed, it turned into a beam of red light and entered Xiao Chen's finger. Such a scene made the eyes of the others light up. They did not know what was going on. To think that he did not use a demonic pet pouch. Do you have any plans for going to Desolate God Valley? Lu Ruyun asked. Duan Fei did not know Lu Ruyun's identity. He smiled and replied, "This is our first time going to Desolate God Valley. We know nothing about it. What plans could we have? We can only remain cautious and go as far as possible to see if we can run into any fortuitous encounters." Wei Hongfei and the others nodded. That was the plan. Or rather, there was no plan at all. Lu Ruyun frowned and said, "You are all so stupid. It would be strange if you could gain anything by trying your luck like that. Fortuitous encounters need to be more proactive in order to grasp them." Wei Hongfei discovered that he could not underestimate this Lu Ruyun. He asked, "What do you think? How should we take the initiative to capture them?" Lu Ruyun replied, "Desolate God Valley is boundlessly vast with countless forbidden lands and incredibly dangerous. However, the empires have been exploring it for so many years. The places that need to be explored have mostly been explored. There will definitely be a lot of useful information." What useful information can there be? Before I came here, I asked around but did not find anything valuable, Wei Hongfei said with a frown. Watch me. After saying that, Lu Ruyun ran off like a wisp of smoke. Wei Hongfei's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Xiao Chen. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen had been following Lu Ruyun in secret. When Wei Hongfei saw this scene, he relaxed slightly. Xiao Chen was indeed reliable. With him around, there was no need to worry about anything happening to Lu Ruyun. Xiao Chen secretly followed Lu Ruyun into Ancient Desolate Town. When he saw her actions, he realized that this girl had gone to look for the local tyrant. She is rather smart, Xiao Chen praised in his heart. Wei Hongfei was the one who organized this trip. Originally, he did not think too much about it. Now, it looks like Wei Hongfei had indeed not done some things well. There was a certain amount of risk in looking for the local tyrant. However, if they could obtain useful information, it would be much better than trying their luck in Desolate God Valley.
Chapter 1121. Tong Wu was speechless. "Do you want our Bai family to go back on our word and be used by you?" Madame Bai's gaze was sharp, causing Tong Wu to freeze and not dare to look into her eyes. "Madame Bai, I didn't. I just..." Tong Wu bit her lip tightly. Madame Bai took a deep breath and said in a cold tone, "I can let this matter slide. But in the future, I don't want to see Miss Tong appear in front of me again." Tong Wu felt embarrassed and did not dare to face the gazes of others. She clenched her fists. "Thank you, Madame Bai." Before leaving, Tong Wu also saw Bei Yunj chatting with Shang Yan not far away. There was an indescribable dark glint in her eyes, twisted and jealous. "Why are you here?" Bei Yunj glanced at Shang Yan. "Nance knows that things can easily happen at banquets, so he asked me to come. Shang Yan said slowly, besides, you didn't like any of the doctors I picked for you. With that said, Bei Yunj felt Shang Yan's gaze on her. Cui Hengchuan seems to have left Yuncheng. This matter is not urgent. After Bei Yunj finished speaking, he heard the noise around him and did not have the patience to stay here any longer. He looked at him politely and asked, President Shang, shall we continue with the rest of the process? Shang Yan was speechless. Outside the door. If you can't choose within 2 months, I'll send everyone to you. Shang Yan sent Bei Yunj to the door, feeling at ease with his threat. Bei Yunj was speechless. Shang Yan had arranged at least 30 to 40 psychiatrists for her. Soon. Shang Yan saw someone from the corner of his eye and looked down. He said calmly, someone is here to pick you up. Hearing this, Bei Yunj immediately knew who it was. She instinctively turned her head and saw the window by the driver's seat slowly roll down, revealing the man's handsome and noble side profile. Her lips curled up unconsciously. Shang Yan also noticed that Bei Yunj's gaze never left the man. His eyes darkened as he watched Bei Yunj greet him before heading towards Huashidu. Only Nya Yu could clearly sense the faint loneliness in Shang Yan's figure. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Originally, Nya Yu was indescribably happy that Shang Yan had pulled himself together. But looking at it now, Nya Yu felt that Shang Yan was going to fall even deeper this time. Why did it have to be Miss Pei? In the car. Bei Yunj leaned back lazily and peeked at the man's carefree appearance from the rearview mirror. Shang Yan? Huashidu still had an impression of Shang Yan. Bei Yunj also raised her eyebrows. You remember? Hearing this, Huashidu glanced at her indifferently. Obviously, this little girl didn't know how much she could attract bees and butterflies. Actually, the first time he saw Shang Yan, Huashidu had sensed that the way Shang Yan looked at Bei Yunj was different. However, Shang Yan didn't seem to plan on letting Bei Yunj know about his thoughts. Her behavior was well behaved, but she was always protecting Bei Yunj. Shang Yan is quite capable. Bei Yunj suddenly admitted. She wasn't in Higgins' group, but Shang Yan managed Higgins' group in an orderly manner alone. The man laughed softly, as if it was an illusion in the night wind. Bei Yunj only heard the man ask coldly. And then? Bei Yunj, although she didn't quite understand what Huashidu meant, Bei Yunj wasn't stupid from his tone. She had a feeling that something could easily happen in this direction. Bei Yunj deliberated for a moment and nodded numbly. Pretty good. Chapter 1122. Huashidu subconsciously licked his thin red lips and laughed angrily. Back at the manor. Stay here. The man dropped a sentence and went upstairs without looking back. Bei Yunj, ? Bei Yunj started to think about what she had said just now to make this person unhappy. Why did he want her to reflect downstairs in the middle of the night? However, not long after, Bei Yunj saw the man come down with a medical kit. Sit properly. Huashidu opened the medical kit and slowly rolled up the girl's pants under Bei Yunj's suspicious gaze. Her slender calves were so fair that they were dazzling, but her knee was bruised and swollen. Blood was seeping out from the middle. Bei Yunj raised her eyebrows. She did not notice the injury on her knee and thought that it was just a red and swollen patch that would heal in 2 days. It was only when the man held her slender and fair ankle and placed it on his thigh as he applied alcohol on her wound that Bei Yunj trembled slightly. Only then did she know how painful it was. The man paused and became even gentler and more careful. From time to time, he would gently blow at her wound. The numbing itch made Bei Yunj's body go soft for some reason. Bei Yunj watched as the man lowered his head and treated her wound. Her beautiful eyes darkened, but her thoughts ran wild. After Huashidu finished treating her wound, the corners of her lips curved up. Suddenly, she supported herself on the sofa with one hand and leaned closer to the man. She smiled and said, "Brother, I'm going to take the college entrance examination in a few days. when do you think is suitable for me to start dating? The man's eyes were dark and gloomy. The moment he looked up, he met her beautiful and seductive eyes. This little girl probably didn't know the consequences of flirting. Especially for a man who had been enduring and restraining himself. Huashidu's Adam's apple bobbed. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse, but it was hopelessly sexy. When do you want to start dating? Bei Yunja's mind was only thinking about when to kidnap this D*MN man into bed. Looking at the man's fixed gaze, she almost couldn't help but ask him if he wanted to hit a home run. Bei Yunja's beautiful canine teeth subconsciously rubbed the side of her cheeks to wake herself up. It can't be too late. A young girl of this age dashed around recklessly, and the way she played straight balls was simply frightening. The man's eyes were so dark that ink could drip out. Looking at the girl with slender legs on the sofa, his eyes were also stimulated by that touch of whiteness. Yes. The man's deep voice was faint, but it revealed an unconcealable hoarseness and lust. On the plane. Bei Yunj leaned back lazily. Suddenly, a girl came up to her and called out sneakily, "Miss?" Bei Yunj raised her eyebrows and slowly opened her eyes. She thought they were almost there. In the end, it was a little girl with a pair of doe eyes. She looked around furtively and asked carefully, "Miss, does your brother have a girlfriend?" After that, the little girl's face turned red. Bei Yunj hesitated for a moment and rubbed her forehead. She looked up and asked, "Which one?" "The one who sat next to you just now. Wasn't he a little too handsome?" With the face of a top-notch scumbag and those peach blossom eyes, it was as if there were 100,000 Pikachu running in my heart. The girl was extremely excited. Bei Yunj was silent. After a long while, she slowly removed the brim of her cap and mask, revealing a bright and flamboyant face. "Do you think that I look very similar to him?" Bei Yunj was quite polite, but there was no smile in her eyes. The girl subconsciously fell into a daze. Chapter 11:23. At first, when she heard Bei Yunj call the man next door brother, she thought that it was an ordinary sibling relationship. But now, looking at Bei Yunja's excessively beautiful face, she was obviously wrong. She had thought that it was a sibling relationship, but in the end, it turned out to be a couple. Huashidu had just returned, and Tseng Su followed him respectfully. "Miss, are you hungry?" Bei Yunj did not say anything. Tseng Su probed, "What do you want to eat?" Bei Yunj glanced at the person beside her and pulled down her hat again. She said faintly, "Pikachu." Tseng Su, in the airport. It was empty and bright. There was a cool breeze in the airport. Outside the huge glass wall, there were clear clouds. Walking on the white bricks that reflected the changing wind and clouds outside, the people who could distinguish the sky from the ground were the pedestrians coming and going. On the way, Tseng Su looked at Bei Yunj in front and could not help but ask, "Master Du, did you bully Miss Pei yesterday?" Huashidu's cold gaze quickly swept past him. Tseng Su shut his mouth. It was only when he saw Bei Yunj sitting in the front passenger seat that the man licked his itchy teeth. He felt that it was not a good thing for this child to sulk. Not long after, Bei Yunj, who was sorting out her emotions, realized that Tseng Su was also here today. The person driving should be Tseng Su too. However, when she regained her senses, Bei Yunj was about to get out of the car when she saw Huashidu open the door of the driver's seat and sit in. Bei Yunj watched as Huashidu started the car. Why was the atmosphere not right? However, looking at the man's eyes, Bei Yunj did not react for a moment before she received a call. Bei Yunj turned on her phone. It was probably Shang Yan who wanted to ask if she had arrived in Yuncheng. Seeing that the atmosphere was slightly quiet, Bei Yunj picked up the call and silently turned her head to the side, answering Shang Yan intermittently. It was probably about the company and the doctor's resume that he had sent over. They chatted for a few minutes. Shang Yan suddenly fell silent and asked, "Did you quarrel with Mr. Hua?" Bei Yunj paused. I don't think so. Xiang Yan could not help but chuckle when he heard that. He suddenly felt that Huashidu was quite pitiful sometimes. He pretended to ask, Eldest miss, when do you think you can treat me to a meal? Eat? Bei Yunj raised her eyebrows. You came to Yuncheng? When? As soon as he finished speaking. By the time Bei Yunj realized what had happened, her phone had already fallen into someone else's hand and the car had already stopped by the side of the road. The man said casually, President Shang, if you want to come to Yuncheng for a meal, you can come anytime. I'm always free. Hearing this, Xiang Yan smiled. All right, I'll definitely visit if I have the chance. The call was hung up. Bei Yunj was also looking at him. When the man thought about how Bei Yunj had ignored him and chatted with Xiang Yan as if there was no one else around, he could not help but lick the corner of his lips and smile. His hand on the steering wheel suddenly took out a cigarette from the cigarette box at the side. His well-defined hand held a cigarette and lazily lit it. He asked in a light tone, You want to date him? Bei Yunj looked at the man's upturned eyes. His pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were a little cynical. However, there was no smile in his eyes, but it still made her heart itch. What? Bei Yunj was a little seduced by the way the man smoked. Chapter 1124. In fact, Huashidu had never smoked in front of her. In this man, smoking had become a kind of mood. It was so seductive that she could not resist and her heart pounded wildly. Huashidu placed his arm outside the car window and casually flicked the cigarette ash with his slender fingers. Does Xiang Yan treat you better than me? Bei Yunj, for a moment, she could not help but suspect that Xiang Yan had asked her on purpose. However, this was the first time she saw a hint of restlessness in the man's eyes. He was not wearing a shirt or a suit. He was only wearing a simple black t-shirt, which accentuated his cold and fair arm muscles. The lines of his muscles were elegant, but his handsome eyes exuded a youthful aura. It was not hard to imagine how many girls he could charm away in school. If this appearance appeared in university, people would probably think that he was a senior. Bei Yunj subconsciously looked away, her heart pounding. No. However, she answered too quickly and felt that it was a little perfunctory. Are you tired of staying with me? Bei Yunj watched as the man bit the cigarette and leaned back. His slightly raised jawline was well defined, his sexy Adam's apple bobbed, and the cigarette but turned scarlet. Finally, he casually exhaled a beautiful smoke ring. This should be the first time Huashidu did not coax her like a child, but it was even more ambiguous and made her heart beat faster. Not really, Bei Yunj started to coax Huashidu again. She smiled intimately into his ear and tested the edge of danger. Haven't you tried it yet? Hearing this, Huashidu suddenly laughed. At this moment, Bei Yunj realized that something was wrong. The man did not seem to have calmed down. However, he turned to look at her. Bei Yunj, try? Why, Yunyun wants to check the goods. The man's usually lazy and carefree peach blossom eyes were filled with a faint smile, and there was an inexplicable sense of aggression. Without waiting for Bei Yunj to react, she saw the man slowly extinguish the cigarette butt and throw away the cigarette in his hand. The next moment, the man suddenly took off his shirt in a practiced manner, revealing his strong waist and abdomen. His Apollo's belt was faintly visible, and his firm and sexy 8-pack abs made one's imagination run wild. The man was topless and had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He had one hand by her waist and he held the girl's hand and moved it down his abs. When Bei Yunj touched the piece of metal on the man's belt, her whole body froze, and the world in her mind collapsed. Do you need me to teach you how to play? The man looked at her and her ears turned red, but he only laughed in a low and lazy voice and blew into her ear playfully. The neat trousers and metal buttons did not give Bei Yunj a sense of security. Instead, she increasingly felt that the man's temperament was both lustful and flirtatious, revealing a strong sense of crisis. Bei Yunja's eyelids twitched. It was the first time she was so nervous. She instinctively wanted to push the man away. Huashidu, we're in the car. Moreover, it was broad daylight, and the car was parked not far from the crowd. Yes, our Yunyun is young and likes to experiment with different things. The man curled his lips lazily. Every word he said by her ear made the girl's ears turn red. Aren't you trying your best to satisfy Yunyun? Today, this man seemed to be deliberately trying to take her life. Feeling the man holding her hand to undo the metal buckle on his belt, Bei Yunj immediately broke free. Huashidu. It was the first time she was teased so much that her voice was unstable. Her heart raced and she flew into a rage out of humiliation. In the end, Bei Yunj looked at him expressionlessly. However, the little girl's snow-white neck was flushed red. When the man saw this, he could not help but laugh. His pair of seductive peach blossom eyes curled up. As his shoulders trembled slightly, it was as if countless little stars had fallen into his eyes. It was really, 100,000 volts hit her heart. Chapter 1125. Bei Yunj had lived for 2 lifetimes. This was the first time she felt what it meant to be utterly embarrassed. Now, Bei Yunj sat in the front passenger seat and looked at Huashidu, who was in a good mood. Her heart was already numb. Back home. Bei Yunj quickly went upstairs, but when she thought of the scene in the car just now, she couldn't write a report summary. Suddenly, Bei Yunj felt that high school life was quite good. It was simple and happy. The next day, Bei Yunj returned to school early in the morning. Hongda High School. Bei Yunj had just arrived at the entrance when she saw a huge crowd. She raised her eyebrows and quickly avoided them and entered the school. Student, where's your badge? Bei Yunj was stopped. Recently, too many fans wanted to sneak in, so those without badges were not allowed in. Bei Yunj paused. Badge? She suddenly remembered that if she didn't wear her badge would be deducted. She licked the corner of her lips. Grade 12 Class 7, Bei Yunj. As soon as she finished speaking, the student on duty froze and looked up at Bei Yunj, who had taken off her mask. His ears turned red. Senior Pei? Senior Pei was actually back. The junior was incoherent. Senior, you can go in. Bei Yunj was a little surprised. She only nodded and said politely, thank you. With that said, Bei Yunj entered the door, while the other students on duty looked at Bei Yunj's back view excitedly. Is this grade 12 Bei Yunj? She's too good looking. It's over, I'm not going to be straight anymore. The other junior couldn't help but be overjoyed. Forget it, aren't you afraid of the 2 top students by Senior Pei's side? After the girl finished speaking, her tone changed. But Senior Pei's tie is really awesome. There's actually a girl who looks so handsome in a tie. On the 3rd floor. Bei Yunj could feel how tense the atmosphere was as she walked along the corridor. Even if the students were fetching water, they were also memorizing words. Many people were discussing this matter in front of the grade list. F***CK, are you serious? Qin Youjiao is first in the exam again? That's too fierce. Yeah, she came back from nearly a month ago and got first place in all 4 weekly exams. It's even scarier than when we were in school. Hearing this, someone was scared. But she still has extra points. The International Musicians Association can give her at least 15 points. So this time, Qin Youjiao is very likely to be the provincial top scholar. I heard that the students from number 1 high school next door didn't score higher than Qin Youjiao. Several people couldn't help but discuss. At this time, Bei Yunj lazily leaned against the side of the ranking board and looked at Chu Zhixing and Lu Yuanci with their lips pursed in disappointment. What's the standard of the 7th class? Wasn't he very arrogant before? Why is she being beaten up by our class Qin Youjiao now? The students of class 1 couldn't help but clamor, as if they had vented their anger. This month, Class 7 didn't get first place even once. Goddess Qin is still Goddess Qin. When she came back from Neely, not only did she become the youngest C-level member of the International Musicians Association, she even beat everyone in the mock exam. What kind of big boss revenge script is this? The people from Class 1 continued to praise her. However, Chu Zhixing's tone was mocking. Acknowledged her as your master? You're so good at barking for others? Bei Yunj was quite surprised. When did Chu Zhixing become so good at scolding people? Lu Yuanci also smiled carelessly. Yeah, our class isn't full either. What's the hurry? However, hearing this, the people from Class 1's tone became even more mocking. Don't tell me you think that you can beat Qin Youjiao just because Bei Yunj is back. Chapter 11:26. The people from Class 7 are treating her as their savior. Why don't they think about how that idler is better than Qin Youjiao? Another person's tone was contemptuous and mocking. Because Qin Youjiao had been first in the weekly exam 4 times in a row, this indeed made the students of Class 7 speechless. Qin Youjiao had indeed changed a lot after coming back this time. They also knew that Bei Yunj was really going out to play. They might really be slapped in the face by Qin Youjiao. Wake up, who does Bei Yunj think she is? Why do you have to kneel and lick such a b***tch? Before that person could finish speaking, Chu Zhixing suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Chu Zhixing was filled with coldness and murderous intent. The veins on his hands bulged and his eyes were cold. Say that again? Suddenly, a slow voice sounded. Xiao Chu, your temper hasn't been very good recently. Chu Zhixing and Lu Yuanci froze and turned to look at the person beside them. Bei Yunj took off his black mask and hat lazily and walked in front of Chu Zhixing to measure his height. Did you grow taller? Hearing this, Chu Zhixing nodded obediently. Lu Yuanci was speechless. This was really Bei Yunj's little puppy. Are you judging me? Bei Yunj walked in front of that boy again. There was no smile in his eyes, but it was even more terrifying than Chu Zhixing's cold expression just now. The boy froze and suddenly remembered how Bei Yunj had hit people in year 2. Bei Yunj only patted his face with the mineral water bottle in his hand and smiled gently. Then what are you? The boy's face paled and he apologized in fright. I am sorry. Get lost. Don't bully the children of Class 7, do you understand? Bei Yunj's eyes curved and the mineral water bottle suddenly hit his chest. The boy's face was twisted in pain and even the veins on his neck were popping out. I understand, this scene made one's scalp turn numb. No one else in Class 7 dared to provoke Bei Yunj openly. It didn't take long for them to disappear without a trace. Master Pei is so arrogant. Lu Yuanci unconsciously curled the corners of his lips and said in a carefree manner. Bei Yunj raised his eyebrows and ignored him arrogantly. He turned around and left. Lu Yuanci, no one was more arrogant than his desk mate. In the office, Teacher Wen, who knew that Bei Yunj was back, couldn't stop smiling. Those who didn't know better would think that their daughter was returning home. Their faces were filled with joy and they were polite to everyone they met. However, the head teacher of Class 1 glanced at Mr. Wen and said with a strange smile, Mr. Wen, how long has it been since Bei Yunj studied? There were only 2 or 3 days left before the college entrance examination. Don't let it be worse than the time during the joint entrance exam. Teacher Wen just tolerated it and smiled indifferently. We'll ask her when the time comes. If you take student Qin Youjiao with you, you might even be able to produce a top scholar in the city. Top scorer in the city? The head teacher of Class 1's tone was filled with pride. With Qin Youjiao's stable results and her extra marks, she might even be able to become the top scorer in the province. I actually know your difficulties, Teacher Wen. Lu Yuanci and Chu Zhixing are good at following people, but they are a little biased. As for Bei Yunj, she's too arrogant. She really thinks that no one can compare to her. Hearing this, Teacher Wen's expression changed. He could tolerate it usually, but it didn't mean that others could point a gun at his students. I've never told students that they have to fight for the first place in everything. But I also have to warn Teacher Hao that you might not be able to win even if you fight for it. Chapter 11:27. Teacher Hao's expression darkened. You, Teacher Hao, I'm going to class, so I won't talk to you anymore. With that said, Teacher Wen left the office. In the entire grade, the news of Bei Yunji's return spread. Class 1. Qin Youjiao's eyes darkened as a mocking smile appeared on her lips. Bei Yunji is back? Yes. She even hit Wang Shuqiang. This person is simply a hooligan in school. The girl said angrily. Forget it. She won't be able to cause trouble for long. Qin Youjiao only smiled, the faint mockery in her eyes. It was obvious that she did not take Bei Yunji seriously. Anyway, she came back this time to crush Bei Yunji into the mud. Youjiao, you seem to have been reborn this time. Your score is stable at 730 points. Even if you don't get extra points, you'll definitely enter Yun University. Everyone could not help but be envious. What do you mean by rebirth? I just did a little more homework. Qin Youjiao chuckled. In Nili, apart from practicing the piano, she did questions and only slept for 5 to 6 hours. She studied desperately so that she would not be stepped on by anyone. It was also to make Bei Yunji realize that she would never have the right to compete with her. At this thought, coldness flashed past Qin Youjiao's eyes. When Teacher Wen arrived at the class arrogantly, he found that everyone else was doing their homework quietly and Bei Yunji was sleeping. She really didn't give him any peace of mind. Seeing that Teacher Wen's expression was not good, Lu Yuanci immediately pushed Bei Yunji. Master Pei, if you don't wake up, old Wen will eat someone. Pei Yunji woke up slowly. Her eyes were slightly red, but her expression was not good. Teacher Wen gave a fake smile. Bei Yunji, aren't you used to sleeping at the desk after going out to play for a few months? Bei Yunji hesitated for a moment before she nodded. Everyone was speechless. As expected of Master Pei. Teacher Wen's expression darkened. She was hopeless. She was hopeless. However, Lu Yuanci immediately said, Teacher, Bei Yunji has a cold today. Bei Yunji turned to look at him. Question mark. But after meeting Lu Yuanci's eyes, Bei Yunji quickly understood. Lu Yuanci was deliberately covering for her. Okay, Bei Yunji replied. Only then did Mr. Wen's face fade away. He couldn't help but say with concern, take care of your body. Don't let it affect your performance in the college entrance examination. Yes, thank you, teacher. Bei Yunji nodded. Teacher Wen nodded and gave a few instructions before letting the students do their homework. Afterward, Lu Yuanci also noticed that there was something wrong with Bei Yunji's expression. What's wrong with you? Are you dreaming? Yeah. Since last night, she had been dreaming about the scene in the car with Washidu yesterday. One moment, the man was blowing air into her ear, and the next moment, the man was laughing. That pair of peach blossom eyes were like electricity. The scene of such a restricted level made it hard for people to speak. Bei Yunji, was this man here to curse her to death? What did you dream of? Lu Yuanci leaned over and asked. Bei Yunji picked up the glass and drank some water. Then, she picked up the iPad and said faintly, Pikachu with electricity. Lu Yuanci, question mark. But it was only in the afternoon that Lu Yuanci started to wonder if his mouth had been blessed. Bei Yunji really had a cold and her forehead was still a little hot. Until school ended. Bei Yunji, who had already taken the cold medicine, had her usual lazy and beautiful eyes looking listless at this moment. However, at the school gate, she saw Mrs. Qin picking up Qin Youjiao. The surrounding fans also lost control. Chapter 11:28. Jiao, all the best for the college entrance examination. The fans in the crowd were shouting. Qin Youjiao smiled, and Mrs. Qin, who was holding Qin Youjiao's hand, also smiled at everyone. Thank you, everyone. Everyone, go back early. Hearing this, the fans became even more excited. However, Qin Youjiao also noticed Bei Yunj in the crowd. She held Mrs. Qin's hand casually and smiled sweetly. Mom, didn't I say that you should rest well and not come and fetch me? My daughter did so well and studied so hard. As a mother, of course I have to care about my daughter. Mrs. Qin touched Qin Youjiao's forehead and said with a smile, Jiao, Mom will always be proud of you. Qin Youjiao acted coquettishly with Mrs. Qin. However, Bei Yunj only looked away calmly and answered the chauffeur's call. Because there were too many fans, the chauffeur could not stop at the school gate, so Bei Yunj could only leave and walk to a nearby intersection. Mom, Bei Yunj is back too. Do you want to meet her? Qin Youjiao asked after Bei Yunj left. However, Mrs. Qin frowned the moment she heard this name. What's there to meet her? Jiao, stay away from her too, lest you get into trouble. Mom, I think that Bei Yunj's results are actually alright. They're not that bad. What if she can enter Yun University too? Before Qin Youjiao could finish speaking, Mrs. Qin interrupted her and said with a smile, Her? How is that possible? Jiao, you don't have to care about her. A dark glint flashed past Qin Youjiao's eyes, but she hoped that Bei Yunj could hear these words with her own ears. She would only vent her anger if she could see Bei Yunj lose her luster. Back home. Bei Yunj had just entered the hall when she looked up and found that not only was Huashidu there today, even old Madame Hua and Momo were there. Grandma Hua. After Bei Yunj regained her senses, she called out with a smile. However, old Madame Hua immediately stood up, her expression nervous. Why does your voice sound wrong? Are you not feeling well? It's all right. Bei Yunj did not even look at the man on the sofa beside her. However, the next moment, old Madame Hua held Bei Yunj's face and pressed her forehead against Bei Yunj's forehead. She said, What do you mean? He was starting to have a fever. I told you that Huashidu doesn't know how to take care of girls. The college entrance exam was in 2 days. If you're still running a fever, then you're definitely not in good condition for the college entrance exam. Fever? Didn't sleep well last night? Huashidu then looked at Bei Yunj. Bei Yunj, no. Before the college entrance exam, Gu had to return to the old house. I'll take care of her myself. Old Madame Hua's words caused Bei Yunj and Huashidu to disagree. Grandma Hua, that's too much trouble. Bei Yunj frowned. Huashidu also said, Old Madam, how can you have the energy? I have a lot of energy. It's better than someone like you who stays in the company every day. How have you taken care of Gu? Old Madame Hua grabbed Bei Yunj's hand. Let's put it this way. I'm taking her away today. You have to listen to Yunyun's thoughts. The man said slowly. However, he did not expect Bei Yunj to suddenly look up at him and be silent for a moment. That works too? Huashidu, Bei Yunj looked away. She did not want to have that dream again tonight. After pushing Bei Yunj into the car, old Madame Hua educated Huashidu outside the car. Shidu, I really don't want to pretend that I only have one grandson, Mo, during the family gathering this year. End of this chapter. Chapter 1129. Huashidu was speechless. Soon. Tseng Su could not help but sigh when he saw Madame Hua take Bei Yunj away. Madame Hua was still as ruthless as ever. Other than Madame Hua, no one dared to jump into Master Du's minefield. In the car, Mo was very happy. He could finally let his sister accompany him for a few days. However, Mo's happiness did not last long. Madame Hua said, "Don't disturb sister's preparation for the college entrance examination." Then, she shut Momo at the door. Only a lass was left circling around its little master, shaking its head foolishly. However, what made Madame Hua at a loss was that in the next 2 days, Bei Yunja's fever became even worse. When Madame Hua saw the temperature of 40 degrees Celsius, her hands almost trembled. She immediately called for a private doctor. "Dr. Jiang, you must cure my Gu-er. My Gu-er is taking the college entrance examination tomorrow. There can't be any accidents." Madame Hua could only treat Jiang Baichuan as her savior. However, Jiang Baichuan smiled insincerely. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Hua family's Empress Dowager, he would definitely scold her. He was a doctor, not a sorcerer. How was it possible for a high fever to disappear overnight? It was already 40 degrees Celsius, any higher and her brain would be fried. When Jiang Baichuan thought about how Miss Pei still had to take the college entrance examination tomorrow, he felt a headache coming on. He took a deep breath. "Madame Hua, I can only try my best to lower her temperature so that she will be in a better state tomorrow. But what about Gu-er's college entrance examination?" The old madam immediately blamed herself and was annoyed. How could this be? In the past, when she took care of Jing, Shidu, and Momo were fine. I can only say that, it's up to fate. It doesn't matter if Miss Pei repeats for a year. Jiang Baichuan didn't think much of it. Anyway, the Qin family and the Hua family could support her. The next day, Bei Yunja's condition was slightly better, but after taking her temperature, she still had a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius. Madame Hua hugged Bei Yunj early in the morning and cried. Bei Yunja's head hurt even more. "Grandma Hua, I haven't been to the examination hall." Hearing Bei Yunja's voice, Madame Hua Guhua, "Madame Hua, you really want to take the exam? Why don't you do it next year? Grandma will definitely find you the best teacher and get you into Yunqing University." Bei Yunj. "It won't take long." Seeing that Bei Yunj insisted on going, old Madame Hua could only ask someone to prepare and send Bei Yunj to the examination hall. However, when Bei Yunj went downstairs, she did not expect Hua Shidu to already be waiting on the sofa. Bei Yunj had been in a daze for the past 2 days. When she looked at Hua Shidu, she even paused. "Brother?" Hua Shidu knew that Bei Yunj had a high fever last night, so he drove back to the old residence. He walked over to Bei Yunj and touched Bei Yunja's forehead. It was still very hot. Old Madame Hua felt guilty. "Shidu, why don't you let go or rest at home? Do you want to take the exam?" Hua Shidu asked her. Bei Yunj nodded. Hua Shidu was silent for a moment, but his lips curled up. He held Bei Yunja's hand and walked out. "Go then." However, Bei Yunj also felt that the man's palm was a little sweaty. For the first time, Bei Yunj realized that this man, who had always been casual and carefree, could also be nervous. Bei Yunj could not help but smile, but she did not say anything. In the car, after Bei Yunj drank some fever medicine, she leaned on Hua Shidu's shoulder and slept. After Hua Shidu finished counting the necessities for the exam that he had prepared for Bei Yunj yesterday, he slowly turned to look at her. He also laughed in anger and reached out to pinch her fingers. "Why did I fall into your hands? P.S. Good night, good boys." Chapter 11:30. Bei Yunj woke up slowly and saw the crowd of students outside. This was the first time she felt the atmosphere of the college entrance examination. "Do you want to go down and take a look?" Hua Shidu asked from the side. Bei Yunj nodded, and the two of them got out of the car together. After Bei Yunj got out of the car, the surrounding gazes quickly landed on Bei Yunj and Hua Shidu. Especially Hua Shidu. The man's aura was hard to ignore. Now that he was wearing an elegant tailored suit, he looked light and arrogant. Hua Shidu's well-defined hand held a black long-handled umbrella, taking care that Bei Yunj could not bask in the sun. He then took out a bottle of cold water from the car and pressed it against Bei Yunja's cheek. This scene made the surrounding people extremely envious. Was there a mistake? He was butchering dogs during the college entrance examination. Bei Yunj held the man's warm hand very smoothly. When she rubbed the mineral water bottle, she also rubbed against the man's hand. She would be a fool not to take advantage of him. The man was used to it and only glanced at her casually. He laughed ambiguously. Just as Bei Yunj looked puzzled, she heard him smile unhurriedly. That's good. Brother likes our Yunj to be fearless. Bei Yunj was speechless. Bei Yunj immediately let go of his hand. In a way, Pei Qian was indeed unforgettable. He was clearly a bronze-level person who could fall ill from insomnia after being flirted with, but he still felt that he was a king. Suddenly, Teacher Wen's voice sounded in surprise. Isn't this Brother Bei Yunj? Teacher Wen. Huashidu nodded slightly. Teacher Wen, who was wearing a volunteer vest, greeted him and realized that Bei Yunja's expression was not right. Bei Yunj, are you not feeling well? Pei Yunj hummed lazily, her voice thick with nasality. Don't tell me you have a fever? Teacher Wen's expression changed. Pei Yunja's eyelids were slightly closed as she lifted them lazily, looking listless. Teacher Wen immediately panicked. How high is your fever? Are you feeling unwell? Don't be nervous, Bei Yunj. Do your best. You can definitely do it. Let me teach you, take a deep breath and calm down. Bei Yunj said. Teacher, you should calm down first. Why do you suddenly have a fever? Hearing Teacher Wen's noisy voice, Pei Yunj immediately turned to look at Huashidu. Brother, you can go back first. There's still a minute to go. I'll go over first. With that said, Pei Yunj turned around without thinking and prepared to leave. But in the next second, she was suddenly pulled back. The man's eyes were extremely dark. He stared straight at her and seemed to sigh. Brother is still quite nervous. Bei. Huashidu raised his eyebrows and looked at her patiently, as if he was really waiting for her to coax him. Pei Yunj, did he need her to coax him? She, who was sick, wasn't nervous to go to the examination hall. Why was he nervous? This thought had just appeared in Bei Yunja's mind, but before she could react, someone suddenly grabbed the back of her neck gently. In the next second, Bei Yunj took a step forward and the man bent down, pressing 2 warm kisses on her forehead. In that moment, the man moved away. When the people around saw this scene, they were immediately flirted. Wasn't this 2F** king tempting? Chapter 1131. The man's fingers caressed the back of her neck intimately, causing her to tremble. Do well, Yun Yun. However, the man's low laughter rang in her ears, as if there was no one else around. If you do well, everything will be yours. The others could not see the girl's face clearly. They could only see that the girl's ears were red. They did not know what the man had just said with a smile. Teacher Wen also felt that this seemed to have deviated from what he knew. Although he knew that Huashidu was not Bei Yunja's biological brother, he had always thought that he was her cousin or something. But wasn't the current direction a little wrong? She was stunned for 2 seconds as she looked at Bei Yunj. Tseng Su, who was beside her, could not help but sigh. True love can indeed conquer everything. Miss Pei will definitely have endless inspiration and win the college entrance examination. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Bei Yunj turned around and bumped into someone. She was in so much pain that she immediately covered her head. He didn't seem to be a very smart person. Tseng Su was speechless. Teacher Wen was speechless. It was over. She looked like she had drunk a box of vodka. Looking at Bei Yunja's back view as she left, Teacher Wen was almost depressed. How is it? I think I saw Bei Yunj go in just now. How is she? Bei Yunja's physics teacher asked with a smile. Teacher Wen said. She has a fever. She might be in a bad state. She's sick at this time. Is it serious? The physics teacher frowned. Teacher Wen instinctively looked at Hoshidu. Tseng Su answered first, 39 degrees Celsius. This time, the teachers fell silent. This was already a high fever. If it rose another 2 degrees, her brain would be damaged. How can she take the exam in this state? The language teacher beside him was also worried. That's right. The examinees from the previous cohort that I taught had a low fever that affected their performance. They were 20 to 30 points worse than usual. However, hearing their discussion, Teacher Hao of Class 1 was secretly delighted. He was overjoyed. Bei Yunj was already in such a state. Wasn't she basically saying goodbye to the top 3 in the cohort? She walked into the examination hall. The invigilator also noticed that Bei Yunj did not look too good. Student, are you not feeling well? Yes, I have a slight fever. Bei Yunja's voice was slightly hoarse. It didn't sound like she had a fever. The invigilator sighed. Come on, hang in there. Every year, there would be children who would catch a cold at this time. How unlucky. Thank you, teacher. Bei Yunj smirked. After returning to her seat, she touched her forehead. But soon, the test papers were handed out. The Chinese language exam. The teacher saw that the first person to put down her pen was Bei Yunj. Once he closed the paper, he fell asleep on the table. Seeing this, the teacher couldn't help but sigh. He secretly felt pity for this examinee. 2 exams were completed. Bei Yunj had just reached the door when she saw Chu Zhixing and Lu Yuanxi looking at her with a messy expression. It was as if he was admiring her strong will despite her physical disability. Master Pei, it's all right. If it doesn't work out, you can be my junior. Lu Yuanxi consoled. Bei Yunj couldn't be bothered to look at him and left. After a few exams, everyone in Hengda knew that the big boss who got first place in the college entrance examination had a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius. It was a pity that her fate was full of misfortune. Back at the Qin family's old mansion. How did Gu do? Old Master Qin was also very nervous. Bei Yunj nodded. Not bad. However, Qin Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. He pursed his lips and said in a bad tone, Grandpa. They had just agreed not to mention the college entrance examination results, but the old master asked about it the moment they met. End of chapter. Chapter 1132. Old Master Qin knew that he had misspoken. Qin Yu found out from Hoshidu that Bei Yunj had a high fever on the day of the college entrance examination and was in a daze. This score, it was already good enough that she could get a good score. Grandpa, I'll go upstairs and rest for a while. With that said, Old Master Qin hurriedly agreed. However, after Bei Yunj went up, the men of the Qin family fell silent. All of them sat on the sofa with their heads lowered. They thought that Bei Yunj was depressed, but she still pretended to be calm. What should we do now? Old Master Qin could not help asking. Qin Luyan suddenly said, when Gu recovers, let her go on a trip. This way, no one would be able to improve their results in front of her. Sure. I happen to be free. Qin Lang immediately expressed his stance. Qin Yu laughed coldly. You're a directionally challenged person. Are you worthy of going out with Gu? Brother, I think I'm more. Qin Lang could not be bothered with Qin Yu. He turned around, wanting to curry favor with Qin Luyan, but met Qin Luyan's cold gaze. Are you all free? Qin Luyan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and asked slowly. Qin Yu and Qin Lang shut up. However, in the end, the person who could accompany Bei Yunj on a trip had not been confirmed. Once Bei Yunj recovered, she went to the computing institute. Even Zhong Xinglin could not help but rack his brains when he heard that Bei Yunj was going to take the college entrance examination with a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius. have you thought of which school you want to go to? Zhong Shenglin asked. Bei Yunj continued to do her experiment. Up to you. Hearing this, Zhong Shenglin glanced at Bei Yunj and could not help but feel sorry for her. Although Bei Yunj had been engrossed in her research these few days, Zhong Shenglin could occasionally see Bei Yunj sitting alone in the corridor in a daze. She looked like she had suffered a setback in her life. Although the higher-ups don't want you to reveal your identity, don't worry. I'll talk to the principal of Yun University and he will definitely give me face. Even if you fail the college entrance exam, you will still be admitted to Yun University. Bei Yunj. No need. Elder Xiang went to visit the families of the top scorers today. How would he have the time to deal with you? Si Chengyan chuckled. Zhong Shenglin's face darkened and he pretended to grab his weapon. Si Chengyan, do you really think that my temper has been good these 2 years? Si Chengyan was so frightened that he hid behind Bei Yunj. In reality, Zhong Shenglin was not angry because of Si Chengyan's words, but because he had visited the family of the top student today but did not look for Bei Yunj. The top 10 students of each high school were given the lowest score. The students who were most likely to be the city's top scorer were all visited at home. When Teacher Wen thought about how Bei Yunj had gone to take the exam with a high fever, he didn't ask Bei Yunj to estimate her score. Especially when he found out that the Qin brothers were preparing to send Bei Yunj on a trip to ease his mood, Bei Yunj glanced at Si Chengyan, who was about to be beaten up, and frowned. Old master, I've calculated all the data you asked me to calculate for you. So fast? Zhong Shenglin was shocked. Usually, it would take him half a day to calculate. Did Bei Yunj count this as an hour? Yes, take a look. Bei Yunj looked at the time and realized that tomorrow was the college entrance exam results day. Soon, Bei Yunj looked away, but she didn't know that the men in the Qin family couldn't sleep that night. The next day, the college entrance exam score system was almost crushed. The form teacher of Year 3 surrounded a computer and refreshed the results every 2 minutes. P.S. There's one more chapter. Chapter 1133. Why aren't Qin Youjiao's results out yet? The form teachers of the other classes could not help asking. Teacher Hao from Class 1 said with a smile, Teacher Huang has never taught the city's top scholar before, right? The one with the highest score will be stopped. Teacher Huang almost rolled her eyes. It was as if she had taught the city's top scholar before. However, the first high score was Lu Yuanxi's. Candidate name, Lu Yuanxi Chinese, 120 Mathematics, 135 Foreign Language, 150 Science Comprehensive, 283 total, 688 city ranking, 11th. Lu Yuanxi is ranked 11th in the city. The others were envious. This Lu Yuanxi's original results were below average, but he was ranked 11th in the city for the college entrance examination. Only Teacher Wen frowned. It seems like the exam paper this time is indeed too difficult. Usually, the top 20 in Yuncheng had more than 700 points. But this year's 11th place only had 688 points. Enough, old one. Anyway, once the difficulty of the college entrance examination increases, the admission score will definitely drop. I estimate that Yun University's admission score won't be higher than 680 points. After the teachers finished discussing, another high score was obtained not long after. This time, it was from Class 1. He had made it to 700 points and was ranked 5th in the city. This made the teachers unable to believe that the 5th place in the city only had 702 points. What was the difficulty of the college entrance examination this time? It was too scary. However, before the form teachers could be shocked, there was a ding. Another student had a high score. Candidate name, Chu Zhixing Chinese, 139 Mathematics, 145 Foreign Language, 131 Science Comprehensive, 296 total, 711 city ranking, third in the city? There are actually so many people in the top 20 in our school? The form teachers were excited. They would definitely get their year-end bonus this time. There's still Qin Youjiao who hasn't had any results yet. Doesn't this mean that our school has taken the top 3 places in the city? Qin Youjiao will definitely be first. Don't forget that she still has bonus points. This year's bonus points will be directly counted into the ranking. Everyone was even more excited. Only Teacher Wen's eyes darkened when he thought of Bei Yunji's abnormal performance. He suddenly felt that he had let this child down. He had not taken good care of such a good seedling. When the time came, Bei Yunji would definitely be sad if she saw that Lu Yuanxi and Chu Zhixing had done so well. Teacher Wen sighed. However, when he was about to leave, several form teachers lost control when they saw the new scores. Candidate name, Qin Language, 141 Mathematics, 144 in Languages, 145 Comprehensive Science, 290 bonus points, 20 total score, 736 city ranking, 2 ND 736 points. He's only in second place. All the form teachers suddenly felt their scalps turn numb. One had to know that Qin Youjiao had an additional point. Was there such a huge gap between the second place and the first place? Immediately, the homeroom teachers had mixed feelings. They originally thought that the city's top scorer would definitely be Hengda's. But in the end, such a dark horse appeared. Qin Youjiao had added 20 points, but she wasn't even higher than first place. The one with the worst expression was still Teacher Hao. He originally thought that she would definitely become the city's top scorer. He was even the provincial champion. But in the end, Qin Youjiao actually added 20 points and didn't even get first place. Mr. Hao glanced at Qin Youjiao's provincial and national volleyball. The province ranked 3rd, and the country ranked 4th. This was already very high. Alright, now that we've seen the scores, let's summarize the results of our classes. Although he was unwilling, he had to admit that this examinee was probably an immortal. When everyone heard this, they could only silently prepare to leave. But just as everyone was about to leave, the computer suddenly rang. A teacher was confused. What's going on? There are still students whose scores haven't been recorded? P.S. Good night. Chapter 1134. The teacher closest to her felt that it was strange and immediately walked to the computer. After refreshing it, he almost cursed. F***CK. What's going on? Hearing the form teacher of class 5 making a fuss, someone could not help but say, "Don't be so surprised." What happened? First place, the form teacher of class 5 stuttered and could not speak. So what if she's first? Look at you. You've been in school for 5 to 6 years, why can't you calm down? The grade director walked over and looked at the computer screen with a frown. However, when he saw it clearly in the next second, he froze. I first place, Bei Yunji. As soon as he finished speaking, all the form teachers looked at the computer. Then, they all looked at Teacher Wen strangely. Teacher Wen also looked up and his body trembled. What? Who? But soon, the form teachers gathered in front of the computer and no one answered Teacher Wen's question. Examinee name, Bei Yunji Chinese, 149 Mathematics, 154 in Language, 150 Science Comprehensive, 300 total marks, 749 city ranking, 1st province ranking, 1st national ranking, 1st. Everyone looked down and their hairs stood on end. What kind of suffocating operation was this? Bei Yunji was first in the national ranking? Oh, old one, are you sure that Bei Yunji went to the examination hall with a high fever? Someone could not help asking with a trembling voice. Teacher Wen regained his senses and nodded blankly. Yes, Bei Yunji had a high fever those days and her face was as red as an egg. When she came out, I even asked her how she did. She said that she didn't finish the essay and was too sleepy. All the form teachers were silent. The ending was not finished and only 1 point was deducted. Besides, she had gone to the college entrance examination with a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius. In the end, she even became the top scholar in the National College Entrance Examination. This college entrance examination was a nightmare for others. It had even been trending many times because the questions were too difficult. But this person seemed to be unaffected. Qin Youjiao added 20 points and was still more than 10 points behind her. What kind of godlike standard was this? She did very well. Teacher Wen was surprised. If it wasn't for the fact that the others couldn't find any traces of acting on Teacher Wen's face, they would definitely beat him up. The form teachers were expressionless. Can't you King see for yourself? Teacher Wen walked to the computer in confusion, but when he saw Bei Yunji's results, he almost fell back. His mind seemed to have been blown. Zhuang Yuan. Mr. Wen's face was full of horror. He didn't expect that his first student would be a national champion. The homeroom teachers, what to do? Seeing this idiot's expression, he was even more annoyed. At this time, the homeroom teacher of Class 1 also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The homeroom teacher of Class 5 could not help but ask, "Didn't you ask her how she did on the exam?" "Mr. Wen, how would I dare to ask? She said her results were average." At that time, he was afraid that Bei Yunji would be in a bad mood and do something stupid. "Everyone else, you call this average?" Under the death stares of a group of people, Teacher Wen could only brace himself and call Bei Yunji. However, after calling 4 or 5 times, the other party finally picked up. "Speak." The other party's clear and melodious voice was slightly hoarse, revealing a hint of impatience. Bei Yunji didn't even look at the note. "Everyone, was this the temper of the national champion?" Teacher Wen. "Yunji, have you checked the results?" Chapter 1135. Hearing Teacher Wen's voice, Bei Yunji was silent for a moment. "No." "Then, aren't you going to take a look?" Teacher Wen hinted crazily. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't say anything at first. Not long after, she laughed lazily. "Old one, there's no need to cast a shadow over my dear classmates at such a happy age, right?" This person was still the most arrogant. Teacher Wen was speechless. All the form teachers were speechless. Teacher Wen couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid that you'll perform badly?" Bei Yunji was silent for a moment, then gently pressed her closed eyes with her palm. "Old one, I hope you understand that I'm having a high fever, not that my brain is damaged." Teacher Wen was speechless. At this moment, the atmosphere became even stranger and colder. In the end, when he hung up the phone, Teacher Wen was still in a daze. Bei Yunji also got out of bed and prepared to wash up. Downstairs, Old Master Qin was still drinking tea and playing cards with his mahjong partners. "Old Su, don't you think that National Politics University can build a few more buildings?" Old Master Qin hinted crazily. Principal Su was speechless. "What are you trying to do? Did something happen to my granddaughter during the college entrance examination? She had a high fever and didn't perform well." This was the first time Old Master Qin had shamelessly asked for connections. After all, Qin Luyan and the rest went to either Nili University or Yunqing University. No. Absolutely not. Principal Su immediately rejected him. He was wondering why this old fox asked him to play cards every day. After going around in circles, this was what he was waiting for. One had to know that Country A's University of Political Science and Law was a top-notch university in the country. As the principal, if he used his position for personal gain, wouldn't he be stepping on the reputation of the University of Political Science and Law and crazily testing the edge of danger? Principal Su rolled his eyes. "Can you do it? Don't make things difficult for me. At most, I can give you a special bonus, but it won't be much." With that said, Principal Su sensed that something was wrong again. "No, I heard that the admissions teams of Beichuan and Yun University specially went to look for your granddaughter. How could she not do well?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two mahjong partners beside him pinched his thigh and gave him a hint with their eyes. Why didn't this old Su listen to any gossip? As expected. Old Master Qin was silent for a moment before he said lightly, "Old Su, my granddaughter's name is Bei Yunj. You've been in Nili for the past 2 years, so you still don't know the situation." When Principal Su heard this, he immediately fell silent. After more than half a lifetime, who wouldn't be an expert? As for the other two, it was more or less a pity. Everyone in the industry had witnessed Qin Youjiao's excellence in all aspects back then. It was a pity that she was not the Qin family's biological child. The only reason he lost was because he didn't reincarnate well. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door intruded on their conversation. "Dad, do you have to be so biased?" Old Master Qin turned around and saw that it was Mother Qin. His face darkened and he became more vigilant. "What are you doing here?" For the past few days, the last thing he wanted was for Mother Qin to appear at the old mansion and use Qin Youjiao's grades to provoke Bei Yunj. After all, Mother Qin was Bei Yunj's biological mother. Old Master Qin was afraid that Bei Yunj would be sad. However, what Old Master Qin was thinking was exactly what Mother Qin was thinking. However, the difference was that Mother Qin had come this time to help Qin Youjiao regain her face. Jiao scored 736 points. "I want to hold a banquet for Jiao and hope you can come too." Chapter 1136. Hearing this, Old Master Qin was so angry that his face flushed red. His fingers trembled as he pointed at Mrs. Qin, who was wearing a cheongsam embroidered with white orchids. "Why, you don't have any conscience as a mother?" Almost everyone knew that Bei Yunj had gone for the college entrance examination with a high fever. Even Mr. Qin had come to show concern a few times, so it was impossible for Mrs. Qin not to know. But at this time, she was helping Qin Youjiao to show off. Mrs. Qin pursed her lips. Then, she continued to laugh coldly stubbornly. "Dad, you're the one who's biased. If you didn't care about Jiao's life at all, I wouldn't have done this. Jiao is the child I raised for more than 10 years, but you only have Bei Yunj in your heart." Hearing Old Master Qin and his daughter-in-law arguing on the spot, Principal Su and the rest were a little embarrassed. "You!" Old Master Qin was so angry that his heart hurt. His mahjong friends hurriedly helped him sit down. "I won't go. Our Qin family only has one young lady," Old Master Qin said with a dark expression. Hearing this, anger burned in Mrs. Qin's eyes. She laughed coldly and glanced at the person beside her. "Even Principal Su is here. Dad, you're too biased. If Jiao didn't do well this time, would you be willing to find connections for her?" "No." Old Master Qin said expressionlessly. It was not just Qin Youjiao. Even if Qin Luyan and the rest did not do well in the college entrance examination, Old Master Qin would not find any connections for them even if he made them repeat their studies. However, when Mrs. Qin heard this answer, her expression still twisted slightly. But in the next second, from the corner of her eye, Mrs. Qin saw Bei Yunj coming down from upstairs and suddenly smiled elegantly. "Dad, did you not come to Jiao's banquet because Bei Yunj did well in the exam?" This sentence almost infuriated Old Master Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that the men of the Qin family had been taught to never hit women, he would have picked up his walking stick. "But Dad, don't worry. Even if you don't treat Jiao as your granddaughter, Jiao still hopes that she will be filial to you." The phone number and address she left for the college entrance examination was also from our old mansion. Mrs. Qin's smile was deliberate. As a child of the Qin family, how can she embarrass the Qin family? "You, cough cough cough," Old Master Qin was so angry that he felt dizzy. "Grandpa." At this moment, Bei Yunj walked over to help Old Master Qin calm down. She had only heard a little of the conversation just now. She asked unhurriedly, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing much." When Old Master Qin saw his granddaughter, his voice became much gentler. This surprised Principal Su and the others. One had to know that even with Qin Yojiao back then, Old Master Qin had never spoken in such a loving tone. This is Yunj, right? How are your college entrance examination results? The moment Principal Su opened his mouth, he subconsciously asked about the results. This caused Old Master Qin's death gaze to fall on him. It's all right. Bei Yunj, on the other hand, looked natural. Principal Su couldn't help but ask, how many points? Bei Yunj, not yet. Old Master Qin, Principal Su and his mahjong friends were speechless. This kind of confidence was indeed rare. Mother Qin couldn't help but scoff. She said sarcastically, if you're not good, then you're not good. How good is that? Have you had enough? Old Master Qin's voice was stern. Mrs. Qin's face paled slightly and she didn't continue. Bei Yunj glanced at Mrs. Qin with interest and chuckled softly. Mrs. Qin felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She was about to say something when someone came from outside. It was the principals of Yun University and Beichuan University. P.S. There's still one more chapter. You guys sleep first. End of this chapter. Chapter 1137. Excuse me, is this Old Master Qin's house? The two principals had just arrived and were still a little nervous. After all, they had met outstanding candidates with good family backgrounds, but this was the first time they had met someone with such a good family background. It was at least a few hundred meters from the entrance of the old mansion to the living room. However, when Mrs. Qin saw this, she thought that they were here to look for Qin Yojiao. She was a little flattered. Principal Xiang, Principal Tan, why did you come personally today? Didn't you call Jiao yesterday? Hearing this, Old Master Qin thought that they were here to look for Qin Yojiao and his expression darkened. He almost chased them away on the spot. Tong Yueying, I'm warning you. This is the last time. Old Master Qin's tone was dark. This made the principals of Yun University and Beichuan University feel inexplicably guilty and afraid. No way. Was Old Master Qin so angry just because they didn't call Bei Yunj yesterday? Old Master Qin, this matter is related to your biological granddaughter after all. You should listen calmly. Am I her mother? Can't you talk to her mother? Old Master Qin's tone was extremely irritable. The principals of Yun University and Beichuan University shrank their heads. They were indeed the family of the top scholar in the country. How arrogant. Then. Mrs. Qin, let's talk. The principal of Yun University smiled stiffly at Mrs. Qin. You're too polite to come here personally. I really don't know what to say. However, Mrs. Qin was very happy and smiled brightly. However, if Principal Xiang and Principal Tan are free, would you be willing to attend my daughter's banquet in 2 days? Banquet? The principal of Yun University was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Of course. It's only right. After all, she's the top scholar in the country. We should celebrate. However, the moment he finished speaking, Principal Su and the rest looked at Mrs. Qin and the rest instinctively. The top scholar in the country. There was actually a living top scholar in their circle? However, Mrs. Qin's smile stiffened. Top scholar? Principal Xiang, are you mistaken? My Jiao is ranked 2nd in city and only 4th in the country. Of course not. Halfway through his words, the principal of Yun University immediately regained his senses. Wait. Who told you it's student Qin? I'm talking about Bei Yunj. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. However, the principal of Yun University was still talking non-stop. I really didn't expect that student Pei would actually score 749 points in the college entrance examination, which was unprecedentedly difficult. I heard that it was because you didn't finish your essay, so 1 point was deducted, right? Initially, the grading teachers wanted to deduct 2 or 3 marks, but a senior teacher liked student Pei's essay very much. He couldn't stand the deduction of 2 or 3 marks and sent it to the higher-ups for approval. In the end, only 1 mark was deducted. Gooper scored 749 points. Old Master Qin asked incoherently in disbelief. The Beichuan headmaster hesitated. You won't even check the score? Could this be the family of the national champion? He was already so confident. Old Master Qin was speechless. What should he say? Not only did he not check the scores, but he even let his granddaughter get in through the back door. Principal Su was also silent. If he had agreed to let Old Master Qin go through the back door, would he have made a fortune today? It can't be. Surnamed Su, you're from a political school, yet you're here to snatch the top scorer from us? Beichuan's principal had a wary look on his face. Principal Su was speechless. Speaking of which, you might not believe it, but I just rejected the application of the family of the college entrance examination's top scholar. P.S. Good night, good boys. Chapter 1138. Principal Su was expressionless and his heart was numb. Shut up. Bei Yunj? Suddenly, Mrs. Qin seemed to have lost control of her mind. She looked up at the principal of Yun University and denied agitatedly, how is this possible? How can she be first in the national examination? She cheated. She must have cheated. However, these words also attracted the cold eyes and disgust of several university principals. The dignified matriarch of the Qin family actually said such words? As a mother, how could she be so biased? It's not strange for student Pei to be the top scorer of the national examination. After all, this child was also first in the previous joint examination. The principal of Yun University changed his attitude. Beside him, the principal of Beichuan rolled his eyes. After finding out that Bei Yunj was seriously ill for the college entrance examination, someone posted on WeChat at night that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. So she's the first in the joint examination? Principal Su was shocked. When he heard this news before he returned to the country, he was also shocked for a long time. After all, the difficulty of that paper far exceeded the college entrance examination level. But in the end, someone actually scored full marks. All of a sudden. Principal Su looked at Old Master Qin with a complicated gaze and even a little twisted. Good fellow. So this was what this old fox meant when he said that she didn't do well? Because she could score full marks previously, but now, she actually lost 1 mark? In the end, Old Master Qin was beaming with joy, wishing he could announce this great news to the world. Bei Yunj suddenly said, Grandpa, I've made an appointment with my classmates. Can I go out to play? Before Old Master Qin could speak, several principals beside him stopped Bei Yunj. Student Pei, why don't you consider Beichuan? Our Beichuan physics department is an ace major. As long as you're willing, you can enter any professor's laboratory. Beside him, the principal of Yun University was not to be outdone. Don't listen to him. Every major in Yun University is good. And there are many scholarships. Principal Su, who couldn't interrupt, was filled with endless regret. This was the consequence of being stupid back then. If he had found out that Bei Yunj was first in the joint examination before he rejected her, he would have brought her to school no matter what. Then, the principal of Yun University suddenly played the emotional card. Yunj, you know that old Master Bai is the former principal of Yun University. Isn't coming to Yun University like returning to your happy hometown? Bei Yunj, the principal of Beichuan, was not to be outdone either. Yunj, you know that Elder Zhong is my teacher. If you want to come to Beichuan, more than half of the professors here are Elder Zhong's juniors. Mrs. Qin's face turned ashen when she saw the noisy scene. She gritted her teeth and felt like she had been slapped in the face. Mother Qin took a deep breath. She didn't want to stay here for even a second longer. She turned around and left. At this time, Bei Yunja's eyelids also twitched. About choosing a school. I'll listen to my grandfather. After that, Bei Yunj left quickly. Only old Master Qin was left standing there in a daze. However, a few seconds later, the principals and old Master Qin looked at each other. Half a minute passed. Old Master Qin suddenly became noble and cold. He sat back on the sofa and said, "Old Xiao, you should all go back early." Hearing this, the other two card players knew that this was about to start and immediately left. Before the other three principals could react, they heard old Master Qin ask in a reserved manner, "Do all of you know how to play cards?" The principal of Yun University, ? The principal of Beichuan, ? Principal Su. Chapter 1139. A few minutes later. The three principals were forced to play cards with old Master Qin. Old Master Qin said with a smile, emphasizing the last three words. "Come, come, come. Don't give in to me just because I have a granddaughter who is the top scholar in the college entrance examination." The principals were speechless. Good fellow. They wanted to play a few rounds seriously, but with this old man saying this, who would be stupid enough to play seriously? They had all lived for more than half their lives, so who wouldn't understand what he meant? The principals, who had been praised for half their lives, could only agree with a smile and seriously lose money to play with him. Especially Principal Su, who was smiling insincerely. This old thing was not letting him go. It was obvious that he wanted to take back the money he had won previously. For the entire afternoon, old Master Qin had a lot of fun and only sent the three principals away in the evening. His face was filled with the joy of victory. "Principal Xiang, come again next time." "Why yes, please wait." There was a stiff smile on Principal Yun's face, but his heart was about to break down. He never wanted to come to this godforsaken place again. After the principals left, old Master Qin put his hands behind his back and returned to the living room arrogantly. After a while, he went upstairs to change his clothes. About half an hour later, Qin Lang had just returned to the old mansion when he was shocked by old Master Qin in the living room. "You? What are you wearing? A dragon robe?" Qin Lang asked, speechless. Old Master Qin stood in front of the mirror and looked at his bright yellow Tongshan suit, but his tone was indifferent and pretentious. "How is it? I'll wear this at the banquet." Qin Lang was speechless. "Do you want me to make you a king's crown? Gu isn't here, right?" Qin Lang couldn't be bothered with the crazy old Master Qin and sighed. "I heard that Qin Yojiao got second in the city. I hope she doesn't know about this. Do you think Gu is like you? She only scored so little for the college entrance examination." Old Master Qin looked at him with disdain. Qin Lang was speechless. "How much did Gu score?" Qin Lang looked up and asked. 749. Old Master Qin raised his chin with a look of disdain. "Unlike you, Yunda on your card. Just now, the principals of Yun University, Beichuan, and Guozheng were playing cards with me." Qin Lang, no wonder this old man already thought of himself as an emperor and started to wear dragon robes. After Qin Lang finished despising him in his heart, he quickly went upstairs and secretly posted on his WeChat moments to show off. Bei Yunj had only come out to hide from the principals. After calling Song Yao, she found out that Song Yao had gotten 9th place in the city and would definitely enter Yun University. Computing Institute. Master Pei is awesome. He casually became the top scorer in the country with a high fever, Si Qingyan teased. In the afternoon, the news that the top scholar of the college entrance examination was suffering from a high fever and was 1 point away from getting full marks had spread. Was this the world of the big shots? She should be coming to my faculty, right? Si Qingyan asked excitedly. Bei Yunj didn't even raise her head. "Are you going to teach me?" Si Chengyan was speechless. What kind of question was this? I haven't thought about it yet. I just want to make the old man happy by taking the college entrance exam. Bei Yunj said slowly. Just don't leave Yun City. You can go anywhere. Si Chengyan was scrolling through the trending topics as usual. Suddenly, he saw a novel trending topic and clicked on it. After a while, he laughed coldly. What's wrong? Bei Yunj asked. Si Chengyan seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. Nothing. Today, Qin Youjiao was checking the live stream and the news of her coming in second place in the city immediately became a trending topic. Chapter 1140. Hashtag Qin Youjiao ranked second in the city for the college entrance examination. Hashtag Qin Youjiao's college entrance examination. Hashtag several terms were on the trending searches and reached the top within a while. It was obvious that Qin Youjiao was doing this to embarrass Bei Yunj. She thought that Bei Yunj had really gone to the examination hall with a high fever and would definitely fail this time. Therefore, she wanted to use the opportunity to step on Bei Yunj and embarrass Bei Yunj on the internet. After all, Bei Yunj had brothers like Qin Yu and Qin Lang who were naturally popular, so it was very easy for her to become popular. Besides, Bei Yunj and Qin Youjiao had always had a grudge against each other. The netizens had always liked to watch a good show. Very soon, all of these entries were quickly left with comments. Ah, Jiao Jiao is so awesome. Second in the city, I wouldn't even dare to do this in my dreams. Is this the scene of the fallen princess of a wealthy family fighting back? Sob, I will always love the female lead the most. Jiao Jiao, charge. Since she's on the trending searches, let's recommend my sister Jiao Jiao. She's the youngest member of the International Musicians Association and the second top student in the college entrance examination. It seems like the princess is still a princess. She went to Nili for a year and returned to the country to get second in the city. I wonder how the real young lady did for the college entrance examination this time. It said that the real young lady had a high fever of 39 degrees during the college entrance examination. It has spread throughout Hengda. She's probably done for this time and will be beaten up by Qin Youjiao. No way, right? Is someone worthy of being compared to my Jiao Jiao? A high fever is not an excuse. If she can't win, she can't win. The netizens left comments quickly, wanting to find out how many marks Bei Yunj had scored. There were also some fans of Qin Lang and Qin Yu who were defending Bei Yunj rationally. After all, sister-in-law's fans could only do this much. At home, Qin Youjiao scrolled through the trending comments and the ridicule on her lips deepened. So what if Bei Yunj returned to the Qin family? Wasn't she still inferior to her? Was she still going to be trampled under her feet? Qin Youjiao lay on the sofa and continued to look at the trending searches. However, from the corner of her eye, she saw two trending terms. Hashtag national top scorer 749 points. Hashtag crying. Qin Youjiao furrowed her eyebrows and felt a little uncomfortable, but she still clicked on this entry. What do you mean by a real big shot? Compared to Qin Youjiao's 716 plus 20 privilege points, this person was the real father. This year's examinees had been beaten to the standard of teaching them how to be human. He did not finish the Chinese literature essay and only lost 1 mark, earning him 149 marks. Full marks for all other subjects. The netizens couldn't help but worship the big boss. The examinees from the same cohort had been rubbed against each other. How could they get 749 points? Is he an immortal? I'm dying of laughter. Qin Youjiao just became a trending topic. Why are you so fat? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass our universe's #1 female lead, Sister Jiao? Dog head, I can't let my mom see this trending topic. I'm already getting beaten up in the same school as the top scorer. Goodbye. Why? She has a high fever of 39 degrees Celsius and she can F** king reach 749? What the F** ck, taking the exam while sick? So fierce? I can prove that it's true. I'm a Hengda alumnus too. TSK. Qin Youjiao is too good at acting. He didn't even take her seriously, but she had to come and provoke the big boss. Hey, what do you mean by that? Why don't I understand? Don't ask. If you ask, she's the real young lady. The passers-by were confused when they saw the few alumni talking in riddles. What did this have to do with the real young lady? But a few minutes later, someone could not sit still and reposted the official media's post. Qin Yu, she's better than her brother. Yunqing Daily, come and enter the world of the goddess of studying. She scored 749 points in the hellish college entrance examination. The editor is crying too. Picture, P.S. There's one more chapter. Chapter 1141. Very quickly. Some people were unwilling to fall behind. Crush Qin Lang, welcome to the 4th university student in our family, who will always be my little rose. Yun City Daily, come and enter the world of the goddess of studying. She scored 749 points in the hell-level college entrance examination. The editor is crying too. Picture, Qin Corporation, hashtag Queen's Behavior hashtag Eldest Young Miss Go. Yun City Daily, come and enter the world of the goddess of studying. She scored 749 points in the hell-level college entrance examination. The editor is crying too. Picture, this time, the entire internet exploded. What was going on? Qin Yu and Qin Lang only had one younger sister and Qin Youjiao had left the Qin family long ago. Then, the top scholar of the country was Bei Yunj? Is it what I think? The top scholar of the college entrance examination is a real young lady? The person above, be more serious. She's the top scholar of the National College Entrance Examination. Cat head, F*ck, F*ck, so she took the exam while sick and even got first place in the National College Entrance Examination in the end? I'm vomiting from laughing. Sister Jiaojiao's fan who had a bad mouth just now, come and kowtow to the top scholar's father. Ha, isn't this too embarrassing? She can score 749 points even when she's sick. What about Sister Jiaojiao? How can Sister Jiaojiao continue acting as the female lead? To be honest, the real young lady satisfies all my fantasies of a rich young lady. She keeps a low profile and doesn't care about any comments from the outside world. She accepts all the scolding and praises. Compared to this, Qin Youjiao is so low. The real young lady actually has a good reputation in school. She looks cold and not to be trifled with, but she's also a human. If it wasn't for the school bell from number 1 high school watching her too closely, I'm willing to be a ghost under senior's skirt. The moment these words fell, it resonated with many people. Every time they wanted to go up and chat up Bei Yunj and ask for her WeChat, Song Yao's smiling face beside her made their scalps turn numb. These days, the school bell was also digested internally. However, seeing this, Qin Youjiao's face had already turned pale. She bit her lip tightly and stared fixedly at the screen. How was that possible? Bei Yunj scored 749 points. She was the first in the country? Jiaojiao? I bought you a cake you like. Mrs. Qin did not mention Bei Yunj, as she did not want Qin Youjiao. However, Qin Youjiao immediately walked towards Mrs. Qin. Mom, how many marks did Bei Yunj get? She's the national champion? Mrs. Qin panicked, not expecting Qin Youjiao to find out so quickly. However, when Mother Qin thought about how the principals of Beichuan and Yun University had gone to visit old Master Qin because of Bei Yunj, she could only bite the bullet and say, yes. Qin Youjiao thought of the trending topic she had deliberately bought just now. Looking at it now, it was a slap to her face. Instantly, her face turned green and red. She took a step back and couldn't help but shake her head. How could it be? Impossible, she's clearly a trash. Hearing Qin Yojiao say this about Bei Yunj, Mrs. Qin felt inexplicably stifled. However, she comforted her very quickly. Jiao, it's not what you think. There are top scorers in the country every year, but you're the youngest member of the International Musicians Association. This is understandable. International Musicians Association, Qin Yojiao muttered before she suddenly regained her senses and remembered something. Bei Yunj had also been to Neely and even became a member of the International Musicians Association because she cheated. However, she had also been reported. Although she did not know what happened after, but at least she could use this to make Bei Yunj unable to make a comeback and become a street rat that everyone hated. Mom, you're right. I'm the youngest C-rank member of the International Musicians Association. Qin Yojiao suddenly smirked and turned to go upstairs, having an idea. P.S. Good night. Qin Yojiao couldn't do anything anymore. This time, she would be the first to teach her a lesson. Chapter 1142. On this day, Qin Yojiao was almost trembling with anger from this group of people on the internet. However, she did not know who was behind it and it reached the top of the trending searches. No matter how she tried to find connections, she could not remove it. However, after 2 days, the popularity of this post disappeared quickly. It was obvious that someone was protecting Bei Yunj. This knowledge almost made Qin Yojiao's eyes turn red with jealousy. However, in the past few days, Bei Yunj had been busy with the establishment and expansion of Higgins Corporation's double headquarters and did not care about anything else. It was also because of Higgins Corporation's double headquarters announcement on the internet that it attracted the attention of many people and even became a trending topic. 2 days later, because of Shang Yan's handsome interview, Higgins Corporation became famous in the country. After all, Higgins Corporation had launched a series of high-tech products this year and had directly entered the top 10 global enterprises and the top 1 in the future business potential rankings. And for such a mega corporation to be able to build a new headquarters in Yuncheng, it was indeed very attractive internationally. After all, to a certain extent, this would definitely raise the level of scientific research in the country and drive the economic development of Yuncheng. Therefore, many research institutes in Country A were already trying to contact the person in charge of Higgins Corporation. However, it was said that the current heir of Higgins Corporation never appeared. And most of the things were handled by President Shang, at the headquarters of Higgins Yuncheng. Bei Yunj had just arrived when she sized up the international design of this building. It was obvious that it was a foreign company. Her eyebrows moved, but she did not say anything. She pressed down on the brim of her hat and walked in. The people in charge of various companies were already gathered in the hall on the first floor. This scene was shocking. After all, these people were all famous people in the country. Now, they were gathered together to think of a way to meet the higher-ups of Higgins Corporation. They all had proposals in their hands, hoping to get the favor of the person in charge. Inadvertently, Bei Yunj even heard a familiar voice that she had not heard for a long time. President Cheng is really amazing to be able to handle his own business at such a young age. Someone praised from the side. Cheng Zihuai, who had always been arrogant among his peers, only smiled modestly. Father said that he wanted me to come out and experience more to learn from all of you. Zihuai, you're too humble. You are also an outstanding talent in the Qingchong Computing Center. Higgins has always paid attention to scientific research, so I'm guessing that the first company they'll choose to work with will be the Cheng Corporation. At this point, everyone looked at Cheng Zihuai with admiration and more or less hostility. However, Cheng Zihuai was already used to such gazes. He still smiled and said, "Our Cheng Corporation really wants to cooperate with Higgins Group, but I also heard that the Qin Corporation is also preparing to develop in the direction of scientific research." However, when he scolded her, his tone was filled with mockery. CEO Qin's appetite is too big. He wants to poke his nose into everything. The Qin Corporation is a veteran technology company. No matter what aspect they are at, they won't lose. A dark light flashed across Cheng Zihuai's eyes. He was determined to get the opportunity to work with Higgins this time. Thus, he would never allow the Qin clan to become his obstacle. Fortunately, Qin Youjiao had already left the Qin family, so he had nothing to worry about. What's more, Bei Yunj, who made him feel disgusted, was still in the Qin family. Cheng Zihuai couldn't hide the sarcasm on his face. Bei Yunj only had this little trick up her sleeve. Which of her brothers deliberately targeted Yu Jiao? End of chapter. Chapter 1143. However, a burst of noise interrupted Cheng Zihuai's train of thought. Director Kong. I finally get to see you today. Everyone brought their own business plan and quickly walked to Kong Kuoju. In fact, this kind of thing would not be done by the person in charge of the company. But who wouldn't want to leave a good impression on Director Higgins? Initially, Kong Kuoju had come to find Niayu. However, he did not know what urgent matter Niayu had and could not find him. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw the person in charge of the company blocking the hall. Is this an invitation for cooperation? Kong Kuoju said lightly, and his eyes were somewhat arrogant. Then come to the second floor with me for a good chat. Hearing this, a trace of relief flashed across Cheng Zihuai's eyes. Indeed, Kong Kuoju was in charge of this business cooperation. Since this was the case, he had an advantage over everyone else. After all, Kong Kuoju's family also had a small company that had been cooperating with the Cheng Corporation. Zihuai, I haven't seen you for a few years. How is Uncle Cheng? Kong Kuoju asked with a smile. Everyone could not help but look at Cheng Zihuai with envy. They did not expect Cheng Zihuai to connect with the people of the Higgins group so quickly. Cheng Zihuai also smiled. He was determined to win this cooperation. Father is very good. He has always been thinking about you and Uncle Kong. Soon, after everyone had chatted for a while in the conference room on the second floor, a woman suddenly rushed in. Sorry for being late. I am Xiaofan from the Qin Corporation. Xiaofan smiled apologetically. However, she was not reserved. Or else, she would not have become the only female executive of the Qin Corporation. But soon, the people next to her sneered. What is this? The Qin Corporation only sent a woman over? It seems that Director Qin is very arrogant. Xiaofan said lightly, Director Qin has an important meeting today and can't be here. However, I also believe that Director Qin's sincerity for this cooperation is no less than anyone else's. You make it sound nice. The others looked at Xiaofan with ridicule in their eyes. Someone even asked with a frivolous smile, or is CEO Qin trying to take us by surprise? Sending a beauty to the door? After she finished speaking, everyone at the scene looked at her with wretched eyes. Xiaofan endured it and sat on the seat on the side. She quietly waited for her appointment. At this time, Cheng Zihuai said calmly, the Qin family has a long reach now. They want to get everything. Zihuai, didn't you and Qin Youjiao? Kong Kuoju raised his eyebrows. Why do you not seem to like the Qin family? Yu Jiao is not the biological daughter of the Qin family. She was chased out of the Qin family a long time ago. As for the real daughter that was sent back, she's very good at handling matters. Cheng Zihuai's tone was filled with disgust, and Kong Kuoju quickly understood. Kong Kuoju smiled and said, so that's how it is. However, this is not a big deal. Leave it to me. On the top floor. This was the first time Niayu had faced Bei Yunja's high-pressure aura, and he felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? Are you trying to fool me with something like this? Bei Yunja's face was expressionless. She threw the things on the table and suppressed her anger. Niayu picked up the proposal and flipped through it, but he didn't notice anything wrong. But not long after, Niayu suddenly remembered something. He borrowed the computer to check the data and found that there were many problems with the expenditure of the public welfare fund. It was a fake account, Miss Pei, this really isn't my fault, Yu panicked. He finally knew why Bei Yunj was angry. Chapter 1144. This time, someone had injected money into the Higgins Group's public welfare fund planning in order to earn a few hundred million yuan. Yu thought that Bei Yunj was just like other people from other groups who wanted to make a public welfare fund to earn a good reputation. Therefore, he didn't care too much about the development of this plan. However, he didn't expect Bei Yunj to come over today and step on Bei Yunj's bottom line repeatedly. Do I care if you did it? Bei Yunj smiled faintly. There was no warmth in his eyes. Every word he said hit Yu's heart and made him tremble. What's the difference between a traitor and an idiot? Yu's scalp went numb. This proposal and the detailed information at the bottom were very thick. In the past, he had always thought that Bei Yunj was a scientific research genius. However, when it came to the company, he could only rely on Shang Yan. However, reality poured a bucket of cold water on him. Not only did Bei Yunj have an amazing memory, but he was also very familiar with business. He could remember the contents and data analysis of these plans after reading them once and even see the loopholes. Get rid of all the rotten and useless people in the company. If you don't want to stay here, you can give me the next proposal. I'll also talk to Shang Yan about it. Bei Yunj tried to maintain a calm tone, but it still made Yu shiver. Yu couldn't help but look at Bei Yunj again. While he was afraid of Bei Yunj, this was the first time he truly recognized this person as the successor of Higgins Group. Yes. Mississippi, Yu hurriedly responded. For the next half an hour, Yu braced himself and listened to Bei Yunj's correction of the proposal and the data of the historical information. He was scared witless. Yu could also see that Bei Yunj was suppressing his anger, so he was afraid that in the next moment, Bei Yunj would come up and strangle him and ask him if he wanted to die. It had to be said that although Bei Yunj was unwilling to take over at first, as long as he took over, he wouldn't allow Higgins Group to live off its previous assets like before. Have you remembered everything I asked you to do? Bei Yunj's voice sounded. Yes, Mississippi. Yu's heart was numb. He looked at these plans and realized that none of them had survived Bei Yunj's hands. He suddenly began to miss Boss Shang, who had laughed and asked him if he had a brain. At least it was better than this big boss who would shoot arrows from the back when he was working. Finally, Bei Yunj was ready to leave. She did not ask Yu to accompany her downstairs. Yu also collapsed on the sofa as if he had just escaped death. Bei Yunj pressed down on the brim of her hat. She was still in a bad mood. She did not expect the people sent by Shang Yan to be so unreliable. However, the next moment, the elevator door opened. Bei Yunj followed him out and realized that she had taken the wrong turn. This was the second floor. Bei Yunj snapped out of her daze. Before she left, she glanced at the people who were talking about cooperation not far away. She suddenly felt comforted. The people in this company weren't that bad. There was still hope. With this thought in mind, Bei Yunj was about to go down when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Oh, Miss Chiu is making a scene here. Miss Qin has also graced us with her presence. Bei Yunj stopped in her tracks. She was sure that this Miss Qin was referring to her. Bei Yunj had just turned her head when she saw Xiaofan looking at a man with a beer belly with an ugly expression. Bei Yunj had been to the Qin Corporation a few times, so she knew Xiaofan. She was a rather gentle but swift woman. Miss Chiu, I said that you can leave with your plans. Kong Kuoju did not hide his deliberate targeting. Chapter 1145. Director Kong, you haven't even seen my proposal. How do you know that Higgins doesn't need to work with us? Xiaofan did not care about being wronged in the workplace, but she was angry at their hostile attitude towards the Qin family. Isn't it obvious enough? I mean, don't waste time. Our corporation will never work with the Qin family. After Kong Kuoju had finished speaking, he suddenly took out a cigarette and smiled while biting it. However, if Miss Chiu didn't want to stay and chat with me because of work, I wouldn't mind. Such malicious humiliation caused the surrounding people to jeer and laugh. Miss Chiu, don't joke around. That's right, men don't like such an ugly expression. Xiaofan suppressed the anger in her heart and could only reveal a smile. The research institute that has strategic cooperation with the Qin family is the top research institute in the country. We have the best team. Suddenly, Kong Kuoju sized Xiaofan up and asked, Miss Chiu, what are your measurements? Instantly, Xiaofan's face flushed red. It was the first time she had been humiliated in public. Suddenly, a slow voice sounded from the side. What, are you planning to get a boob job and a butt? These words caused everyone's smile to freeze and the atmosphere to become cold. Kong Kuoju's face turned green and red. Eldest Missy, Xiaofan did not know why Bei Yunj would appear here. She did not expect that the eldest Missy's first sentence would be so fierce. If she offended Kong Kuoju, she might offend Higgins in the future. Xiaofan panicked for no reason. Just when she wanted to say something to remedy the situation, she heard Bei Yunj's question. Who allowed you to smoke here? Everyone. It was the first time they saw someone being so unreasonable in someone else's company. Xiaofan immediately pulled Bei Yunj behind her. Director Kong, since we can't work out this time, I will find you next time. After she had finished speaking. Just when Xiaofan wanted to leave, she was stopped by Kong Kuoju. He asked with a cold smile, what do you mean? You want to leave? Bei Yunj, who was pulled behind Xiaofan, remembered that this mess was hers. The stolen proposal of a few $100 million was also hers. The people who were smoking in the conference room were all her employees. Bei Yunj couldn't help but laugh in anger. What a lousy company. If it weren't for Nancy's stubbornness, she wouldn't have taken over such a rotten company. However, in everyone's ears, Bei Yunj's words became a blatant provocation. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is really something. She doesn't even like Higgins Group. Someone immediately gloated. Director Kong, did you see it clearly? This is the attitude of the Qin family. Xiaofan's face darkened. You, at this moment. Cheng Zihuai's tone was also cold as he mocked, Bei Yunj, I advise you not to cause trouble for your brother. The Qin can't afford to offend the Higgins Group. So this is the famous young lady of the Qin family. Kong Kuoju said sarcastically, I didn't expect that in Miss Pei's eyes, our company would become a lousy company. Director Kong, before Xiaofan could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Kong Kuoju. I said, as long as I'm here, Higgins Group will never consider the Qin family. Don't you understand human language? However, after he finished shouting, suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Kong Kuoju. What happened? Kong Kuoju panicked and immediately put out the cigarette. Director Nya. Chapter 1146. As soon as Nya Yu went downstairs, he heard the commotion inside. Kong Kuoju immediately pushed the blame and mocked, CEO Nya, people of the Qin family are causing trouble in front of our company. They are saying that Higgins is a lousy company. Xiaofan's expression changed, CEO Nya, it's not like that. Compared to a small character like Kong Kuoju, Xiaofan knew Nya Yu's position in Higgins better. It's that woman next to him. Kong Kuoju immediately pointed at Bei Yunj and said viciously. Initially, Nya Yu was annoyed, but when he glanced at Bei Yunj, his entire body froze. I don't know where the Qin family got the guts to humiliate our Higgins Group. However, I feel that in the future, there is no need for the Qin family to work with us. Kong Kuoju still showed an excited expression and proudly splashed dirty water on the Qin family. Instantly, Nya Yu's mind went blank as if there was only a row of words left, he was dead for sure. Clearly, it was not a small matter since it could anger this ancestor to the point of scolding his company. Niayu's entire body froze as he felt a chill run down his back. He did not know what kind of expression he should have and did not hear Xiaofan's explanation. Inwardly, he wanted to press that talkative Kong guy with cerebral palsy to the ground and hammer him. He had guts. Of all people, why did he have to provoke the worst one? CEO Nya, let's talk upstairs. Bei Yunja's tone was indiscernible. Niayu's legs felt weak. Okay. Kong Kuoju, who was still scolding Bei Yunj, paused and did not realize that something was wrong. He watched as Bei Yunj entered the stairs first. Kong Kuoju did not forget to mock Niayu. CEO Nya, look, Missy of the Qin family has such a bad temper that she dares to walk in front of you. Niayu took a deep breath and resisted the urge to smash Kong Kuoju's head against the wall. Shut up. And at this moment, Xiaofan chased after them with an anxious expression. Missy Qin, let CEO Qin handle this. No need, I was the one who said he was from a lousy company. I will just apologize. Bei Yunj suppressed his anger and was rather patient with Xiaofan. Xiaofan, when someone apologized, would their face have an expression that said, I'll go upstairs and kill you? Kong Kuoju also sneered recklessly. He was still waiting upstairs to watch a good show. Seeing Kong Kuoju's expression, Niayu was speechless. Why did he blindly recruit such a brainless thing? Xiaofan watched as the elevator door closed. Although she was anxious, she could only call Qin Luyan. On the top floor. As soon as Kong Kuoju entered the door, he continued to speak passionately. CEO Nya, a company that looks down on our group like this does not deserve to be our partner. Next. Before Kong Kuoju could finish speaking, he saw Bei Yunj sitting at the desk. This was the CEO's office. It was said that it was prepared for the boss that didn't come often. What are you doing? How dare you? Before Kong Kuoju could yell at the top of his lungs, Niayu suddenly said with difficulty, Miss, please, calm down. Kong Kuoju could not react for a moment. What was going on? Niayu was Shang Yan's subordinate and never bowed his head to anyone. Then what was going on now? How did the eldest Missy of the Qin family become the Missy that Niayu was talking about? This time, it's my fault for not being able to satisfy you in the initial stages of the establishment of the Cloud City headquarters, Niayu continued. After Kong Kuoju heard this, he seemed to have been struck by lightning. Even if he did not understand, he could more or less guess Bei Yunja's identity. He remembered that the boss of the group seemed to be a woman. P.S. Good night. Chapter 1147. Kong Kuoju looked up suddenly, his pupils constricting. How was this possible? This elder young miss of the Qin family was the boss of Higgins Corporation? Kong Kuoju felt like he was soaked in cold water. It was so cold that he knew he was finished. He had already offended the boss. Niayu. Bei Yunj licked his lips and chose his words carefully. I feel a little embarrassed at the thought that this lousy company is mine. However, Niayu started to be afraid. Then who do you want to embarrass today? Bei Yunj played with the fountain pen in his hand and suddenly laughed ambiguously. I couldn't tell that the company's gender discrimination is quite deep-rooted. Why? Can't I eat at the table during the company's higher-ups gatherings in the future? Hearing this, Niayu's legs almost turned to jelly. No, definitely not. Kong Kuoju shivered and did not dare to look up at Bei Yunj, especially when he thought of his death-seeking words downstairs. I said that as long as I, Kong Kuoju, am around, Higgins will never consider the Qin family. Kong Kuoju could not help but close his eyes. He had already expected his ending. He was really finished. Boss, I was really wrong. I didn't know you were. At the thought of what Cheng Zihuai had said, Kong Kuoju wanted to strangle Cheng Zihuai to death. Did Bei Yunj need to please her brothers and target Qin Youjiao? With this person's status, was it difficult to kill Qin Youjiao? Boss, I listened to slander. It was Cheng Zihui who said that the Qin family doesn't respect Higgins at all and is just cheating us of a cooperation opportunity. Boss, I did it for Higgins. Please forgive me this once. Kong Kuoju was still smart and knew how to shift the blame. However, Nia Yu already understood Bei Yunja's character. Kong Kuoju, you can leave Higgins now. Nia Yu's tone was cold. President Nia, boss, Kong Kuoju was unwilling. After looking at Nia Yu, he looked at Bei Yunj and a trace of darkness and cold laughter flashed past his eyes. However, after Kong Kuoju left, Bei Yunj asked unhurriedly, who did this charity fund project plan? Nia Yu suddenly reacted. His body trembled as he looked in the direction where Kong Kuoju had left. He handed this project to Kong Kuoju. No matter how he thought about it, Kong Kuo had the highest chance of doing something. We have to gather all the evidence tonight. Don't let anyone escape. After Bei Yunj finished speaking, Nia Yu quickly added, we'll gather all the evidence within 4 hours. What happened after that? Hearing this, Bei Yunj raised her eyebrows slightly and chuckled softly. She said casually, first, send a dishonest person to jail for more than 10 years before someone learns to be obedient. In his previous life, the company that Bei Yunja's grandfather had left to her was in a much better state than the current Higgins group. The higher-ups were also the backbone of the company. However, in the first 3 years of Bei Yunja's reign, he sent 7 of his subordinates to the police station. Those who had originally wanted to work for the Pei family as business spies felt a chill run down their spines. Downstairs, Kong Kuoju's expression was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to destroy Bei Yunj on the spot. However, when he thought about how he had earned a lot of money from Higgins Group's projects over the years, his expression became slightly better. He cursed fiercely, F***ck, you're just a little girl. Do you really think I can't mess with you? Kong Kuoju went to pack his things with a sullen expression. Downstairs, Xiaofan paced back and forth anxiously. However, she saw Nia Yu and Bei Yunj coming down together. Chapter 1148. Xiaofan went up and quickly bowed to Nia Yu to apologize. Boss Nia, I'm really sorry. My miss. Before she could finish her sentence, a man hurried in from outside the door. His eyes were as handsome as ink, and his black hair was messy and slightly curled, but it looked sexy. His long legs under his black suit pants were especially eye-catching. Qin Luyan's voice was cold and slow, but his gaze landed on Bei Yunj. Boss Nia, my gu is young. If you want to settle the score, let's settle it. In the car just now, Qin Luyan had heard that Bei Yunj had offended Nia Yu. Bei Yunj raised his eyebrows. He was quite surprised that Qin Luyan would go against Nia Yu for his sake. Nia Yu was also a little scared. Settle the score? He dared to settle the score with boss's brother? Just now, Bei Yunja's tone was unprecedentedly gentle. Boss Qin, you must be joking. Miss Pei is very good. It's our company's negligence. We've already decided to fire Kong Kuoju as an explanation to your company. What do you think? After Nia Yu asked this, Xiaofan's head was filled with question marks. Was he serious? They had fired the founding elder of the Higgins family just to give the Qin family an explanation. A trace of emotion flashed past Qin Luyan's calm eyes before he glanced at Bei Yunj. Let's go home. Bei Yunj looked at Qin Luyan and was silent for a moment. Big brother. Qin Luyan's body froze and the indifference in his eyes melted. He only replied in a low voice, okay. Bei Yunj seemed to have remembered something. He suddenly took the document from Xiaofan's hand and stuffed it into Nia Yu's hand. Boss Nia, you should have the time to take a look at this cooperation plan, right? Bei Yunj asked casually. Nia Yu was speechless. F***ck, the boss was going to take the back door personally. Yes, miss, Nia Yu hurriedly replied. This scene was inexplicably terrifying. Boss Nya, what are you afraid of? In the car. Qin Luyan suddenly asked, Gu, you know Nyayu? Yes. Bei Yunj did not intend to hide it. Qin Luyan did not ask further. His expression was calm, but his knuckles were faintly white. Today, his relationship with Gu had also improved a little. At the very least, Gu had taken the initiative to call him Big Brother today. At the thought of this, Qin Luyan smiled. Bei Yunj did not think about anything else. She only played with her phone and thought about visiting Song Yao's production team in the afternoon. Hua Corporation. Luo Xie took a deep breath and turned to look at Huashidu. He complained, Huashidu, this is kidnapping. I invited you to attend my union's banquet. Huashidu was still dealing with official business and did not look up at him. That college entrance exam of yours? You did well? Luo Xie couldn't help but ask. Tseng Su was even more excited than Huashidu. The top scholar of the college entrance examination. He's ranked first in the country. Huashidu was interrupted and looked up at Tseng Su indifferently. So strong? After Luo Xie finished speaking, he suddenly reacted. But wasn't she still incontinent a few days before the college entrance exam? This person is taking the exam naked? So what? Let me tell you, our Miss Pei went for the exam with a high fever. Do you know? The second in the country is 10 points lower than her. What kind of difference is this in the college entrance exam where 1 point defeats a group of people? Master Pei swept away thousands of people. Tseng Su started to ramble incoherently. The man beside him asked slowly, Tseng Su, are you done? Tseng Su was speechless. Oh no, he had snatched Master Du's chance to show off. Chapter 1149. I didn't expect that girl to be such a top student. After Luo Xie found out that Bei Yunja's family background was not bad and that she had 3 brothers who doted on her, he had always defined Bei Yunj as a useless second-generation heir. Tseng Su, go out for a while. After Tseng Su left, Huashidu said casually, what do you want to tell me? Yes, Bei Yunj. Are you playing around or serious? Luo Xie also knew that it was inappropriate for him to say this, but with Bei Yunja's condition, whether she was playing around or serious, it was quite scary. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the man stopped the pen in his hand and looked at Luo Xie calmly. He slowly capped the pen. Do you think I will waste my time looking for someone to play with? This was what Luo Xie was most afraid of. Luo Xie took a deep breath and turned on his computer again. He gave his investigation and analysis to Huashidu. He said concisely, I have based on some of the background you gave me and Bei Yunja's previous tests. From a professional point of view, she has a big problem. As a brother, I have to remind you that this is a problem. Luo Xie looked at Huashidu and did not speak. He said again, most people with serious problems like her have problems with the environment they grew up in. I have never met a patient like her, type. If it were not for the new test machine, he would not have been able to determine that there was really a problem with Bei Yunj. In other words, the most difficult thing was not Bei Yunja's condition. It was Bei Yunja's unwillingness to cooperate that he could not detect any problems with her. What are the chances of a complete cure? The man lowered his eyes and was thinking about something. I have never seen her when she has a relapse, so I can't guarantee it for you. And I can't be sure if she has inherited it. However, the biggest problem right now is her compatibility. Luo Xie was silent for a moment. Some people have a bidirectional type I disorder. There are 4 peaks. Have you been in contact with her, at that time? The man lowered his eyes and remained silent. I still want to give you a piece of advice. Little girls are the most sensitive when they're in love. Maybe you like Bei Yunj very much, but I don't know if you can stand the Bei Yunj who acts up again and again. Luo Xie sighed. I'm saying this for your own good and for her own good. In a relationship, it might be a small matter, but for a bipolar type I patient, you never knew what she would think. I once met a young woman who almost killed her husband because of a small matter. However, Huashidu only curled the corners of his lips into an ambiguous smile. He lit the cigarette at his fingertips and casually blew out a beautiful smoke ring. Really? I'm more afraid of what she'll do to me. Wuxia was silent for a long time. Huashidu had already lost completely. Do as you wish. I can help you keep an eye on her, but blood brothers, you have to pay more. Wuxia didn't forget to say. Okay, thanks. Afternoon. Bei Yunja's eyelids twitched as she read the script. Boss, Madam has just finished her liver removal surgery. Does she know her mistake? Madam is no longer breathing. The results show that Madam is 3 months pregnant. Bei Yunj fell into a long silence. She looked at Song Yao. You're acting as the female lead? Song Yao shook her head. I'm acting as the White Lotus, the male lead's first girlfriend. Bei Yunj thought for a long time and could only praise her. You have a future. Chapter 1150. Song Yao was speechless. Bei Yunj looked at Song Yao, who had no choice but to wear a cotton coat in the summer, and took a fan to fan Song Yao. I really think our sister Yao is quite good. Looking at Song Yao's tense face, Bei Yunj could not help but chuckle and coax her. Song Yao deliberately remained expressionless. You think I'm suitable to play the role of a White Lotus? Bei Yunj suppressed her smile and said sincerely, I think you're suitable to play the role of a first love. Indeed, Song Yao's temperament was too clean and she looked weak. It made people feel that she was not mainstream and could not play the role of the female lead. Therefore, she could usually only play the second female lead. The director beside her looked at the unbelievably beautiful girl and said something with a smile in Song Yao's ear, making Song Yao's ears turn red. The scene was so sweet that it was even more eye-catching than the scene of the male and female leads giving out candies. The director walked over and sighed. I'm Song Yao. Why don't you let your friend act with you to get the feeling? Just now, I asked you to act as a White Lotus who tries to please the male lead, but you acted like you don't love men. Do you think you're worthy of your face? Song Yao was speechless. However, Bei Yunj had her head lowered. What are you laughing at? Song Yao was a little angry and bumped Bei Yunj's shoulder lightly. Bei Yunj leaned on Song Yao's shoulder and laughed until her shoulders trembled slightly. Bei Yunj leaned back lazily, her tone sounding quite sad. If it wasn't for those beautiful eyes that were curled up and attractive. Tian, you're treating me too badly. No one knew if she was complaining or acting coquettishly. This was too ostentatious. The stage supervisor's eyes lit up and they almost howled. What kind of damn beautiful love was this? She hit it. Could this be the legendary restless gold tulip who gave Song Yao a branded watch? But she was too good to Sister Song Yao. She was not impatient with Song Yao at all. Instead, she acted coquettishly. The director glanced at the male and female leads who were acting not far away, then at Bei Yunj, who was leaning against Song Yao's shoulder. His feelings were indescribable. He had lost. Yesterday, when they were filming the kissing scene for the male and female leads, the stage assistant's eyes were also empty and lifeless. But now? The stage assistants, who had stayed up the entire day filming the scenes last night, saw the two of them leaning against each other today and their eyes started to light up. Bei Yunj respected Song Yao's acting career and helped her practice her lines. For some reason, Song Yao got into the zone very easily. She was shy, in a daze, and when she was patted on the head, she didn't say anything. She wasn't a disgusting green tea, but a genuine first love. This feeling is too right. The director was a little surprised and couldn't help but glance at Bei Yunj. It had to be said that Bei Yunj's aura was really strong. Although she was a girl, it was inappropriate for her to say such sweet words to a scumbag. On the contrary, it made people want to fall in her hands and crazily want to date her. This face is too confusing. Is it a newcomer? The scriptwriter next to him could not help but sigh. Director, why don't you consider giving them a socialist sisterly relationship? I think it'll explode. The director was speechless. Can King afford it? The watches she gave Song Yao are worth tens of millions. She's that mysterious sugar daddy? The scriptwriter had a look of disbelief and excitement on his face as he said, I've actually hit the mark. Chapter 1151. When they were almost done, the director hurriedly went over and said, Song, didn't you act quite well? Why can't you match Wang Kai? The moment Song Yao thought of Wang Kai, who was the male lead, her eyebrows twitched and she suppressed the nausea in her stomach. Every time they filmed, Wang Kai liked to take advantage of Song Yao when they were acting together. Bei Yunj also saw Song Yao's expression that quickly disappeared, but she did not say anything. Suddenly, a rather handsome man walked over. However, when paired with what he thought was his most handsome expression, he looked a little oily. Director, is the next scene between me and Yao Yao? This nickname was so ambiguous that Bei Yunja's gaze turned cold. She looked up and glanced at Wang Kai calmly. Suddenly, she asked, what is this? The male lead? Wang Kai's face froze. When he saw Bei Yunj beside Song Yao, his heart was itching. He did not know where Song Yao got such a beautiful friend from. However, before he could show off in front of Bei Yunj, he heard Bei Yunj ask this. Those who did not know better would think that he was a plaything. Wang Kai, come. I'll bring you to meet Song Yao's sugar daddy, my friend. The director immediately pulled Wang Kai and teased him on purpose. The director was a discerning person. It was obvious that he did not want Wang Kai to have a conflict with Bei Yunj here. He was indirectly telling Wang Kai not to provoke Bei Yunj. Wang Kai could only give a fake smile. Hello, I'm the male lead of this drama, Wang Kai. Bei Yunj only looked up halfway. Half of her half-smiling eyes seemed to be soaked in the shadows under the tree. Her aura already made people feel unapproachable. Hello, I don't like others to get close to Miss Song, Bei Yunj. Song Yao was speechless. The director was speechless. The production crew almost went crazy. They could not suppress their excitement. F***ck, this greeting is so good, sister. It's amazing. Wang Kai is too pitiful. His aura was crushed. Where did Song Yao's sugar daddy get it? I want the same design. Are any sisters willing to try it? Wang Kai held it in and could only give a sullen smile. Miss Pei, you really know how to joke. Bei Yunj tilted her head back and finished drinking the water. Then, she casually twisted the bottle of mineral water into strips and casually threw them into the trash can. She smiled lazily and said, really? I can't take any provocation. I'll send anyone who touches her to the hospital. Why don't you try? As soon as he finished speaking, the mineral water bottle was smashed into the trash can. It caused everyone to tremble. At this time, the atmosphere around them had turned cold. When everyone saw Bei Yunja's irritation and half-smile in her eyes, they suddenly woke up. The big boss didn't act coquettishly to everyone. Other than Song Yao, perhaps everyone else would only be beaten up. Song Yao tugged at Bei Yunja's clothes from the side and Bei Yunja's face became slightly warmer. Don't scare me. Song Yao could not help laughing and stuffed a candy into Bei Yunja's mouth. Peel it yourself. My hands are dirty. Seeing this. Just as everyone thought that the big boss would be angry because Song Yao treated her so casually, Bei Yunj really picked up the lychee-flavored lollipop and peeled it slowly. However, before anyone could be surprised, they saw Bei Yunj call out to someone. Song Yao turned around instinctively, wanting to ask something, but Bei Yunj suddenly stuffed the candy into Song Yao's mouth. She snorted lazily. Who are you trying to coax? P.S. Good night. Chapter 1152. F***ck, her defense was broken. Everyone was caught off guard by this handful of candy. Was she happy to spread candy in front of them like this? However, Wang Kai's expression was extremely dark. He was extremely unwilling to let a woman steal his limelight. Xiao Kai, take it easy. The director patted his shoulder and Wang Kai could not say anything else. For the entire afternoon, Bei Yunj was watching Song Yao's show. The gaze of death landed on Wang Kai, so much so that Wang Kai did not even dare to touch Song Yao. He was afraid that Bei Yunj would come up and twist his neck like she had twisted the mineral water bottle just now. After filming, Bei Yunj had planned to leave with Song Yao, but she heard that the production team had made a last-minute arrangement. According to Song Yao's explanation, a friend of the director was organizing an esports livestream and had arranged for a professional player to compete with a popular production team. However, on that day, more than half of the actors in the production team who had signed a contract had left. Therefore, Song Yao's director wanted to take advantage of the loopholes and gain popularity for the production team. It's a good thing. Everyone, cheer up and perform well later. The director said excitedly. Bei Yunj stood by the side, pressing her fingers against her thumb as she narrowed her pretty eyes at the director. The director's smile suddenly froze and he felt that his life was threatened. Song Yao's sugar daddy's temper did not seem to be too good. It should be in an hour. After the fight, I'll accompany you to buy desserts. I still have the chocolate I bought for you in my car last time. With that said, the director felt that the danger was gradually disappearing. I don't really eat such sweet things either, Bei Yunj said. I really can't eat it. Do me a favor. Song Yao casually found an excuse for Bei Yunj. Indeed. When they arrived at the scene, the production crew saw Bei Yunj carrying a bag of snacks and walking to the first row happily with her hands in her pockets. The production crew asked hesitantly, Song, this person usually has a bad temper, right? Song Yao smiled. Occasionally, when I don't have time to care about her, she will throw a tantrum. She's usually very easy to coax. The production crew was speechless. Was there something wrong with her mind? Why was she getting more and more worked up? Not long after, the audience arrived and the live broadcast began. As expected, the audience did not see the lead actor of the popular film crew and began to complain. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more exasperated. It was only when the camera swept past and they saw Song Yao's face that some people were comforted. Is it Song Yao? Was it Song Yao? I'm shocked. When did she join the cast? She seems to be the second female lead from the Forbidden CEOX Love crew next door. The two crews are competing together? Isn't this deliberately creating traffic for lay drama? Song Yao's face is too limited. She can't act as the female lead at all. Forget it, my younger sister is also a goddess. I'll give her a challenge, as long as she's not too weak. Are you crazy? Why do you have to invite a bunch of entertainers to compete? Don't try to scam the esports industry. Don't say that. Wang Kai is great at gaming. He used to be a youth trainee in Team RS, but he quit because his family didn't let him. Hearing this, the others were a little expectant. The esports fans were too lazy to turn on their microphones. They only paid attention to the two esports teams behind, hoping to see them PK. However, the camera flashed past and a sharp-eyed veteran esports fan suddenly stared at the girl in the first row wearing a mask and staring at a paper bag. The girl in the first row looks a little familiar. I think I've seen her somewhere before. Chapter 1153. Did I see wrongly? The veteran esports fan sent a message hesitantly, thinking that no one would reply. Then, someone replied silently. I think I saw it too. Is it Billion God? Soon. The conversation between the veteran esports fans was rushed up and the other esports fans did not notice their conversation. And the netizens who came to join in the fun did not know who Billion God was. Wang Kai's wife is so handsome. Brother Kai's comic is tearing her apart. Faced with the brainless praises of this group of fans, the rest of the fans turned off their microphones in order not to attract criticism. However, the esports fans could not stand it anymore. Do you have eyes? Song Yao is sitting beside you. Who are you calling a beauty? Song Yao's fans are only of this standard? Even a senior wants to scam her. Are all fans like this now? She's ugly and greasy to begin with, but they don't even let people say it? Are you crazy? Are Song Yao's fans so bold? How could Song Yao be scolded like that by you? Song Yao's fans who were watching the screen were speechless. Oh. Everyone still remembered the fight between Song Yao's fans and Wang Kai's fans a few days ago. However, because Song Yao had few fans, Song Yao was scolded very badly by Wang Kai's fans. Words like, chasing girls, green tea bitches seducing their brothers, get out of the entertainment industry flooded Song Yao's comment section. However, Song Yao had always been in a good mood and did not care much. She did not tell Bei Yunj either. Some passers-by felt their hearts ache, especially when they found out that Song Yao had been preparing for the college entrance examination. Although Song Yao had a pure and innocent face, she had never caused trouble and did not like to talk to male actors from the same crew. As a result, the fans suspected that Song Yao was not interested in men. Until some time ago, the paparazzi took a photo of Wang Kai hugging Song Yao. Song Yao was scolded until she lost 2 endorsements that she had signed with much difficulty. The preparations for the competition. Wang Kai seemed to be finally able to hold his head high. He smiled confidently and did not forget to glance at Bei Yunj, who was not far away, with a disdainful expression. After that, Wang Kai borrowed an account from an esports player he was close to and logged into the competition venue. It was a hot topic. F***CK, Brother Kai is using HK Team Kaka's account. They actually know each other? Wang Kai is indeed awesome just by looking at his appearance. He actually managed to borrow Kaka's account. The esports fans commented from the side and Wang Kai's fans did not forget to step on Song Yao. Song Yao is so good at sticking to others. Did she stick to any esports player? Get someone to give her an account. Confused, are you Wang Chong fans sick? It's none of your business whose account Song Yao borrowed. I'm dying of laughter. Song Yao's fans have such foul mouths. Who said that they are Wang Kai's fans? Don't randomly give me your fan status. Under the discussion, Wang Kai even asked Song Yao generously, do you know any professional players? If he used his private account, it was unlikely that he would be able to PK him. It's okay if you don't have it, I can. Private accounts are good too. Thank you. Song Yao only thanked him casually. After a while, she suddenly remembered something. The last time she begged Bei Yunj to help her level up, Bei Yunj even secretly changed her ID. Her name was especially coquettish, Master Pei's little fairy. Song Yao was speechless. Soon, Bei Yunj, who was in the first row, received Song Yao's message. Sister Yao, Yunj? Sister Yao, do you have an account for me? Bei Yunj reacted for a moment before she remembered what she had done last time. The moment Bei Yunj looked up, she saw Song Yao looking at her expressionlessly. Chapter 1154. Bei Yunj immediately replied. Yunj, yes. Bei Yunj handed her account and password to Song Yao. At this moment, Wang Kai, who had been rejected, laughed coldly and crossed his arms, waiting for Song Yao to make a fool of herself. The other actresses in the production team asked the esports players on the spot to borrow an account. Only Song Yao was extremely arrogant. He wanted to see what kind of low-level account Song Yao was going to take out. Song Yao still didn't know what account she had and had never played with Bei Yunj. However, under Wang Kai's dazzling display, the other people in the production team borrowed the accounts of some small teams and were not eye-catching. Everyone was not interested. In the next moment, Song Yao logged in according to her account and password. Suddenly, the special entrance effect of a full-level account appeared on the screen. Because the venue was meticulously prepared, it was almost a half-projected 3D scene. It was cool and shocking. Welcome, earn 100 million first, to the team competition. Many people who did not know this nickname subconsciously looked at the win rate. Win rate, 100%. A full-level account actually had a 100% win rate? Everyone's hair stood on end. F***ck, I'm not dreaming. A full-level big boss? Kaka doesn't seem to have reached the maximum level yet. F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. It's 100 million God's account, it's 100 million God. Song Yao is awesome. Someone can F***king get 100 million God's account? How did they do it? At this time, Wang Kai's fans made a few sour remarks at the wrong time. TSK, the tea master is amazing. How else can you get it? You can just go to bed. However, as soon as these words fell, the effect was far beyond everyone's imagination. Although 100 million God's fans were casual, they had a surprisingly large base and immediately defeated Wang Kai's fans. Looking at your brother's dissected face every day, did you get high? Who doesn't know that my 100 million God is a girl? Ha 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 ha, 100 million God, if your brother wants to get the number he loves, he can only get to Neely. Don't be offended by my noble and cold 100 million God. Thank you. F***ck, in order to get 100 million God's account, did you make it real? Cold and lofty God chasing after his wife? I've already come up with a novel about forbidden love. It's much better than that CEO's forbidden love. Don't knock anymore, knock more. 18th tier little white flower female star X popular esports god. If Sister Yao can get Ishan to come out for a competition today, I'm willing to grit my teeth and watch her drama to the end. That way, I'll be able to offer a meager viewership rating. Plus 10086, this was the first time Wang Yifan had been scolded into silence. She clearly realized that this billion deity was an existence that could not be provoked. Although many people on the internet didn't like to be a couple, they could tell that Ishan might really have a good relationship with Song Yao, otherwise, he wouldn't have borrowed her account. Therefore, he turned a blind eye to the couple's behavior. However, the situation was out of control. What's the situation? Song, where did you get a max level account? The female lead beside her was also stunned. Song Yao was speechless. She did not expect that Bei Yunj would give her a max level account. It was even, earn 100 million first, which was currently popular in the esports industry. Song Yao did not dare to look up at Bei Yunj. She only saw from the corner of her eye that Bei Yunj was sleeping while avoiding the camera. However, she could not sleep well because the screams in the venue were rising and falling. Ah, it's 100 million God. I'm going crazy. No one thought that an ordinary esports celebrity show would be able to get hold of 100 million God's account. Chapter 1155. Sister Yao is awesome. Someone below the stage shouted excitedly. Song Yao, who was unaware of the situation, was speechless. Sister Yao. Please let Billion God out for a competition. Sister Yao, has Billion God stayed at your house? Someone suddenly asked. In the end, someone started to kick up a fuss. Song Yao was speechless. Not only did he stay at my house, he was even sitting in the first row to watch the competition. Sister Yao, pull Billion God out for a competition. I'm willing to watch your new drama 10 times. I'll open 10 computers for you to watch. I can book an internet cafe for you to watch. At this moment, everyone in the production team finally realized what top-tier popularity was. However, Wang Kai's expression was extremely ugly. He never thought that Song Yao would get Billion God's account. Someone in the live stream reacted. I think I saw Billion God just now. He's in the front row. Me too. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Everyone begged the cameraman in the live stream to take pictures of the first row. Unfortunately, the cameraman did not watch the live stream. Billion God's fans were so angry that they howled. At this moment, the director was also confused. Who is Billion God? The screenwriter rolled his eyes. A super godly esports big shot. Although he doesn't play much, he's very popular and is comparable to Almighty Qin. Besides, Billion God's popularity overseas is much higher than in China. She's the top player in Continent K. She's that good? The director was shocked. The screenwriter laughed coldly. Let me tell you, if Song Yao comes out of the closet one day, she'll say that she's with Billion God. Do you believe that this godly drama of yours will explode 360 degrees? The director was speechless. On stage, the two teams of esports players opposite were also silent. F***CK, Billion God's account. Who dared to move? Can we still play? Someone asked carefully and hesitantly. If they did something to Song Yao, would Billion God activate the maps of the gods overnight and chase after them with a knife? These words were recorded, but no one in the live stream blamed the contestant for wanting to go easy on them. Ha 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 ha, Sister Yao has become a god. She has Billion God behind her. You can't blame the contestant. Billion God is famous for protecting his people, ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, brother. Go and cut down Billion God's win rate now. Then, start the live stream and let Billion God kill you. The live stream will definitely. Do you understand the code of wealth? That's the money you earn from licking your wounds. Damn, the sisters above are so ruthless. Ha ha ha, now that I think about it, I think Billion God is spoiling girls. Who would be willing to borrow a 100% win rate? Finally, the match began. Even the organizers did not expect that the live stream was almost paralyzed. Thus, they discussed having the pro players and artists mix and match. They could also ask for outside help. Hearing this, everyone started to contact external help. The person Wang Kai invited was Xiao Ji, which attracted a lot of attention. But after all, the 100 million god had appeared before them, so they weren't that surprised. However, Song Yao was hesitating. She did not want Bei Yunj to owe someone a favor for her. However, not long after. Suddenly, someone sent her a message, and a dialogue box appeared on the screen. HK Team Yoi, this person from Ishan's family? Do you need external help? How about me? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this the captain of HK Team? However, before they could calm down, another big shot came to ask. RS Team, Dai Cheng, Miss Song Yao, do you need external help? I can take you flying too, next. Song Yao was pulled into the group chat. It was filled with the top big shots in the industry. RS Team, Jin, brothers, don't fight. There are several competitions. Everyone is here to gain face with Billion God. There's no need to make things so awkward, right? P.S. Good night, end of this chapter. Chapter 1156. When the other players saw the ferocious comments in the Big Shots group, they were even more shocked. They were already big shots at this level. Didn't they think of being human? And each of them even went to Ishan to show their faces? The live stream was also laughing so hard that they almost stopped breathing. I really didn't expect my big boss, Jian, to become a lackey captain one day. Why do I feel like laughing so much? F***CK, the big boss is playing with her? What kind of dream is this of a billion esports fans? Boo-hoo, Yao Yao has done well. She actually got Yishen. I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy. Yao Yao suddenly turned into a queen and chose a big boss to play with. Yishen, if you pamper people so much, you'll really fall into the hands of a woman. You'll fall into the hands of a woman, ha 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 ha, I'm convinced. This made Wang Kai's fans so angry that their hearts hurt. Indeed. Seeing this scene, Wang Kai's fans turned off their microphones. Even Song Yao's manager, who was waiting in the RV, accidentally clicked on Song Yao's personal account and found that something was wrong. It was still 10.5 million yesterday, but now it had risen to 16 million. And it was still breaking through. It had only been a few hours. Song Yao's manager reacted and immediately clicked into the comments section where Song Yao had been scolded badly. She did not expect the situation to change and the hot comments to be about Song Yao and Yishen. What's the relationship between Song Yao and Yishen? Song Yao's manager was still confused. Scrolling down to read the comments. Not only were there happy comments from Yishen's fans, but there were also Wang Kai's fans who had come to scold Song Yao previously. They were torn apart by Yishen's fans and did not dare to retort. Yishen's friendship, love, will be protected by us. No, Sister Yao, please do me a favor and let Yishen come out to play a competition. I haven't seen Father Yi for a long time. Boo, this person from Yishen's family seduced your brother? A C-list celebrity is also trying to seduce my top esports girl? Confused, Song Yao's manager's eyes were unfocused. She suddenly felt that this world had become unfamiliar. At the same time, on stage, with the big boss leading them, the team members who had teamed up with Song Yao were indeed winning. However, what they did not expect was that halfway through the competition, Dai Cheng and Kaka were fighting. She did not know what Wang Kai was thinking, but he was chasing after Song Yao. Although Song Yao's skills were not bad, she was indeed not as good as Wang Kai, who had almost entered the second team. Billion God's chances of winning were cut down. The viewers in the live stream were heartbroken and they were all scolding Wang Kai. What's wrong with Wang Kai? Why is he chasing after Yao Mei? No way, no way. Hacking Yishen's account can satisfy his pleasure? Esports fans were more or less biased. After all, in their hearts, Yishen was an unparalleled big shot, just like Almighty Qin. Especially when she saw Wang Kai apologizing with a greasy smile while hitting Song Yao. So what if you're 100 million gods? Not even a little touch? Those who play esports can't even afford it. What a joke. Who is the one who can't afford to play? You don't dare to provoke other esports players. Is it very impressive to chase after female celebrities? After the competition, it was easy for Dai Cheng to crush Kaka, but Song Yao was also tortured badly. According to the points, Song Yao's team lost this round. Song Yao, follow me later, Dai Cheng said indifferently. Song Yao smiled faintly. No need. If she followed Dai Cheng would take people's heads to destroy the tower and protect her. She would lose this round even more. Dai Cheng said nothing. When the next round started, Dai Cheng tried his best to control the time and kill Kaka as soon as possible. Chapter 1157. However, Dai Cheng was also a little angry. He wanted to kill Wang Kai first, but Kaka kept pestering him. It seemed like the two of them weren't trying to win, but they were trying to increase Billion God's win rate. He did not know who they were trying to disgust. And Billion God's mission for them was to win with Song Yao. Seeing that Billion God's win rate had dropped to 99%, Billion God's fans almost exploded. However, the people in the first row only looked at the screen calmly. Song Yao's team still had a high chance of winning. It was currently 2-1. Song Yao, if you can't do it, come and hide with me. Dai Cheng did not forget to tell Song Yao. Song Yao responded and could only deal with Wang Kai, who was sticking to her. But 10 minutes later. No one expected Song Yao to suddenly use a skill when Wang Kai was not paying attention, and the two of them ended the competition together. F***ck, she's not bad. She's a little familiar with Billion God. With an innocent and harmless face, she did the most ruthless thing. She's indeed someone who was taught by Billion God. Yes, after all, Wang Kai was a trainee before. It's already good that he managed to draw. Sigh, I was originally a passerby fan of Wang Kai, but now, his actions are disgusting. In this round, Song Yao actually did not have an easy time, and Wang Kai's expression was a little ugly. It was obvious that he did not expect Song Yao to play this move so recklessly. However, with Song Yao getting rid of Wang Kai, Dai Cheng still won. The venue was filled with cheers. Sister Yao is so strong. Someone shouted to cheer Song Yao on. Seeing this, the people in the first row who were pulling their hats to cover their eyes unconsciously smirked lazily and mouthed two words to Song Yao, "Not bad." Song Yao was a little embarrassed. As for the others, many of them still felt their hearts ache when they saw the soft girl perish together. So, suddenly, someone shouted at the top of his lungs. "Billion God, can you do it or not? Are you going to watch your wife be tortured?" Bei Yunj was speechless. Then, the originally angry atmosphere was instantly amused and became much more harmonious. No one was sure if Billion God was present. They just wanted to trick him. However, what no one noticed was that a few minutes later, the people in the first row lazily put on their jackets, lowered their caps, and walked towards the door. Song Yao glanced in the direction Bei Yunj had left and didn't think much about it. She prepared to rest for a while before playing the next round. Backstage. Song, I'm a fan of 100 Million Gods. Can I get 100 Million Gods' contact number? The female lead asked excitedly. Song Yao hesitated. I'll go back and ask. Ah, really? Thank you, Song. The female lead's eyes lit up. When the others heard this, they immediately rushed forward to ask about it. Song Yao was tight-lipped and knew how to protect Bei Yunj's identity. She smiled gently and changed the topic quietly. Until he returned to the stage. Originally, Jian had rushed to go on stage and wanted to lead Song Yaofei. However, just before they formed a team, Song Yao suddenly saw a message request. User XZYGY requests to join the team battle. It was an account with no level. Before Song Yao could react, there were already excited screams from below the stage. 100 Million Gods. Song Yao regained her senses and found that the first letter was the spelling of, earn 100 million first. The live stream exploded. F***ck. Is 100 million gods really present? Isn't this spelling of 100 million gods? Ha, then isn't Wang Kai done for? Chapter 1158. Are Wang Kai's fans ready? Oh, I'm going to die. Billion God is really here. Sob, the woman at the top of the food chain in the esports scene. More and more people were watching the live stream. Even #SongYao #BillionGod had rushed to the top of the trending searches. Then, half of the esports scene had mobilized to watch Billion God's live stream competition. Wang Kai's expression was ugly and his hand holding the mouse trembled weakly. Even if he had left the industry, he knew Billion God's status in the industry, but, was it really Billion God? At this moment, Song Yao also hesitated for a moment before sending a message to XZYGY. Where are you? After typing this sentence, Song Yao deleted it and sent another sentence. What's wrong with you? The people in the live stream were scratching their lungs as they looked at the dialogue box. In the internet cafe, Pei Yunj casually threw her jacket to the side and threw the plastic bag to the side, typing slowly. I have to be good. I can't watch my family get beaten up. The moment this message was sent, Song Yao could almost imagine this person's nonsensical look. However, because Bei Yunj was responding to what she had just said, there was another wave of excited screams. Did Billion God know how to joke in private? However, in everyone's eyes, when Billion God got together with a soft girl like Song Yao, it was like Billion God was bullying Sister Yao every day, but it was actually a little flirtatious. Song Yao gathered her thoughts and glanced at the others. She asked politely, can she be external help? Everyone was speechless. This was like AF King 360-degree spiral into the sky, alright? However, there were also people who were worried. Billion God has created a new account. Isn't the difference in levels too big? There's no need to look down on her. After all, Kaka is still very good. Billion God's actions are a little funny. Then, Song Yao connected the microphone. She tried to ask, is the new account okay? However, the voice on the other end that had been adjusted with a voice changer sounded. You can't say that I can't. Song Yao was speechless. The live stream was dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, Billion God is making a public scandal. Reported. Sister Yao, I'm speechless. Song Yao's eyelid twitched. She was a little worried that Bei Yunj would lose her reputation in this round. I'm serious. There are professional players on the other side too. That person's languid voice rang out. Do you still need to see who the other party is before you come here to cause trouble? After saying this, the atmosphere immediately exploded. My Yi Shen Shui is cracking. It's burning. I'm Yi Shen. The competition was about to begin. Wang Kai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He didn't believe that someone could use a smurf account to compete with a pro player who was close to max level. Thinking of this, Wang Kai also stared at Bei Yunj, a strange light flashing in his eyes. As long as he could kill Billion God in this round, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. He could even get the company to buy trending searches and trample on the worshipped billion-dollar god, gaining more attention and popularity. Meanwhile, compared to Dai Cheng and the rest who were present just now, Song Yao ran to Bei Yunja's side very naturally. Ha 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 ha, Sister Yao is cozying up to him openly. She was still cold to God Dai just now. Now that Billion God is back, Sister Yao changed. I don't believe that there's nothing fishy about this. Seeing Song Yao using Billion God's account to ask for the protection of a level 0 account, the scene was inexplicably funny. Chapter 1159. When Wang Kai saw this scene, he sneered. He was operating his character to deal with the others nearby first. But 3 minutes later, XZYGY easily got the first kill of Kaka. The strongest esports player in the team was as easy as cutting a cabbage in this person's hands. It made the other opponent's hair stand on end. F***CK. What kind of walking head harvester was this? F***CK, 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 the first kill of Kaka, who is almost at the maximum level in 3 minutes. Is he F***King cheating? Billion God's basic operation, sit down. Ha 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 ha, Billion God YYDS. Billion God, that's it? Okay, everyone can watch what it means to really bring a girl to play. We've earned it, we've earned it. A celebrity can actually see Billion God. Following that, what was displayed on the screen was a level 0 account slowly harvesting heads. It looked like there was no pressure at all. It was as if the battlefield was her home ground. As for everyone, they were so shocked that their blood was boiling when they saw Billion God's operation. This was a true level 0 account crushing the entire field and beating them with her strength. But soon, everyone realized the problem. The last person left was Wang Kai, the warrior who had chased after Song Yao in the previous 2 rounds. Wang Kai was so nervous that his hand holding the mouse was sweating. At this moment, after Bei Yunj finished the last hit, he turned to look at Wang Kai. He asked slowly, "Friend, I heard that you're very good at killing people?" Wang Kai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. His mind was in a mess and his back turned cold. Obviously, Billion God was here to support Song Yao. Ha 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 ha, Billion God, it's too obvious that you're holding a grudge. Light an incense for warrior Wang Kai. It's been a long time since someone was remembered by Billion God like this. I actually got to eat Billion God's candy in my lifetime. Then, Pei Yunj threw away the weapon with great lethality and casually picked up a low-level weapon. Wang Kai gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He planned to fight it out with Bei Yunj like Song Yao. No matter what, it was a slap to Billion God's face. However, what he did not expect was that Pei Yunj's maneuvering was even faster. After one move, he was left with low HP and was unable to use high-level skill points. Kaka, who was watching from the side, felt his scalp go numb. He remembered the half a minute when Bei Yunj destroyed his team. Billion God was still Billion God. He was not human at all. What's the rush? You're not in a hurry to die. Bei Yunj's tone was leisurely, as if he was teasing her, but there was no warmth in his voice. Next. Everyone saw that Bei Yunj had only dealt a small amount of damage to Wang Kai. This wasn't a killing, it was a mental attack. Bei Yunj only spared Wang Kai in such a big public place. He slowly cut him down, bit by bit. On the other side, Wang Kai's face alternated between red and green. His hands gripped the keyboard, and his whole body trembled with anger. The fans in the live stream also began to curse. What does Billion God mean? Just because he was a pro player, he dared to humiliate an artist like this? Do you have any manners? Confused, isn't this a little too intolerant? Was this how the almighty of the esports scene felt? You are openly targeting Wang Kai. However, Billion God's fans had long been displeased with Wang Kai because his win rate had been cut. Is the person chasing after Song Yao a dog? Confused, you don't have to care about the esports scene. When Billion God was fighting for the country, your brother was probably still repairing his face in the factory. It's good that you know this is the esports scene. Here, noobs are the original sin. P.S. Good night. Can I get some monthly votes from the little kid today? Chapter 1160. Most of Wang Kai's fans did not know how many fans Ishan had. However, at this moment, seeing Ishan's fans flooding the live stream, they felt at a loss. They knew that they had provoked a big shot. Then, Bei Yunj slowly hacked for more than 10 minutes before he completely sent Wang Kai away. It was a crushing victory. In the next round, Bei Yunj repeated the operation again. Wang Kai was so angry that he almost threw his mouse and left, but the director immediately stopped him and persuaded him. If his relationship with Ishan really became strained, it would be impossible for him to establish an esports persona in the future. Wang Kai took a deep breath and could only endure it. Someone in the live stream could not help but sigh. Ishan is really arrogant, there's no choice. Many people like him. It's human nature to admire the strong. When Ishan was playing professionally, even his opponent's boss came to support Ishan. This is top-notch status. Ishan is lawless plus 10,086, you're so lousy, yet you blame your girlfriend for dragging you down. Come and take a good look. Ishan is leading the entire team alone. To be honest, it feels so good to be led by Ishan. As long as the girl is hurt, Ishan will cripple her. This esports friendship is damn sweet. After 3 rounds, Wang Kai's expression was ugly and he went straight to Song Yao's lounge to apologize to her. Song Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. Then, she saw Bei Yunj leaning against the door from the corner of her eye. Got it. You can go back. Song Yao replied politely. After Wang Kai left, she was silent for a moment. You. Yishan. Song Yao also played maps of the gods and knew what kind of big shot Yishan was in the esports scene. However, she never thought that Yishan would be by her side. He was even willing to help her level up without any complaints. Bei Yunj rubbed the back of his fair neck and did not meet Song Yao's gaze. I think so. Song Yao was speechless. The atmosphere fell silent again. If you tell me one day that you are, I might not be surprised, Song Yao said slowly. It was hard to tell if she was angry. Bei Yunj was speechless. Song Yao had always been very interested in her. The reason was none other than because she had been the person who had recommended her. If Bei Yunj had not stopped her, Song Yao might have wanted to learn computing and be closer to him. Bei Yunj hummed and quickly changed the topic. Wait a moment. My brother is coming to find me. Song Yao did not need to think to know which brother it was. However, Bei Yunj still asked, shall we have a meal together? Song Yao was speechless. We'll see. If your brother comes, you can leave with him first. Song Yao really thought so, but Bei Yunj stayed because she did not know if Song Yao was angry just now. After the competition, Bei Yunj also sat in the first row with her eyes closed. She crossed her arms lazily and was about to fall asleep. Song Yao had just sat on Bei Yunj's left when she realized that there was a man sitting on Bei Yunj's right. Under the dim lights, the man's pale-colored eyes were emotionless, but his outstanding looks made people unable to look away. He looked at Bei Yunj, who was beside her, with a lazy expression. His well-defined hand was carrying the bag of snacks for Bei Yunj. Bei Yunj's hand was still hooked around the plastic bag and she did not realize that the weight was wrong. Suddenly, Bei Yunj leaned his head toward Song Yao. He leaned on her shoulder steadily. Song Yao felt Huashidu's gaze shift. In the next moment, Song Yao reached out her index finger and gently tapped Bei Yunj's forehead, pushing it in the opposite direction. Bei Yunj leaned on the man's shoulder again. Chapter 1161. Song Yao tugged at her cloak and left silently. It was only then that the people around noticed that a handsome and dignified man had suddenly appeared. He had actually carried Song Yao's bad-tempered friend up. Everyone's eyes widened. Was this the official CP? Was this the official CP? In the man's arms, the girl, whose face could not be seen clearly, placed her slender and fair wrist lazily on the man's shoulder and looked up at him with sleepy eyes. Where are my snacks? Huashidu laughed angrily. Tseng Su took them. The man exuded a faint and unique cold fragrance. There was also the smell of tobacco that had faded. It was gentle and voodoo. His warmth spread from his chest, making her heart throb uncontrollably. Bei Yunj's eyes were clouded, but a possessive emotion suddenly surged in her mind. She did not want Huashidu to hug someone else like this again. Bei Yunj rarely had such intimate contact with Huashidu, especially in public. Although she enjoyed the steadiness of this hug, she gradually woke up from her drowsiness. She looked up and saw the man's clean and well-defined jawline. His Adam's apple protruded sexily and her heart beat faster unconsciously. Brother, you'd better put me down. Although Bei Yunj noticed that Tseng Su's expression was numb and natural, she felt inexplicably awkward. For the first time, a certain someone, who was used to not being a person, felt guilty. Huashidu had always respected Bei Yunj's wishes, so he agreed. However, for some reason, Bei Yunj felt that the man's attitude towards her today was indifferent. Bei Yunj hesitated for a moment. She was about to go up and hold the sleeve of his suit when the man avoided her intentionally. Bei Yunj was speechless. Did this D***MN man have eyes on the back of his head? However, in the next second, Bei Yunj received Song Yao's message and opened it. Sister Yao, your brother's gaze is too scary, bitter. For the first time, Song Yao met death's gaze. Yunj? Yunj, it's already the greatest respect for me if he doesn't go out and seduce others. Bei Yunj had always felt that Huashidu had a polite gentleness to everyone. To put it in layman terms, that D*MN man seemed to be attracted to everyone. Sister Sheikh, you're wrong. Little sister Yao, if you keep this attitude, you'll be eaten by your brother until not even your bones are left. Although Song Yao didn't have much experience, it was her first time meeting a man like Huashidu. He looked like he didn't care about anything, but it seemed like only Bei Yunj was present. His gaze was always on her. Furthermore, when Bei Yunj leaned against her shoulder just now, Song Yao could almost feel how scary the man's gaze was. If she was a man, Song Yao had no doubt that Huashidu would cripple her. The corners of Bei Yunja's eyes twitched when she saw the message. What a mess. Sister Yao, don't treat a wolf like a puppy. There are differences between wolves and dogs. The way he looked at Bei Yunj was full of possessiveness. However, Bei Yunj still flirted with her every day. He wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have anything to regret when the time came. Song Yao's persuasion was meaningless. Bei Yunj, who had nothing to do every day and flirted with others, turned off her phone again. She looked at the man's slender and good-looking back for a while, and the smile on her lips was a little familiar. Before the man could react, he suddenly heard a soft sound from behind, accompanied by Bei Yunja's voice. The man turned around instinctively, but someone bumped into him. Chapter 1162. Huashidu instinctively reached out to hold her arm. When he looked up, he saw her looking at him with a smile. His tone was lazy. What are you doing? Are you trying to scam me? No. The corners of Bei Yunja's lips curled up as she stood on tiptoes to look at him. I'm touching you, brother. Beside him, Tseng Su's eyelid twitched. Miss Yunja's flirting skills were really not bad at all. However, it was obvious that something was wrong with Huashidu today. He was about to let go when Bei Yunj grabbed his hand tightly. The man stared at her for a while before he gave in and let her hold his hand as they went downstairs. However, the moment they went downstairs, someone called Huashidu. Bei Yunj could only hear the man's low voice as he answered the person on the phone calmly. I'll look for you in a few days. Okay. The man didn't say anything, but Bei Yunj let go of Huashidu's hand and sat in the front passenger seat to wait for him. Huashidu looked at her from the corner of his eye. He was about to sit in the main driver's seat and bring Bei Yunj out for dinner. However, he saw Bei Yunj leaning against the car window, her fingertips tapping against the window as her beautiful eyes stared straight at him. The man was indeed the most eye-catching person in the crowd. Today, the man was wearing a black suit as usual, but he was wearing an azure cotton shirt inside. He loosened two buttons lazily to reveal his collarbone, making his skin look dazzling. As he spoke on the phone, he slowly glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. The way he raised his eyebrows was inexplicably sexy and flirtatious. Sit properly and behave yourself. Huashidu was obviously not talking to the person on the phone. He was talking to her. The person on the other end of the line was silent for a moment. In the next second, Bei Yunj suddenly smiled and stuck half of her body out of the car window. She leaned close to the man and raised an eyebrow, asking arrogantly, Huashidu, who are you talking to? Beside her, Tseng Su looked at Bei Yunj with the words, I'm up to no good, written all over his face. Miss Pei was lawless. Yu Hanran was silent for a moment. That ancestor of yours? She even called Huashidu by his full name. She was really spoiled by Huashidu. The man chuckled and glanced at her. Yes, I'm not your ancestor. Just now, Yu Hanran was discussing asking Huashidu to help persuade the two elders of the Yu family to arrange a blind date for Yu Manran. If this matter continued to brew, Yu Manran might really cut ties with the Yu family. Bei Yunj felt that the other party had mentioned her on the phone, so she silently prepared to retreat. But in the next moment. Let's talk next time. I still have something to do. Huashidu said casually and hung up the phone. He then hugged her slender waist again. It easily fixed the person in place. He couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. Huashidu threw his phone into his pocket. The corners of his seductive eyes curled up. Bei Yunj could also feel the man's fingers rubbing against her waist inch by inch. It was extremely ambiguous. You want to go back without doing anything? Are you a tortoise? Bei Yunj, from the corner of her eye, Bei Yunj could already feel the gazes of the people around her. Bei Yunj's heart was beating like a drum. She was a little stiff. The corners of the man's thin red lips curled up. His low laughter carried an ambiguous heat as it landed on her ears. You're so thin-skinned, little kid. Huashidu was in a good mood. He reached out and pinched the little girl's cheek. Pei Qian's face was burning red. Then, Huashidu held the car window with one hand and watched Bei Yunj sit back down before returning to the driver's seat. Chapter 1163. When Bei Yunj and Huashidu left, Song Yao was standing at the door and saw what had happened. Song Yao sighed softly. It was hopeless. Old Madame Hua was happy for an entire week that Bei Yunj was the top scholar in the country. However, not long after, everyone saw old Madame Hua happily wanting to bring Bei Yunj out. Beside him, Tseng Su wanted to say something but hesitated. In the past few days, Master Du had specially assigned work to accompany Miss Pei out to play. Grandma, Yunyun doesn't have time. Huashidu hung up and turned to look at her. What do you mean? Gu doesn't want to go out with me? With that said, old Madame Hua turned to look at Bei Yunj, wanting to get confirmation. Bei Yunj rubbed her long hair at the back of her head. She had always been very patient with the older generation. Not really. Look, Gu wants to go out with me too. Old Madame Hua was very arrogant and disdainful. If she doesn't go out with me, what's the point of going out with a man like you? Huashidu was speechless. Auntie Miao's eyelids twitched. Usually, the old madam was very smart and knew not to let others abduct Miss Pei. Why was she so confused when Miss Pei finally finished her college entrance examination and could have a good time with Mr. Hua? Old madam, why don't you let Miss Pei accompany you for a while? Auntie Miao hurriedly said. No. I'm going to take Gu shopping to watch the concert today. I've already prepared the tickets. Old Madame Hua insisted. Bei Yunj's fingertips slowly rubbed the skin under her eyes. All right, when are we going out? Hearing this, old Madame Hua was overjoyed. Look, Gu is much more filial than you. Huashidu was speechless. Bei Yunj went upstairs to change her clothes. When she came down, she found that Huashidu was the only one in the living room. Brother, aren't you going to work overtime? Bei Yunj asked casually. The man hummed faintly. At this moment, Bei Yunj suddenly reacted. Could it be that Huashidu was not preparing to go to work and was planning to accompany her? Bei Yunj was speechless. Not long after. Bei Yunj sat on the edge of the sofa with one hand in front of him. She leaned into the man's ear and asked with a smile, Big brother, will you pick me and Grandma up for dinner tonight? Huashidu could tell that the young lady was trying to coax him. He stretched out his hand lazily and pinched her chin. Suppressing the ripples in his eyes, he whispered in her ear, his voice slightly hoarse and seductive. You're not allowed to coax her later. Otherwise, she'll take you to the old mansion again. His child was good at everything, but he was used to the unreasonable behavior of the older generation. It was the first time Bei Yunj had seen Huashidu suffer. She suppressed the smile on her face. Okay. Huashidu looked at the girl who was in front of him. The faint fragrance on her body made one's imagination run wild. He could not help but rub his fingers against her lips and caress them ambiguously. Bei Yunj paused and heard him chuckle softly. Don't coax others. Coax me more. In the car. I say, sure Du is getting more and more petty. Isn't it just asking Gu to accompany me out to play? Why didn't he come out to send me off? Old Madame Hu muttered and turned around to ask, why don't you come to the old mansion with me after the concert? Zheng Su, who was driving, was speechless. Didn't the old madam understand that if this continued, her family would be in danger? Chapter 1164. Hearing that it was Teacher Wen's voice, Pei Yunj was silent for a moment. No. Then you don't want to take a look? Teacher Wen hinted frantically. However, unexpectedly, the other party did not say anything at first. Not long after, she laughed lazily. Old one, there's no need to cast a lifetime of shadow over my dear classmates at such a happy age of 18, right? She was still the one who was arrogant. Teacher Wen, all the teachers in charge, Teacher Wen could not help but ask, are you really not afraid that you will not perform well? Pei Yunj was silent for a moment, and then used the base of her palm to gently press her closed eyes. Old one, I hope you understand that I have a high fever, not that my brain is fried. Teacher Wen, at this moment, the atmosphere became even more strange and cold. Finally. When he hung up the phone, Teacher Wen still hadn't recovered from the shock. He felt like he was floating. And Pei Yunj also got out of bed, ready to wash up. Downstairs. Old Master Qin was still drinking tea and playing cards with his mahjong partners. Old Su, don't you think that the National Politics University can build a few more buildings? Old Master Qin hinted frantically. Principal Su. What do you want to do? Something happened to my granddaughter in the college entrance examination. She had a high fever and didn't perform well. It was also the first time that Old Master Qin had shamelessly asked for help. After all, the universities that Qin Lu and the others went to were either Nili University or Yinqing University. No. Absolutely not. Principal Su immediately refused. He wondered why this old fox asked him to play cards every day. After so many twists and turns, it turned out that he was waiting here. The University of Political Science and Law of a Nation was one of the top law schools in the country. As the principal, if he used his position for personal gain, wouldn't he be stepping on the reputation of the University of Political Science and Law and crazily testing the edge of danger? Principal Su rolled his eyes. As long as you can do it, don't make things difficult for me. The most I can do is to get you some privileges and points, but it won't be much. After that. Principal Su sensed that something was wrong again. No, I heard that the admissions team of Beichuan and Yinqing University specially went to look for your granddaughter. How could she not do well in the exam? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the two mahjong partners next to him pinched his thigh and the other gave him a look to hint. Why didn't this old Su listen to any gossip? Sure enough. Old Master Qin was silent for a moment, then said lightly, Old Su, my granddaughter's name is Pei Yunj. You've been in Nili for the past 2 years, so you still don't know the situation. Hearing this, Principal Su immediately quietened down. After living for so long, who wouldn't be a smart person? As for the other two, they felt that it was a pity. Qin Youjiao's excellence in all aspects back then was obvious to everyone in the circle. It was a pity that she was not the biological daughter of the Qin family. She lost because she did not reincarnate well. Suddenly, a voice from the other side of the door broke into their conversation. Dad, do you have to be so biased? Old Master Qin turned his head and found that it was Mother Qin. His face sank and he was more or less on guard. What are you doing here? These few days, the last thing he wanted was for Mother Qin to appear at the old mansion and use Qin Youjiao's score to provoke Pei Yunj. After all, Mother Qin was Pei Yunj's biological mother. Old Master Qin was afraid that Pei Yunj would be upset. However, what Old Master Qin could think of was exactly what Mother Qin was thinking. However, the difference was that Mother Qin came this time to help Qin Youjiao regain her dignity. Jiao scored 736 points. I want to hold a banquet for her and I hope you can come. Chapter 1165. Old Master Qin's face turned red with anger when he heard that. He pointed at Mother Qin, who was wearing a cheongsam embroidered with white orchids, and said with a trembling finger, "Why, you don't have any conscience as a mother?" Everyone knew that Pei Yunj had gone to take the college entrance exam with a high fever. Even Father Qin had come to ask about it a few times, so it was impossible for Mother Qin to not know about it. But at this time, she was helping Qin Youjiao flaunt her strength? Mother Qin pursed her lips. Then, she stubbornly sneered and said, "Dad, you're the one who's biased. If it wasn't for the fact that you don't care about Jiaojiao's life, I wouldn't have done this. Jiaojiao is the child who has been by my side for more than 10 years, but you only have Pei Yunj in your heart." Principal Su and the others felt a little awkward when they heard old Master Qin and his daughter-in-law arguing on the spot. "You!" Old Master Qin was so angry that his heart ached. The mahjong players beside him hurriedly helped him to sit down. "I won't go. There's only one daughter in the Qin family," Old Master Qin said with a dark expression. Mother Qin's eyes burned with anger when she heard that. She sneered and glanced at the people beside her. "Even Principal Su is here. Dad, you're too biased. If Jiaojiao didn't do well this time, would you be willing to find some connections for her?" "I wouldn't," Old Master Qin said expressionlessly. It wasn't just Qin Youjiao. Even if it was Qin Luyan and the others, if they didn't do well in the college entrance exam, Old Master Qin wouldn't find any connections for them even if he wanted them to repeat their studies. However, Mother Qin's face still contorted when she heard this answer. However, the next moment, out of the corner of her eye, Mother Qin noticed that Pei Yunj had come down from upstairs. She suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Dad, is it because Pei Yunj did well in the exam that you didn't come to Jiaojiao's banquet?" These words almost infuriated Old Master Qin. If it weren't for the fact that the men of the Qin family were taught not to hit women, he would have picked up his walking stick. "But don't worry, Dad. Even if you don't treat Jiaojiao as your granddaughter, Jiaojiao still wants to be filial to you. The phone number and address she left for her college entrance exam are also in our old mansion." Mother Qin smiled deliberately. "As a child of the Qin family, how can I embarrass the Qin family? You, cough, cough, cough." Old Master Qin was so angry that he felt faint. "Grandpa." At this moment, Pei Yunj walked over to help Old Master Qin calm down. She had only heard a little of the conversation and asked unhurriedly, "What are you talking about?" "Nothing much." When Old Master Qin saw his granddaughter, his voice became much gentler. This surprised Principal Su and the others. One must know that Old Master Qin had never spoken to Qin Youjiao in such an affectionate tone. "This must be Yunj, right? How were your college entrance exam results?" The moment Principal Su spoke, he instinctively asked about her results. As a result, Old Master Qin's death stare fell on him. "Not bad." Pei Yunja's expression was natural. Principal Su couldn't help but ask, "How many points?" Pei Yunj replied, "I haven't checked yet." Old Master Qin was speechless. Principal Su and the mahjong players were speechless. This kind of self-confidence was indeed rare. Mother Qin couldn't help but scoff. She said sarcastically, "If it's not good, then it's not good. How good is it? Have you had enough?" Old Master Qin's voice was stern. Mother Qin's face turned pale and she didn't continue speaking. Pei Yunj glanced at Mother Qin with interest and chuckled softly. Mother Qin felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Just as she was about to say something, someone came in from outside. It was the principals of Yun University and Beichuan University. P.S. There's still one more chapter. You guys go to sleep first. End of chapter.